politics. This is Debate Me, or are we still calling it Politalk? Politalk?
Doesn't matter. We're calling it whatever we want today.
For today, we're calling it Debate Me because that's our title. We're open to anybody who wants to debate. This is the only live that we have right now, although there might be new ones. I don't know, where we take people on the right or the left or anywhere politically if you want to debate. So just request up. And did we want to do anything before that, Frontline? Is there a topic we want to talk about tonight in specific, or?
I mean, people. Sorry, go ahead, Pixie.
What I was going to suggest is, because Mark Carney was put up today and was actually, sworn in as our PM, I think we should maybe talk to people about how they feel about that. But again, I think we should kind of like format kind of the way it was absolutely going to begin with, where we take a few minutes where we, speak amongst ourselves, throw a topic out, and then let people in. I don't think we want to let too many people in right off the hop. I know Frontline's tired today, so we want to kind of cover her. But again, I'm pretty abrasive and pretty blunt, and I want to put that out there. You don't want to, push too hard on the buttons, because I will,
It's been a week.
Anyways, but I think that's a good topic to start out with. Never mind the fact that we still have, Orange Potato still yapping on about annexing us and not backing off of that. And I see
he's
that
not
more
going to.
people. Well, he can't. It's impossible for him to be able to do that. But again, that's another topic I think we might want to bring up. So those are the two suggestions I have, and that's it.
Okay, just let me turn this off. So let's talk about, maybe we'll start with Mark Carney. I'm excited. I like what I've heard from him so far. I think we're really in a fortunate place where we have someone with his kind of experience coming in at a time when we need his kind of experience. We're facing economic crisis with the tariffs on, tariffs off, tariffs on, tariffs off, which is just going to probably keep happening, in my opinion, because Trump is trying to keep us uncertain, because uncertainty can weaken you. It's instability.
Right. And they've been to be fair, if we want to go back to prior to pandemic, right? And
just a second. I'm going to turn my mic off just a sec.
Infiltration, when I said, I will look into these things, and then I'm going to prove you wrong. So again, these are some of the things that are being pushed out, that Canada's bankrupt, that Carney is our trustee, that we are bankrupt, and he's here to fix our economy for us. But in reality, if we were bankrupt and we did need help, he'd be the best person for the job. But none of that is true. We are not bankrupt. We have a great GDP. Right now with this on again, off again with the tariffs, the Orange Potato is showing more instability, right? And that's what he wants. He has every intention of taking over the Western Hemisphere. And he's not going to stop. That's Greenland all the way down to Panama. So it's not just us. It's like, it's kind of disheartening to think that there's somebody that actually believes in his brain that he is capable of doing this. Now you're muted.
You're muted.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Frontline, what are your thoughts on Carney so far and what's going on?
My thoughts are really just about what is the opposition going to say, how it's going to be spun by the Conservatives. you guys know me. I'm just all about making sure that we just don't have conservatives in power.
Mhm.
But there's a tax now coming from both sides, right? There's Jagmeet and Pierre,
I know.
which I'm really not okay with.
No, I
And I
was
mean,
very
like, there's
disappointed.
been some things. Yeah, there's been some things that Jagmeet said that are just not even a twist on the truth, but to me, more of an outright lie. Like when he said that he's going to cut taxes for billionaires
Rich.
and millionaires, he never said that. He said he's going to stop the hike on capital gains tax. That's it. That does not mean that he's going to cut taxes for millionaires or billionaires. Then I think he said that he's going to gut healthcare, where he never once said that anywhere at all whatsoever. He just said that he's going to cut unnecessary spending and make sure that the provincial transfer funds, which take care of healthcare, will be untouched.
Well, because
I'm getting an echo.
using that money
Okay.
for other things, right? Alberta's been using that money for other things. All the PPE money was used to balance their budget. So the provinces don't want to have any strings attached to the money, but yet they've been using the healthcare money for things it's not allocated for, right? So you want to have some transparency, and you absolutely want to have some sort of checks and balances when you're handing over that much money to a province in a health transfer, that the money is absolutely going to where it's supposed to be going. And that's the thing that the provinces have not been accountable for a very long time. And they don't feel that they need to be, because it's our jurisdiction, right? And again, we've got all these jurisdictional things, but we also need to realize that that means that we have 13 economies running in this country, right? And with that being said, if we actually stop the tariffs, and the only province that's not wanting to is Newfoundland, New Brunswick, or New Labrador, sorry, because of the alcohol that's produced there, right? And it would take out jobs. But again, we have a really stable economy right now. Even with these tariffs and stuff, it's not really causing too much instability. But what people don't realize too is we have shut down sawmills and pulp mills and all these things that would have made us sustainable, that we would have had pipelines running if Trudeau Sr. would have gotten through to Quebec and Lebec and the FLQ and all that kind of things that happened back prior to, even Chrétien, to be fair, right? So there's a lot of things woulda, shoulda, coulda, and we didn't. Now we have to sit back and realize that we could be sustainable, but we don't want to be protectionists either. We don't want to be Canada first. We want to have global economy. We want to be able to trade with other countries. But again, no, Trudeau did not ruin Canada. And you can just, take your US, little flags and bite me. But again, we're sitting here now where we have to absolutely move forward. But we have greenhouses growing pounds and pounds and pounds of the green. Those could easily be turned over to be growing other vegetables. We also have a lot of microgreens and a lot of hydroponic vegetables being grown in our country already. Medicine Hat and Redcliffe have empty greenhouses full of hothouse tomatoes, right? So we definitely could sustain ourselves if we absolutely had somewhere that our oil wasn't having to be refined in Sudbury and then have to come back through a pipeline. Again, that was back to, the early 80s or, late 80s, early 90s, where nobody wanted a refinery in their backyard. And everybody goes, why didn't we do that? We shut them down because of climate, because we want to keep our natural. But and I mean, a lot of people don't realize, but my husband does work in oil, and we do have the cleanest oil in the world. And our oil companies are actually the ones that are being sustainable to bring down the carbon emissions, because what they've realized is if they can produce at zero carbon, they can produce more. So that has been the main efforts of CNRL and Sunjel and even the tar sands for the last 10 years, to bring down and actually capture their carbon emissions so that they're not producing the carbon emissions, so they can produce more fossil fuels in a clean and sustainable manner. And that's not our government doing that. That's the oil companies themselves doing that. So we can thank some of the private entities that are out there. Again, with capital gains, that's something else I wanted to touch on quickly. It doesn't affect just rich people. Cutting that capital gains also helps people that are middle class that would inherit a home, right? Or sell a business. And all these things that, a middle class family might end up having to pay out. So say a farmer was going to pass off his land to his son, or his, passed down generational properties, then capital gain taxes would have to be paid on that through a family. Even if, say you sold a practice or a small business or something, because at the end of the day, you're a small business, you still have capital gains, right? So again, cutting the capital gains taxes is not helping the billionaires, it's helping middle class people as well.
Wow.
He's also
Thank you.
not cutting them. He's just stopping the hike on them. So he's not actually making them lower. He's just making sure they don't go higher. That's it.
Correct. And that's a good thing. But again, these are things that a lot of people don't realize, that doctors and lawyers and farmers are all incorporated businesses. And they do this so they can pay themselves the wages, so they can collect the subsidies and all these things. And at the end of the day, after they've made and paid their homes off and their cars off and everything through their businesses and incorporations, when they sell that incorporation off, they have the money to pay the little bit of taxes because they haven't been paying their portion of income tax off their actual income for decades.
Yeah. And yeah, that's really good information to have. And I just wanted to do my little spiel. Everybody, please, tapping is clapping. Please share the live to some people. We want to get more people in here, and tap your screens. That does help us get this live out to more people and get us noticed. If you do have the ability to do so, please do gift the panel. They do a lot of emotional work, and we look forward to having a nice debate tonight. Did we want to bring people up now, or wait a little bit?
Let's see. I think that we pretty much want to take opposition tonight. Like, because I know that the whole point is to have debates, and sometimes if there's a panel with like 7 of us on the same side, it makes it so that people don't want to come up because they're like, well, there's going to be 7 of you on one. So
prior to, right? Like, I mean, we're putting information out to our own algorithm. If we don't bring people on from the opposite algorithm.
Yeah. So what we can do is ask people in the opposition to ask that. Yeah. So if you're opposition, let us know in the comments, and we will let you up.
Damien said that he's got a bunch of things he wants to debate. So,
okay, Damien, what do you want to start with?
Well, the first thing I just want to talk about is about Mark Carney eliminating the equality for gender minister position. What do you guys think about that?
Just 1 second. I just want to ask your age to make sure we're safe here before we go forward.
I'm 39.
Awesome. Okay. Anybody have?
Yeah, I do. So here's the thing with that. Carney is only going to have a very small government with a small window of time. They're going to call an election here probably by next week, right? Carney's going to call an election before Parliament goes back in March 24th. That being said, all of these portfolios aren't being put on the back burner. They're just being kind of like, because of the situation that we're in right now with the United States, we have to focus directly on stuff that's directed. It's not meaning that they don't care about climate change or gender diversity or BIPOCs or First Nation or anything. It's just that right now, for this moment in time, he had to shrink down that cabinet and go forward to deal with the orange potato. After the election, once they get a mandate, or whoever gets a mandate, it might not even be him, right? So I think right now that we have to kind of sit back and let the chips kind of just fall. Again, he's not a politician. He's got people that are advising him, but it's not that it's going away, and it's not that they don't care, because that's something that the Liberal Party definitely has in our policies, and we will never let that be something that stops.
Okay, I think he's a politician right now, though, because he's been elected to the Liberal Party. I do take your point, though. I am curious, though, what you think. How do you come to the conclusion that you think Carney will call an election sooner than later? Because I'm not sure.
Well, let's put it this way: if we let the government go back on the 24th, and you let the rhetoric start with Polyev and Singh, and let them make the decision by toppling the government, that doesn't show control, and it shows instability. If Carney takes control and says, look, I want a full mandate from the Canadian people, I'm going to call this election, I'm going to go, now that I'm the Prime Minister, and talk to the Governor General and get a writ dropped. It shows control, it shows that he's not weak, and it shows that he is not giving either other parties a leg up, other of the three, the Bloc, because you all know the minute that they get back in on the 24th, there's going to be a non-confidence, and it looks like the Liberal government is weak. Let's not show weakness. We have to show strength, especially with the instability that we're already going forward with. So I honestly believe that we will get an election called here probably in the next few days. I mean, he's just been sworn in today. Let him get some breath into him. and to have the weekend to kind of reflect. I'm not going to guarantee because I don't have the inside.
Well, yeah,
but
you're not a
I
fortune
really
teller,
believe
right?
that.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, you go ahead.
There's already been leaks from inside the Liberal cabinet that there's going to be an early election and that they're going to call it really soon. So it's almost, I'm 99.9% sure that we're going to have an election in the next 2 months.
Well, that's why I said
I
I'm
agree.
pretty sure by the end of next week, because you kind of got the same kind of inclinations, and because everybody, like, for full transparency, I am a chair for a Liberal riding association. My riding has had an unwinnable riding. We live in a very conservative southeast portion of British Columbia, so I'm not even going to probably end up running a candidate this election, and we're going to end up putting our behind the NDP candidate just to try and topple down the conservative guy here, because we don't have anybody that's qualified to do it. And it's just too quick because we're going to be that quick. That's why we're not even really looking for a candidate right now, because we honestly believe that it'll be probably called by next Friday.
Okay. I think that maybe they will, but I feel like calling an election early, I don't think it shows strength. I think it shows fear. I think it shows that you don't want to have the Conservatives challenge the truth about our government, which is that our PM is not elected, our PM is selected.
That's not no.
That's not true.
That's not true. Again,
Right, Carney's not.
Carney's.
We don't vote for a PM. We vote for a party in Canada.
Yeah,
we vote for our
saying,
MPs.
right? That's what I said.
Nobody got to vote for the PM except for, and you had an opportunity. You could have joined the Liberal Party, and you could have voted for Carney or for whoever you wanted as a leader of the party if you were a Liberal. It was put out there. It was publicly. It was all over the dang TV. You can't tell me that nobody missed the commercials.
Well, again, can I just bring us back to Kim Campbell? This was 1993. Yes. I remember it. I'm old.
John Turner.
Paul Martin. Is not new.
Kim Campbell was an MP, though, wasn't she?
No, and it doesn't matter. They don't have to be a sitting MP. Neither was Danielle Smith when she became Premier of the Alberta.
Kim Campbell was an MP, but John Turner was not.
Exactly.
Right. But again, neither was Danielle Smith when she became Premier of Alberta.
All right. You're aware that we agree on this point, right?
Just saying. Right. I agree
with you. What do we? Are you arguing with me? I'm not sure what's going on.
No, I think it's because we've gotten a lot of pushback on TikToks with people claiming that they didn't get to vote and that this was unconstitutional and just stuff like that. So I'm just clarifying that this is how it works in Canada. For anybody watching.
I'm saying. That's why I'm saying we don't want to act like that's not true. You know what I mean? But maybe it's more important just to call the election so that Mark Carney can get a mandate from the Canadian people. I mean, it'll probably legitimize his leadership more than anything else he could really do.
Yeah, I mean, if I was working as a political strategist right now, I would literally tell them the same thing. I would say call for an election right now because we know how dirty the Conservatives like to play. They're already making AI photos with him and Epstein and him and Maxwell and all of this stuff. So they're going to put him through a smear campaign. Yeah. And also, the other thing I want to point out is you have to understand what it's like after the summer. When you let people go out, have fun, do whatever they want during the summertime, they end up becoming apathetic and they're not as motivated to vote. With everything that's been going on in the world, with all these threats of annexation, people are actually on board to go out and vote. And we might have a way better voter turnout if we have a sooner election rather than an election after the summer when everybody has been partying and laying in the sun and forgot all about it.
Right. In a summer election, people don't show up because they're on vacation and they're doing whatever they want to do, right? So summer elections aren't good. This is probably the best time. And like I said, you allow the other parties to topple the government, then it shows that there's instability. If he takes control and throws it out there for a mandate, that he's asking the Canadian people for a mandate for the next 4 years for him to deal with the orange potato.
I guess I find it, I guess I believe, I don't know, I guess I'm surprised that the NDP would topple the government, but then again, they have been pretty hard on the attack against the Liberals lately, so it's not...
Well, I feel like Singh goes back and forth. Like 1 minute he's going to call non-confidence, the next minute he's not. And I don't think we can trust what he's going to do. And I'm going to just say, honestly, I'm very disappointed in him adding to a smear campaign because I just expect more from him and from the NDP. It was very disappointing.
And I also want to point out that when that non-confidence vote against the Liberals happened, before Trudeau stepped down, Charlie Angus, who to me is a much stronger voice for the NDP, did not go through with it, and he actually refuted it and said, like, this is not a good idea. When Elizabeth May talked about a coalition between all the other parties for the sake of our country and our people, the NDP did not agree with it, and
Really?
it just kind of it just kind of shows that right now the leader of the NDP is more for party over people versus Canadians as a team, and that really pisses me off because I've been an NDP supporter my whole life.
I agree. I expected more for him being the fact that he has stood up for, Canadians and Canadian workers, right? And he come out with the messaging about, the tariffs and stuff, that he was going to stand up and support the government to help Canadian workers. And then today I saw him throwing out, slanderous stuff against Carney and just playing into the Polyev Kool-Aid.
Yeah, it was very jarring for me. I feel like right now, when I think of NDP, Charlie Angus is the guy that is doing what I would expect the NDP to be doing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, he's not running again. And there's a question in the comments about Carney running for MP. So what would happen is they could take the time to run a by-election and actually make him an MP, and then they could do an election. But that takes time and money, and right now we don't have the time. So they're going to go directly in, and he will be parachuted probably into some. There's 124 ridings right now without a candidate for the Liberal Party, as it is. So they will parachute him in somewhere to a safe riding where they know that he's probably going to get elected, and that'll be the end of it. And then we'll go and that'll happen during this election. So he will have to, now if he doesn't get his seat, then that's a conundrum. Then we'll have to deal with that after the fact.
It must have happened in history. I'd have to look.
Happened.
Yeah,
I mean, what would happen if you lost your seat, but the Liberals still got the majority? Would he still be Prime Minister?
I believe so.
Yeah, he would be.
Okay.
He would be, because of the fact that you don't vote for the Prime Minister. Nobody votes for the Prime Minister.
Right. Yeah.
You vote for the best person in your riding, right? Right. You vote for an MP. It's all about seats.
Yep.
So, but again, the Liberals are short 124 seats right now. And with the new regulations that they've come up with, where you have to have been a volunteer for the party, you've had to knock on so many doors, you had to do so many phone banks. They don't want just some willy-nilly non-Liberal stepping in like Ruby Dally.
Oh, They were so mad. The Conservatives were so mad when Ruby Dally got disqualified.
Ruby, was she actually like
Liberal?
What was it? She had some kind of issue with the Conservative money. What was it that she was disqualified for? Like, does anyone know the details?
There was a bunch of things. I honestly don't remember now. I'd have to go read them again.
Canada found money that was being brought into her campaign from other entities that weren't allowed. You're only allowed to donate a certain portion, and the donations were either too much, I think, or coming from out of the area. But again, there was some. It wasn't the party that threw her out. Right. It was actually Elections Canada. And yeah, Joe, you're right. There was about 10 violations, but it wasn't the Liberals. It was Elections Canada, because it's kind of like Polyev. Polyev has been charged with elections fraud. He made an agreement with Elections Canada. That's, so that might be one reason why he doesn't want to take a security clearance, because he probably wouldn't get one because he's been charged with election fraud and made a plea agreement.
Interesting. I've been there's something there. There's something there. I mean, why won't the dude just get his security clearance? I've worked in a bank. It's normal. Like, this is something that normal, everyday people have to do all the time. And he is a high-level politician.
You have to get a criminal record check to drive for DoorDash, for God's sakes.
Mm-hmm. This is not anything extraordinary. And he comes up with all kinds of excuses that he tells his following, none of which really make sense. One that I've heard was that he can't get briefings if he gets his clearance, which is the opposite of what I understand is the truth. So I don't even know how to respond to those. Just people like the Polyev supporters are just adamant that it's no big deal, and that
he can't get top clearance, or he can't get top security briefings right now as it is, where Carney has already gotten his top security clearance.
Exactly.
Yep.
Took him 2 weeks, he said, and it was not super complicated.
I mean, I put my hat in to maybe be a candidate for the Green Party, and they maybe go through a whole background check just for that.
Absolutely. You have to be vetted. You have to be vetted, and to be vetted, they have a whole panel of lawyers that go through your background, your family's background, everybody in your like immediate family's background. The candidate that we ran the last election here in my area almost didn't get vetted because of one comment that she made about the Liberals cutting small business, whatever it was that she had posted that from 5 years previous. They found that. And that was one thing that they were like not happy about. So she had to delete that, make a big apology, and then she was vetted. It took a while for us to get her vetted. And she's like a business owner. Like, yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Well, also good though. It's good that the Elections Canada and whoever else is ensuring that these candidates are vetted properly.
If they vet them so well, then how did Polyev ever get to be an MP? How did Michael Cooper and some of these people in the Conservative Party? Because different parties vet differently, right? We don't, and it's not the Elections Canada that does the vetting. It's the party that does the vetting.
So I should have been specific about the Liberal Party vetting their candidates then. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, it's just, like I said, I find it just very, it speaks volumes that he won't do a simple security clearance. Like I just, and I don't think there's any defense of it that makes any sense. I've not heard anybody give me a defense. And the other thing that I hear from people is that he doesn't have to because they already did the whole foreign interference and nothing was there. And that's not the truth. There was stuff there.
Paid by anybody, Mr. What's your name is? Nobody's paid by anybody, Big Juicy, whatever your name is. And the carbon tax last payment goes out for April. After that, there will be no carbon rebates. You're right. And you guys, that's what you wanted. You wanted the carbon tax axed. So now the carbon tax has been axed, and so is your rebates. So there'll be no more rebates. The last one in April. So it sucks to be you.
I thought that Carney said he was going to replace the carbon tax with like a incentive-based system or something.
No, they're cutting it completely out. It's going to be it'll be revamped, but the carbon rebates will no longer be going out. Like I said, everybody wanted that. You wanted to axe the fucking tax. Well, now you did. Now you get no rebate. And I
now BC is the #1 carbon tax rate in Canada.
BC doesn't get the carbon rebate.
BC we have a carbon tax in BC.
Yeah, but we don't get a rebate.
Yeah, we do. Well, okay, poor people do like me. I do.
I don't.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
we do. Hold on. We do get a rebate. If you make under $55,000 a year, you get a rebate.
Well, I make under $55,000. I've never seen a goddamn rebate for nothing.
It comes onto your it gets added onto your GST every 3 months.
GST.
You gotta do your taxes.
I've done my taxes. I just did my taxes today. I don't get any of that stuff.
Okay.
Well, I've been getting it for the last 10 plus years.
Yeah, I just file my taxes and they give it to me because my income is at a certain level. So maybe you have some money that the government owes you. Maybe you have like a bunch of fat checks on the way. You should check your.
What happened to me today was totally disheartening because I was I'm disabled and I still work because I'm married. I don't qualify for any disability, right? Because I'm married. Yes, my husband. Yes, I'm married. And yes, my husband makes decent money, right? Again, that's not the point. As a person, I should be able to qualify in British Columbia for PWD, whether I'm married or not.
Yes.
It shouldn't matter about my husband's income level. It's financial abuse. So I get up every day and I go to work and I live with chronic pain and I'm disabled, like completely. And I got the disability tax credit today, or not today, but I was approved for the disability tax credit because I made too much money this year. Why we don't get it? I don't get nothing.
Have you signed up for RDSP?
It's RDSP.
Registered Disability Savings Plan. It's a retirement plan specifically for people on disabilities who have the disability.
No, I don't get any disability. That's what you're not hearing.
No, listen, wait. You didn't even let me finish. I said it's for people who have the disability tax credit status with the feds. It's a federal program.
Oh,
You have to get a doctor to fill out a form for that.
Yeah, I didn't even know about it. I didn't even realize that there was
Yeah,
something like that.
it's called the disability tax credit. There's a form you can find on Government of Canada's
They
website.
already have it. They already have the DTC. What I'm saying is you should go to your bank and get an RDSP.
Oh, I didn't even know that I could.
Well, now you know. I'm just letting you know. I'm also on PWD in BC, so I'm well versed in all the programs and stuff. So I'm just letting you know that there's possibly some retirement income out there waiting for you.
Oh, no, I didn't even realize that because like I said, I qualified last year for disability tax credit, but because I made $44,000 this year, I don't get anything, and my husband doesn't get to claim me as a caretaker.
Yeah, but you still get the tax. You still have the tax credit status, and that's what the RDSP eligibility is based on, not whether you get money from the government. and the government actually matches a lot of your contributions at sometimes a rate of 3-1 for a limited amount of money. So it's worth checking out. Go to your bank and talk to your financial advisor. RDSP.
Oh, thanks so much. I didn't, like I said, I didn't know anything about that because
Now
of
you
that.
know. That's why
I
we're
don't.
here.
Yeah, that's awesome because I'm not able to collect anything. Right?
Yeah,
I'm
you
not,
can't collect the PWD benefits or anything like that.
and I really find that's financial abuse because in reality, I don't make much more than what PWD is working. To be fair, like I do, but but again, I have a 15-year-old kid too that I take care of. But it's not. That's not the point. The point of it is, I think that they shouldn't put a barrier whether you're married or not because I just think it's financial abuse.
I think it's a policy from the era when BC had eugenics programs, and they'd rather you just not have kids and stop messing up the healthy genetics of the population. I'm trying
But I was healthy. That's the thing. When I first applied for CPP disability, I was told that I wasn't disabled enough in 2008, and that's how I found out that my employer hadn't put my CPP contributions through for 2008. So I wasn't, because I've had colitis since I was 16, right? And then it wasn't until I turned 49, and then I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis and attention deficit, ADHD, which I've had all my life too, but nobody bothered to pay attention to, right?
A lot of girls go undiagnosed, sadly. I also have ADHD. I was never diagnosed as a child either.
Yeah. So these have been things for me, and I've had to, and I mean, thankfully, my husband made enough money that we could stay home. I could stay home with my son because he was, I had him when I was 40. But I also have 30-year-old kids too, so he wasn't my first baby. But you know what I mean. But so back to the CPP. So I applied for it then. I was told they recognized me as being disabled, but because I wasn't disabled enough in 2008, and I hadn't worked for 13 years, I didn't qualify.
Oh, ooh, ouch.
Now I've been working again for 3 years. I could probably reapply for it, but again, like I said, it's not a lot. But I go to work every day, like in chronic pain because we need the money, like especially right now because we've extended ourselves. My husband was off for 12 weeks having surgery. Life's expensive.
Yeah, the whole PWD rule is really not
Should we see if there's somebody that wants to come up to do some counter or some debating? Is there anybody in the chat right now or anybody listening that wants to come up and debate? Big Juicy T-Bone seems to have a lot of opinions.
It seems I failed in my opposition duty.
Oh, I've got a few people. Let's take a look. Oh, no, but we just want to have some good opposition here, too. I just got to look at the guests here. We've got... Okay, I don't know if they're oppositions or not. Can you guys let me know? I've got Christine P first. Christine, are you off? Can you let me know in chat if you wanted to come up? Just because we don't want to have too many people on the left side up here, because it can feel like you're being ganged up on, right? Yes, okay.
Well, there's a debate we can have about whether the Liberal Party is right wing or left wing. So
I'm sorry, I said yes when I heard the question, do you want to come up?
Oh, okay,
I apologize for that. I
That's
only heard the question, are you opposition after?
That's okay.
But really quickly, the security clearance, I can take 2 minutes and I'll drop right out.
Go ahead.
I had
first of all,
one when
your
I
age,
was in
just
the
because I'm
Army.
not familiar.
And as a leader, you want to have the most information. Sorry?
Oh, I just wanted to ask your age. Just it's a standard question we have to ask here because everyone needs to be 18 plus.
Oh,
Are you 18 plus?
yeah, I'm 50.
Then go ahead.
I'm 50.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. My internet's acting up.
Oh, that's okay.
It's
Go ahead.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, maybe.
So I was in the Army and I had a security clearance enhanced. And as a leader, you want to have the most information you can possibly have to make sure that whatever task you have or mission you have goes as safely as possible and the people under you are protected. So failing to get your security clearance means you're not read into classified information. So when PP doesn't get his clearance, he doesn't get the information and that makes him weak as a possible leader. And the whole argument that if I get it, I can't talk to you about it is moot, because you don't have it. You haven't been read into any of these things, so you can't talk about it anyway. So, like, come on. But that's all I wanted to share, because I'm not opposition. I'll drop. You guys have a great day. And Frontline Feminists, thanks for inviting me on again.
Of course.
Can you drop me? My internet's screwing around on me.
Half these people
You're muted.
Yeah,
Jana, you're
trying
muted.
to exist because of your generosity. No, sorry, bud. We do not exist because of your generosity. You actually need us more than we need you. And there was another one in here that was spouting off about something.
Oh, Justin, about how the security. This is the story of her. Justin is spouting it.
And all I wanted to say to him, are you deaf? Did you not just hear what she said? Here's another creator that you can go and follow, either Salish Warrior or Ginger Canuck. They're both veterans, and they will both tell you exactly what they had to do to get security clearance, even to be a soldier in our country.
Yeah, my husband was.
Be a soldier in our country. Like I said, even a door dasher has to get a security background check and a criminal record check to be a door dasher. I guess being a paper boy, you didn't need one, but guess what? To be the leader of any Canadian, party, even the American party. Oh, I guess not the Americans, because you guys don't mind having a rapist and a felon as your leader, because that's how brain dead you really are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but could you not sarcastically ask if they're deaf? It's kind of offensive.
That's what I said. Are you deaf? Did he just not listen to what Christy just said? As being, ex-military, a veteran of our Canadian military.
Okay,
first time I've heard you mention disability at all during our conversation.
Sounds like he's 12. Anybody that goes, okay, boot him. He's probably not even 18 years old. Bye. And no, we're not a done deal. You'll see, because, we don't say sorry. We'll show you what sorry means. You'll feel it.
Well, I just wanted to talk about, to Justin, our big juicy T-bone. Are you deaf and can't read? Once you take clearance, you cannot talk or release information. So the Prime Minister shouldn't have clearance then? Justin, is that or big juicy T-bone, is that the answer to that? That they shouldn't have clearance? Because that's a ridiculous response. I think it's pretty reasonable to expect anyone running in a major party to have their clearance. And PP is just giving you BS to get by this.
Here's the thing: the reason why he doesn't want to get clearance, I'll give you a little background check. Pierre's real name is Jeff to begin with. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
He's been charged with election fraud, which is a criminal offense, which means you probably couldn't get security clearance. His wife is also's father has some background to Venezuela, which would also mean that he might not be able to qualify for that top security clearance. My mother worked for the RCMP for a really, really long time. And after I turned 18, I couldn't pass security clearance because of the boyfriend that I had. So that meant that I could not go past the front desk. And that was the RCMP because I was her daughter. So here we are with some facts for you. If he doesn't get a security check, he should not be the leader of any party.
And if he's not willing to do it before even running as leader, it's ridiculous. It is. It's just ridiculous. And what is Group 30?
And again, people with some logic and critical thinking that really look at a person's integrity and professionalism, it matters, right? If you're just, these people that are out there spewing like garbage and running around with a fuck Trudeau flag and, and being that low levels, that's why you probably don't have an IQ high enough to actually understand anything we're saying.
And I'd like to know where all of those F Trudeau people are now that our country is under real threat.
They're there. They're the ones screaming, let's go to the United States.
Let's be the 51st state. Real patriotic.
And here's a funny thing. Angus Reid is a very far right poll, right? Yeah. The owner, the CEO of that Angus Reid poll is a conservative. She hated Trudeau. It was written all over her face every time she was on TV. So again, they had to show the polls today, and she was kind of chewing on her words because the conservatives are losing traction.
Yeah. Oh, big time. And that's what I'm wondering, like we were talking about this earlier, is Carney going to call the election quickly? I just hope that he gives himself enough time to campaign. But I think Frontline and you too, Pixley, you had really good points in that waiting too long is just giving them more time to slander. And that's what they do. They slander campaigns.
Well, they were throwing rocks at Trudeau. And they want to say, that we're vitriol and we're this and that. Nowhere did you see Liberals out throwing rocks at any Conservatives. We weren't also preaching and standing in churches and, and pandering to church growers and far right, fundamentalists, right? Mm-hmm. So and throwing rocks. Now at this election, we don't have Maxime Bernier yet, right?
Right.
So he has not thrown his hat into this election quite yet. So that means we were out with the PPCs, right? But again, if the PPCs come in, Polya will have something else to worry about because that's what split the vote last time.
Really? Interesting. The PPCs are kind of scary, but they're basically.
Can we introduce our guest? Can we introduce our guest?
I didn't notice we had one.
I've just been quiet, being a good boy, listening to everybody talk until it was my turn to talk.
It's your turn.
Hi. Hey, thanks for having me. So it is quite amazing.
Sorry, Justin, can we just get your age? Just for TikTok purposes, we just need to get your age.
I am 37 years old. I live in Ontario.
Okay.
I am a licensed automotive technician. I have door-to-door sales, sold accident and sickness insurance. I have worked in manufacturing sectors of car manufacturers in the local areas. Just let's talk about politics for a little bit, eh? That's what we were talking about when we got a little off topic there for a minute when I joined.
Political.
But anyway, that works. And I don't have any disrespect on that either, because my wife is ODSP, and I am super ADHD. Like, I cannot sit still. I have 30 different jobs under my 20 different years of fucking working in the industry, especially starting off as a young parent. A month before turning 17, I had my first child, so I was working in the industry. Night shift at Zellers. Miss you, Zellers. All right. So, politics. There is a lot of different fucking propaganda out there. Excuse the language, but I'm glad this isn't the freaking news like they normally censor you out. So, the Liberals have propaganda out there about the Conservatives, and the Conservatives have propaganda out there about the Liberals. Talking about the top 30, the group 30 that I had mentioned to you, I don't know if you all noticed that. The group 30 is known as the top elites of the world. Now, Mark Carney...
According to who?
Do some black web searching yourselves on the topics.
We don't use
black web. I don't use black web.
We don't use black web.
The black web is just deeper than what the government is hiding you from.
So conspiracy theories stuff.
No. Take your internet and get, what the fuck do they call that? A VPN, virtual private network. It just
I don't need to go down the rabbit hole.
Okay, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in conspiracy theories.
Then you're not willing to see the truth as a Canadian.
That's just not true. That's your point of view. You think these conspiracy theories are truth. I don't.
But you can't tell the difference from AI propaganda to the real truth of when somebody's talking, because the shit that I see from the Liberals.
Are you an AI?
No, I'm not.
Well, then how do we know if we can't tell the difference?
Yeah, that's true.
Because we're that stupid.
Oh, just listen to the way I'm talking. You can hear the way I'm talking.
Really? But we're that stupid that maybe you're an AI. Maybe you're AI.
Anyways, but the propaganda. Everybody has conversations about everybody. Now, if you look down, you will see that even Carney has been the advisor of Trudeau for 5 years, and then he didn't take the job because he knew that he is going to get Trudeau to drop and he is going to become prime minister. Anyways, Mark Carney, how did that go? His father's brother, Fried Kempler, had married Pierre Trudeau's ex-wife.
So what? What does that got to do with anything?
Making them family.
Who cares?
Well,
what difference does it make? Usually in politics, it kind of is generational. That's kind of.
I don't know if that's true, but I'm not even going to look into it because I just don't care. I mean, it's irrelevant to me.
For sure, but do you know why they also blocked what was her name again, Campbell or whatever fuck her name was from Brampton? Because she has too
No.
much power, political power from the
You
people
mean Ruby
that she
Dowie?
was going
Ruby
to
Fowler?
win.
Sorry.
Ruby was taken out by Elections Canada, hun, not by the Liberal Party. She'd made some Election Canada faux pas, kind of like Polyev, like that was charged with election fraud. See, that's the thing. Like Elections Canada actually looks over and watches over the elections, not the parties, not the Liberals, not the Conservatives, not the NDP, none of them. We have this. It's an independent entity called
Yes.
Elections Canada, which is totally independent from the government.
Yes.
We oversee all these things. So when they see irregularities with donations and stuff coming in from other countries, that's when the red flag went up. You can't have money coming into your campaign from another country. That's called infiltration and oversight. You can Google this stuff. It's free. And it's not on the dark web. It's right there in black and white.
Well, that's
So
why he doesn't
again,
believe
she
it. It's
was
not on the dark
caught-
web.
Right. She was caught by Elections Canada. You can laugh and we're not
I
getting paid by the
understand and
Liberal
agree with
Party.
everything you've just said, which it has absolutely nothing to do with what I had said. So
What
anyway,
I'm telling you is you're making shit up that doesn't actually make much sense.
Or you're
but we're
spreading
giving
stuff
you
that
the
other people have made up.
opportunity- But we're giving you the
how
opportunity.
did I make anything up? I said that they're family.
Because you're making it sound like Carney's got something to hide, and that he's was married to
Okay,
Sue
so
Bird,
then
and
why
the
did he
family-
move?
there's
Then
a
why
family
did he move
connection.
Brookfield from Canada down to the U.S.?
It's not his company. He's a shareholder on a
He's
board.
fucking head chairman.
Do you know what that means? I'm the
It's
head
all
chair.
over
You know what?
there.
I'm a
It's
chair.
fucking
You know what? Here's the
site.
thing. I'm the chair of a writing association. I get zero say. I don't get to touch the money. I don't have a bank card. When you're a chair of an entity, it means absolutely nothing. You don't even get a vote. So it doesn't matter whether he was a chair of anything. He didn't own anything. He didn't have any shares in it. He was the chair of a board of directors with no say, nothing.
Okay.
That's
No
what a chair
say.
does.
That-
A chair does.
Right.
A chair, all
chair
a chair
definitely
does.
has a vote. So
Okay,
if you're
not to mention that it's standard business practice. Companies do that. He did that before Trump was inaugurated. He didn't do that. The company did. This was a move that was decided on in December, and that nobody even knew that Trump was going to play his crazy card to say that he wants to annex us. So all these conservative talking points trying to say that, oh, he's on the American side just because that company decided to move its headquarters, not even the full company, just its headquarters to New York, is not something new. There is tons of Canadian companies that have done that. It's an asset management company, for fuck's sakes. What's the problem? Give me the actual problem with that. And since nobody wants to say anything,
So
it's normal for an
now-
asset management company to want to.
now that you've brought all that out, and I haven't, you brought all that up about everybody moving down to the States, right? So therefore, he's moved everything down to the States. Oh, now Trump is wanting to annex Canada.
Move anything down to the States. The company that
The
he was
main the main companies and forecasters are
doesn't
going
own
to
the
the
company,
States. They're
Bob.
forecasting out of the States.
but he doesn't own the company, and the headquarters was the company is still here in Canada. Are you deaf? Did you miss what Frontline said? They moved their HQ to New York, where Wall Street is. The company still sits as an entity in Canada.
Yes, the company itself sits as an entity, but the headquarters moving down to the States makes it
Difference.
more
You know what it does?
vulnerable
You
to
know
the
what no, it
tariffs.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. You know what it does? It makes it so that they can actually do business with Wall
It's
Street.
an asset management company. It's not even fucking privy to the goddamn tariffs. They're not importing steel or aluminum. They're not doing manufacturing. It is a strictly business asset management company.
Oh, that's another topic. Steel. This whole carbon tax on fucking steel is going to hurt people even more too.
That the orange potato put on, and actually we've had carbon steel taxation since.
Yeah, and it's going to hurt even more. Back 10 years ago, I used to be able to fucking rebuild a car for anybody for under $300. Now it's costing me triple that.
10 years ago, every single thing in this country was cheaper, and the whole world too. It's not just Canada.
Hence
Literally,
the
prices
issue
have
at
gone
hand,
up.
which is the fucking liberals.
Absolutely.
So the liberals created global inflation for every fucking country on this planet?
I didn't say global. You don't have to create
Well,
global.
that's what I
They do
just
it to
said.
themselves.
That's what I just said. Prices went up everywhere in the world. Everywhere. This is not a Canada only issue. This is a capitalism issue that affects the entire planet. Everything was cheaper. A freaking McDonald's burger was cheaper too. It's like, fuck.
And before both
What?
of you were born, before both of you were born, I was born, right? I'm older, way older. And in the 80s, when inflation rates went up to 28%, and when we were actually, like, a mortgage rate went up to 13%, and people were actually losing their jobs and houses, don't even talk to me. You guys don't even realize what tough times are. You have not a fucking clue when you're crying about fucking interest rates being fucking 2%, right? And inflation going up the way it did. When I was a little girl, we were paying just as much now as we were then, and minimum wage was $6 fucking.
2%, I wish.
The interest rates
Fucking
were just dropped, bud.
19%,
Did
24%.
you miss the news flash? The interest rates at Bank of Canada dropped yesterday.
Yeah, that's bank
Did you miss
accounts.
that?
That's just bank
That
accounts,
affects your
not just
mortgage
normal
rate,
people that
bud.
haven't been able
That
to save
affects your
up enough
mortgage
for their
rate,
own
affects
homes.
your mortgage rate, affects your Visa, and all your inflation, and all your fucking credit card, and all of them. So when it goes down, it helps yourself unless you don't have, a house that you own. And that means you don't pay property tax, and you probably don't even fucking vote.
Oh, I definitely vote.
Pay property tax? Do you own a home?
No.
Okay, so in your municipality then, you're paying very minimal taxation. Do you make over $45,000 a year?
I used to when I was working, yeah.
So do you make $45,000 a year now?
No, not anymore.
You're paying 8% of your income for income tax. That's it, bud. So basically, you're screaming about stuff that happened 10 years ago when you're paying less income tax now, right? Because you're only paying 8%, because 10 years ago you would have been paying 15% on that amount. They lowered that twice for you in the last 10 years because you're not making that much. You're getting double the child tax that you're probably getting for your kids when you were 17. Oh, because when you were 17, it didn't exist. Your GST's gone up. Oh, now you get a carbon rebate too, that you don't want carbon tax, but they're just going to yank that out. How is that going to affect your budget now? That every 3 months you're getting that extra $600. How's that going to affect you?
My gas prices have went up. Everything
No,
else
they
has
haven't.
went up.
No, they fucking haven't.
Why haven't we
fucking
done
haven't.
anything internally
fucking
to
haven't.
fix our resources?
What resources? My husband works in oil. Our resources are just fucking fine, dude. The oil company.
That's what I'm saying. Why haven't we done anything internally? Nobody has ever stayed fit and
we built a fucking pipeline. Did you forget about the pipeline that's running 255 barrels a day and all the fucking taxation money that we get from that? Oh, that's right. Alberta gets that and they're refusing to send it to the feds. But your tax dollars pay for that TMX pipeline. Did you forget about that too? Oh, poor you. Trudeau did so fucking much bad for you, didn't he? I bet you ate pretty good during COVID too. You didn't starve, did ya?
Actually, I did.
How? How did you starve? Did you not get the $2,000 a month like the rest of us?
No, I was at fucking work
Why?
fixing cars that was so they could stay on
That
the road.
but that wasn't an essential thing. You didn't have to be there.
Well, it was here,
No, it wasn't.
and I'd rather fucking stay working.
I'm
than
just
pay
gonna.
back.
I'm also gonna say that there is a lot of people that actually continued working and still took CERB. Just FYI.
I definitely didn't take the CERB, but I
Well,
definitely stayed working so I could keep the local police force, firefighters, and ambulance on the fucking
thank
road.
you. Well, thank you for doing that. We appreciate that. That's awesome stuff. And I'm not trying to be an asshole to you, really, but it's
No,
just
I
the
get it.
misinformation that your age group. I'm sorry to say, because I'm 55 and I've got a 32-year-old and I've got a 15-year-old. Okay, so I get the whole gist of it. I'm a mom. I work. My husband works. We pay taxes. We pay property taxes. We have a house. Right? But until you're actually paying property taxes to your municipality, you don't have much say. And if you don't vote, you have less say. And I'm tired of hearing people that don't have property taxes and don't tell me it's because you can't afford a home. And you can thank Polyev for that too, with cutting $800 million in housing
No,
costs.
I blame my ADHD for that.
Well, no, it's not even that. But you can also blame.
I
You
100%
can
cannot
also
stay
blame-
focused. That's why I've had 16 fucking jobs in 20 years.
No, you know what? I had ADHD. Hey, bud, I was just diagnosed 3 years ago. I'm 55 years old. So I totally get it. I've had 110 jobs myself. So I totally understand where you're coming from. But again, when Stephen Harper was in power, they cut out Stats Canada for 5 years. So for 5 years, there was no statistics being taken on population growth for our provinces and our municipalities. So our municipalities still have to keep housing going, our libraries going, our arenas going. We have to have infrastructure, roads. So what happened was all these realtors went around and they made our housing costs through the roof so our cities could actually raise our property taxes to fill in the gaps that the province wasn't sending to them because they weren't getting any more money from the federal government in transfers. So that 5-year gap, we still haven't caught up with. Harper also shut down veterans' offices, right? And that cost us money. So the first 4 years of Trudeau's first mandate got us legalization of MJ. That's $2.8 billion a year going back into our coffers. But 75% of that goes to your province. And there's a lot of stores in Ontario. Trust me, I know. So you can start asking your municipality, where's the $60 million that you should be getting for the last 6 years in that taxation? Our property taxes shouldn't have been going up with how they are because of the money that's coming in just from the MJ alone. Okay. So I had to ask one of my city councilors, did you know that you should be getting 11.5 million a year from that taxation? He didn't have a clue about it. So it's a question when you're wondering where our housing is and where, why, and what. Ask your premier, because a lot of this stuff is provincial jurisdiction that has nothing to do with the federal government. The federal government regulates and sends money. That's pretty much it.
You see this guy right here? Sketchy dude. Canadians are delusional to think that they could take on the United States in any fashion.
Well, I'm glad that we agree on that. That you're not that you're one of the people that would stand up for our country, no matter what you might,
I'm the type of guy. I'm the type of guy
that.
that has enough stuff in his garage to forge anything I need to if I need to.
Well, that's why I think it's funny that the Americans think that us liberals don't own pew-pews. It's just that we don't carry them on our hips, and it's funny that conservatives think that we are against that too, because we're really not. I hunt, and again,
more would definitely be easier.
Well, the thing of it is, it's not. I firmly believe this. It's not the pew, it's the person behind it. So if we had better, if we had better checks and balances, there shouldn't be. It should be a non-issue. That's my opinion.
That is right. But unfortunately, we will never stop the criminals from having their sources of freebies.
The ghost guns, right? The ghost guns. And the thing is, if we ended poverty, there would be less criminals because people wouldn't be desperate to have to provide for their families, like
That's
you,
a good point.
Yeah.
right? And again, I understand just because we make money, we're living paycheck to paycheck. We're just like everybody else too. Like just because my husband works oil and I work a little shitty job, we're still living paycheck to paycheck. And I feel for you too. I got kids too. Like my husband says, well, why are we always broke? I says, because we got a kid. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely have fun. God
right?
damn it, they said.
Right? But again, like I said,
my issue was growing up through school. I had that fucking adult training course, and my ADHD just drove me insane over.
So do you take medication for your ADHD?
So when I got fucking first place on it all, I wanted to explore more.
Well, you can always try the MJ for ADHD too if you don't.
I've been trying to get my doctor to go through it with me.
What, for the MJ?
I haven't been taking. Well, I was taking some. Pardon?
Have you tried MJ for your ADHD?
What's that? Sorry, no. I haven't done nothing.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing. Just fucking live day to day.
I'm just as one person that did to another. The medication was life changing.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But just
Yeah.
so I'm just going to ask a quick question, Justin. So I assume that you're going to plan on voting Conservative in the next election. Would that be accurate?
Likely, yep.
Can you tell us why? Without dark web stuff.
Without dark web stuff, just even on my Facebook reels, my Instagram, my Snapchat, even the stuff that I see, and knowing how to code and use digital transparency, there's a lot of stuff out there that's very, very sketchy.
Like?
And I just no
So
sense
in
of
other
even
words,
getting into
you're
it.
stuck in an algorithm, into an echo chamber. We're hearing the same lies and the same propaganda over and over again. And I'm not saying that the liberals don't put out propaganda as well, but here's just a little thing for you to contemplate. When people say the word woke, Woke means that we actually care about equality and equity. That means that we care that your children have access to free healthcare, free
Mhm.
schools and education, free whatever, free choice, right? When you say my body, my choice, that means that women have a choice for their bodies, as well as you have a choice to not take a vaccine if you choose not to. That's the difference, right? So I understand where you're coming from on a lot of levels, but you sound like you're a little more central. And central means that you're a little more liberal than you think you are. Because conservative is like mega, like
I
maple
was,
mega.
I
So
was, but I
Do
just
you-
felt I lost. They lost me.
How though?
I don't
What
know.
was it that lost you?
I couldn't.
who lost you? The
Yeah,
liberals or
it
the
was.
megas? The liberals lost you or the megas lost you?
Oh, the megas, obviously, but no, the liberals a little bit too.
But why?
You
I'm
Like,
not
sound,
getting into
you
it,
sound like you're
what
being
but
what
more
is
I
the issue?
can't
Like,
get
if
into
you
it.
had one issue that you want, like, what is your biggest issue that makes you think that you'd rather vote conservative? Like, what does PP propose that you go, yeah, that's the stuff?
I just feel he is more people person.
So you want to vote for him because he's a people person?
Can I hold on? I want to point some stuff out.
I've
First
worked
of
Yeah,
in
go
law
all,
ahead,
force.
Frontline.
He's just caught my eye more.
first of all, I would really like you to try to get some of your information outside of social media. I know we're on a social media app right now, but this is not where you should be
I
getting your
definitely have.
news. This is not where you should be figuring out what's happening in the world. That's the
No,
first one. Second off, if you actually look at it, Pierre Polyev has a higher net worth than Mark Carney. He lives in a giant mansion with servants. He has campaign dinners with billionaires at $1,250 a plate, if not more. He is not the people person. He
Yeah.
is the person for the billionaires. His tax cuts are not for everyday people. They're for
yeah, and Mark
billionaires.
Carney does too.
He's
Left, right, and
gotten
center.
he's
His are
gotten
in
the
the trillions.
lobbyist.
But Mark Carney's not a
I'd like it if you could please let me finish speaking first. His campaign manager was a lobbyist for Gail Weston for Loblaws, which, by the way, if you're going to be complaining that your food prices have gone up, you can thank them. It's greedy corporations that have made our prices go up, not the freaking carbon tax, not the liberals. It's greedy corporations, and Pierre Poilievre is in their pockets. Nothing that he wants to do for Canada is for Canadians. It is for the billionaires, for the rich people. This is a guy that was endorsed by Elon Musk, and he has never once taken that back or said that I don't take this endorsement. The guy that threw up a sing-heil at inauguration is the guy who is endorsing the Conservative Party leader of Canada, and he has never refuted that. He's also good buddies with Jordan Peterson, a guy that runs the ARC conference, which is a conference of conservative politicians and billionaires, so they can make deals about how the conservative politicians' policies will benefit the billionaires of the world.
Don't
He is
forget
not
about
for the
IDU.
people in any which way, shape, or form.
Don't forget about IDU, which is the International Democratic Institution that is headed up by Stephen Harper. Okay, which is
And
kind of
there's
like
the Pragu U, which is also Pierre, not Pierre Polyev, but Jordan Peterson is a big part of. So
again. Polyev too. I put a post up about this. It's got over 21K's, liking on it now. Polyev lives in a 19-room mansion that we pay for with our tax dollars.
Yep.
Then he has Michael Cooper, who's one of his MPs, who gets an allowance, okay, from the taxpayers for his housing in Ottawa when he's out there. So Polyev has a rental property that Michael Cooper rents from Polyev. So that means that Polyev's now getting his money again from the taxpayers for that rental property. And guess what? His wife is Michael Cooper's administrative assistant, which means that she's getting paid by your tax dollars as well. And she's also set herself up for a federal public servants pension, which means that they're both getting your tax dollars and their pensions for the rest of their lives. So he's set himself up for him and his wife both to get pensions from the Canadian tax dollar for the rest of their lives.
He dropped. I think he's gone. I'm just looking to see if he's still in chat, if maybe he dropped by mistake, but I don't see him here. Just taking a look. So I guess hopefully we got through to him a little bit. I don't know, because he does sound more liberal than he thinks he is.
Well, I think the Liberals did go a bit farther left because of the minority government. They had to do a lot of collaboration with the NDP, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
In 1997, Chrétien put in the policies in our health policies about dental and pharmacare. It just never got to go through because it was the whole Paul Martin, Chrétien stepping down, Paul Martin stepping in. Things got kind of crazy there for a bit, and then politics was a bit crazy back then too. So it's not like it was a far stretch, but liberals are more central. They are more, but equity is a big thing, right? For most of us, anyways. Myself personally, anyway.
So we have Aussie here, Aussie
Aussie.
HPP.
Hey, how are you, ma'am?
Good. Do you want to just tell us your age before we start?
52.
52. Okay. And we were talking about Mark Carney. What are your feelings on that?
Since I haven't really read up as much about that, but I do agree with her that if we are paying this tax money, that I really don't feel like we owe anybody anything. And I feel that, I think the tariffs and all the stuff, like we've been subsidizing a lot of countries, but I really can't sit here and say, hey, this guy, I don't know. She seems like she's definitely way ahead of me on the game. She's been reaching more than I have, to tell you the truth. I just
Frontline and
want
Pixie?
equal.
Yeah. So
I just
who
want
do you
equal
think you're going to
treatment.
be voting for?
Who am I going to be voting for?
Yeah. Have you decided yet, or are you still thinking about it?
No, I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not sure. I do think that as whether it's Canada or America, I think if it's not fair trade, I think Canada has a lot more to lose than the United States at the end of the day. Especially with what China's trying to do, it's not going to be best friend.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What China's trying to do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know that Canada, Mexico, you know how because the American tariffs and all that stuff, they tried to, like, China was going to do something good for them, but then after a couple of days, China raises the tariffs to 100% and starts saying, well, in October, Canadians.
What?
So what they did is they put 100% tariffs on the EVs. But what they've also done is drop taking any U.S. beef and taking our beef. They did put some tariffs on our canola and our canola mash, which is really, really not good. But I think that we can work through that with them. But they're fighting back too, right? I would have to do. I don't know. I shouldn't really speak out too much because I haven't done enough investigating on that point. But I know
My
China.
understanding is that China's reacting to tariffs we put in like last year or quite a while ago.
China is not as good of a friend as people think they are. You know what I mean?
Wait.
We had a falling out with China over Huawei a while ago.
Frontline, go ahead.
So the tariffs that China is putting on us are on peas, canola oil, and pork. That's it. And they're a response to the EV tariffs that we put on them due to trying to appease America, which we might end up taking off because we don't really care about appeasing America anymore. Though the exports, it only amounts to about $2.6 billion worth of exports in terms of what we export to them, whereas the American tariffs, for example, are worth $450 billion worth of exports. So the Chinese exports are literally a drop in the bucket for us. They're not that bad, and they might not even be there in the near future.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're not going to keep them on. It's a response to tariffs we put in last year.
Yeah, October or something, I think they said. I don't know. I think that's what they said October last year that they were upset about.
But again, we have to remember
But
Donald Trump wants the whole entire Western Hemisphere under his control, from Greenland down to Panama. So he's going to keep playing these games back and forth, back and forth. We need somebody who knows the economics inside and out. And right now, if Carney was actually running for the Conservatives, I might even have to, as much as I hate to say that, I might even have had to vote for Conservatives. Because that's the man that we need at the helm right now. Somebody who's not, yes, he knows politics. Yes, he's been doing, he's been sitting on the front lines of political politics on both in the UK and in Canada, right? So I really believe that he's the best one to stand up and say businessman to businessman, right? Because they're both businessmen. When you look at Trump,
Right.
he's not a politician either. He's a businessman. He's a realtor, like you have to think not like
No, you're right.
a
He's a
I
car
think
politician.
salesman.
businessman is being a little bit too kind to him, in all honesty. He's
Well,
not a
he seems to be in his
businessman.
element.
He's a failed businessman, and he's a grifter. And all the money that he's made his entire life has been through scams. And every
Mhm.
time he's gone bankrupt, he's been bailed out by Russian oligarchs. That's why Russia owns his ass.
Well, that too, but
Mhm.
in his brain, he thinks he's a businessman. So if you play his little pea brain game, maybe we'll get somewhere. I doubt it. But again, because
But
he's
he,
got it in his head that we're going to be the 51st state. And like I said, over my dead body.
yeah, no, I don't think that should be. I mean, I don't think that should be at all either. Like, I agree with like I'm with you. But I just feel like, do you think it should just be like even like trade percentages, just do it across the board and stop the fighting? Or what do you think on that? Like, make
Well,
it
it's not
whatever
going to
one
happen.
charges the other charges the other, and just make it fair and stop the fighting. This
Well,
is
we
just
have
me
an
asking.
agreement. We have NAFTA, but Trump is threatening to break NAFTA.
No, I mean the percents. Like if let's say it's 20% here, 20% on that. If it's 10% here, 10% on that.
tariff
Like
for
just,
tit for tat.
no,
tit for
yeah,
tat.
yeah, tit for
Can-
tat. Like, I'm just asking an opinion. Don't get mad at me. I'm just asking.
I don't think there should be a tit
I
for
give-
tat. We have an agreement with them. They should just have kept to that agreement. Go ahead, Frontline.
I was going to say, I'm going to give my controversial opinion. Maybe it's not that controversial, but
No, I want to hear. I want to hear for real.
it's not going to matter what anybody does. The tariff thing is going to go back and forth because at the end of the day, it's not about the tariffs. It's about weakening our economy. It's about messing with the stock market so that all the billionaires can buy nice and low so they can buy up all their competition. It's about trying to move the US and then potentially the entirety of North America into cryptocurrency. And also, he is playing the same tactic that Putin played before they invaded Ukraine. So the invasion might not be something we can escape unless the United States has a civil war instead. To be honest, because I'm seeing Trump play with the exact same tactics that Putin did before they invaded Ukraine.
Yeah. And
Americans
I'd
Try
be
to
shocked.
destabilize.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I was just going to say I wouldn't be shocked if
That's
the
my
America
2
broke out in a
cents.
civil war. Like they're heading that way. It's going to be either war. It's going to be war somewhere.
Well, they've already had one of their senators standing up saying that she foresees that this is what he's pushing for, that this is going to end with them pushing into a civil war, which will end up coming across our borders, unfortunately. So again, I'm the last person that would want to see something like this. I remember us doing nuclear war drills underneath our desks during the Cold War, and that was frightening enough, right? So at the end of the day, we either have to be Canadian or we have to be traitors. And that's the choices we have to make in this election. And I'm sorry to say, but that's exactly how I feel. And that's how I feel. You either vote. It's not about right and left. It's about right and wrong. And it's
Well, and
about
at
what
the end
side
of the
history
day,
you want to be on.
do we trust Pierre Poilievre to not sell us out? At the very least, our resources, if not our country. And my answer is no, I don't trust him. He sounds like Donald Trump. He says the same catchphrases, the same taglines. He's got the
down
same
there.
style.
Look at them. They were the last election. They were all down there wearing their red hats, MAGA hats. Countess Bergen, like Polyev, they were all down. The inauguration. Look at how many of the party was down there for his inauguration, including Danielle Smith. My saying is red hat, brown shirt.
Yeah.
So, what other options do you think would be better? And this is
Anything
not
about
this is not to be a
conservatives.
jerk. I'm just asking because you can enlighten me. I haven't followed up enough, so that's why I'm asking honestly.
So strategic voting. So right now, you don't vote for a prime minister anyway. You have to vote for the best person in your area, which your riding is. Right now, I'm a Liberal, but because we don't have a Liberal candidate, we have Conservative NDP. We're going to throw our backs behind the NDP. Unfortunately, we know that that's not going to make a difference. It's one seat. But yeah, smartvoting.ca, as Happy says in the comments here, but it's strategic voting and it's ABC, anything but conservative. Turn it over so that we don't get the seats, because it's a seat count that counts in Canada. It's not about, you're not voting for Carney, you're not voting for Polyev, you're not voting for Elizabeth May or Jagmeet Singh. You're voting for the person in your riding, whoever that is, and then the seat count is what matters, right? So again, ABC.
Yeah. I'm ABC all the
Okay.
way. Like I love Carney, but I might be voting Liberal or NDP just because of my riding, for example. Yep, and we lost them. Should we bring somebody else up?
Yeah, absolutely. But again, the Liberals are 124 ridings without candidates, which puts them at
Okay.
a deficit already.
Hold on. A bunch of people in the chat are saying that Mark Carney is from Europe. No, he worked for the Bank of England for a period of time. He's born and raised in Canada. You
He's born in
silly gooses.
Northwest Territories. Lived in Edmonton for quite a number of years. Yeah. Oh, Joseph says he requested. Is this the same Joseph? Oh,
I
we
didn't
got
see a
Lincoln.
Joseph in there. I just brought up whoever I didn't know.
Hi,
Yeah,
Lincoln.
hello.
Can you tell us your age, please?
Yeah, it's 51.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so anyways, I just don't understand why anyone would want to vote for someone that was hand in hand with Trudeau,
Was
getting
he?
to the point where we are today. Yeah, he was. He voted with him and everything else. If he didn't have him,
But he was
Jake
part of
Mead,
Parliament, so he couldn't
then
have voted on
where would
anything.
Trudeau be?
But he's not. He wasn't part of Parliament. He didn't vote on anything. He was a
Yeah.
financial advisor, which they had several of
No,
because he was the
that's
Bank of
Carney.
Canada.
I'm talking about Jake Mead.
What about Jagmeet?
That's
What about
you
him?
guys are saying that you'd rather vote NDP. Well,
Well, no, only
I've
because
been
our
in
No, we
ridings
two
are
weren't.
different.
None of us were saying that.
No,
We
I
were
said
talking
I
about
might be.
strategic voting. Yeah, we were talking
Yeah,
about
with the
strategic
strategic.
voting. We
Yeah.
were not talking about voting specifically for a certain candidate because all of us
You're
here on
right.
the panel are very aware that it's not a single candidate that runs a country. It's parties that come together and pass laws. So at the end of the day, none of us are silly enough to not see the writing on the wall that the NDP does not have a single chance of actually making it in as
Zero.
the top leadership of Canada. Like they're lucky if they're going to get the same amount of seats as last time, but they're probably not. So we're just talking about strategically voting because there are some ridings in Canada where the NDPs are still going strong, and voting Liberal in those ridings or voting Green in those ridings or voting Bloc in those ridings is just throwing the vote away and giving Conservatives more of a chance to win those ridings. That's all we were saying. We were just talking about vote splitting.
All right, I misunderstood you anyways then, obviously.
No worries. And I think a lot of us are actually quite disappointed with the recent NDP's leadership and the way that they've been communicating. So,
Oh yeah, like definitely. Same with the Liberals. And Mark Carney was financial advisor with Trudeau as well. He's
He also advised Harper.
Yep.
no,
He's part
that's
of Harper's
true.
government
That's
too.
true, but
Because
we'll
Got
get
us
he
there
through
was,
the
he, was
recession.
the,
now.
he was the governor of the Bank of Canada.
See?
So that
Yeah.
means that he's all about numbers, right? Like all about what's good and what's not good. And new conservatives are all screaming about fiscal responsibility and balancing budgets and doing all these things that Polyev doesn't have a clue. I don't think Polyev has ever seen a spreadsheet in his life.
Well, he worked with Harper at the same time Carney did and everything else as well.
He sat
But
with
but
Harper
working
for
with Harper doesn't understand that economics. Like if you look at his resume, the dude has a bachelor's degree in what? I think it's like what is it? It's like not communications, but
Foreign
God, does
communications
somebody
or
know
something?
he's got a degree in?
Oh,
It's
I'll
something
Google it.
public relations.
Yeah.
Public relations, I think it is. He's got a bachelor's in public relations. That has nothing to do with economy. Whereas you have a guy with a PhD from
Harvard.
Oxford
Oh,
in
is it Oxford?
economics, and I think he did his bachelor's in Harvard and then his PhD in Oxford, or the other way around, but he's gone to both. Either way, though, he is one of the top economists in the world. And when he got the most success, what he's known for is getting Canada through the 2008 recession under a conservative government and getting England through the Brexit movement, which he advised against. And they decided to go through with it anyway, and their economy took a dump. And Mark Carney was the one that led them through that and helped them out with that. So he's actually praised by the Conservatives in England as well. And I'm going to add one more thing that I can guarantee it to you guys, all of you that are listening right now. If Carney was running 20 years ago, he would be running for the old school Conservative Party of Canada. He wouldn't be running for the Liberals. He's only running for the Liberals because the whole Overton window has shifted so far to the right. But at the end of the day, he's a progressive conservative.
Yeah.
That's a
Uh,
thing. If
I'm
you're
just going to tell you,
you're
Kiki's
true
degree is in international relations.
Not public relations, international relations. There you go.
I just don't trust
Still,
it.
not economy.
No.
Yeah,
You don't
with the
trust him.
liberals,
Why don't you trust him? Why don't you
because
trust him?
look at all the poor decisions that they've made.
Like what?
Like,
Like let's inflate our money, everything else. Give
We
out.
haven't.
What?
Liberal government does not choose to inflate money.
But
Inflation
CERB
happened because of the pandemic, and it was a global issue.
But CERB didn't
No,
cost you anything.
yeah,
CERB didn't
I
raise
mean-
your taxes at all. In fact, depending on how much money you make, if you're working still, well, you're 51, so you're probably working. Unless you make over $135,000 or $50,000, you're paying 15% income tax. If you make up to $44,198, you're only paying 8% income tax. So I don't know about you, but
Yeah,
that's
I make over 125 a year, and I'm paying
15%
I'm paying
income
over-
tax.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and guess what? I make 44,500. I'm paying the same amount of income tax as you. So it's not just you that's paying 15%, but that's because they raised
No,
poverty.
I'm not. I'm paying 50%, like
No,
pretty
you're not.
close to 50.
No,
yeah,
you're not.
Yeah.
No, you're not. Because the top income tax rates in Canada are 33%, and that's if you make
That just changed.
350. No, it didn't. $350,000 a year. I had my income tax done today. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And the highest tax bracket in Canada is 33%, and you have to make over $350,000. Go check it out. Google's free.
I'm looking at it right now just
We'll
to
look
see
at
what
it.
I can find.
I disagree.
Yeah, 33% is the top bracket. I'm looking at Revenue Canada's website right now.
All right, maybe with everything else.
You know what? No, and CPP and unemployment, right? But unemployment is only 4%, and your CPP is only 8%. And you top out. So depending on if you make, like my husband, the maximum amount, you usually don't even pay CPP after August because you can only, they cap it, right?
Yeah, because they already taken it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you get that back. That's your CPP is your retirement.
No, I realize that. I
And
realize
your,
that.
and your unemployment is what you get back if you ever go on unemployment, right? So those are things that are good. Those are investments in you, not, you know what I
If
mean?
they're
Those are
still
investments in
around.
you.
If they're even still around.
They will always be around. Those are legislations that are in stone in our country that are mattered by our Charter of Freedoms. Unless you get a conservative government in like Polyev,
Yes,
who
that's-
says that he's
that's
going
what I'm
to
getting at.
use not the notwithstanding clause and tear our charter in half. So
Yeah.
you want to vote for conservatives that want to take our
I don't.
Charter
yeah,
of
I'm
Rights
not
and
voting
Freedoms
for
and
anyone.
tear it in half? Is that what you want? You want to see us be handed to the United States?
No, I don't. There's not a hope in hell that I want to see that. But
You don't want to vote conservatively.
I'm not voting anyone, to tell you the honest truth. I don't believe in.
You have to
anybody.
vote. You have to vote.
If you
It should
vote,
be a
you should you have no right to complain about anything.
Yeah,
But-
but I voted last time. I'm not.
And
yeah, I'm
thank you
not
for doing that.
participating
Your
anymore.
voice matters. Your voice
It does.
matters, and complacency is the reason why we end up where we at. We had a municipal vote, population 20,000, 4,500 people voted, and everybody's bitching. So please vote. Your voice does matter, no matter where you
Do your
are in this
research.
country. It
Do
does
your real
matter.
research and vote. I would encourage you to vote, even if you're going to vote conservative, because everybody should vote.
I don't want to vote
And-
conservative. I've seen things anyways in the past years. Okay, for Harper, anyways, when he took office, everything else. Yeah, all right. He wanted to balance the budget, but he went after the poor, right? The welfare, and he cut welfare by $100. You know, like those are the
Which was
most
disgusting.
vulnerable people. Yes,
Mhm.
those are the
Which
most
is
vulnerable
disgusting.
people. Yes.
You know what else he did? He tried taking MJ patients' grow licensing away. He told us that we
Yes.
had to send our stuff in a kitty litter. So we took the
Exactly.
government to court because I was there. I was part of that coalition that took him to court that cost the patients $3.5 million, but we won. And anything we've ever gotten, sometimes you have to go to court. But if you vote for anarchist or I can't even speak right now, for Polyev, you're going to end up with another Harper that's going to try and take away our stuff,
Oh, no
like
question
closing
about
veterans'
it.
offices
Yeah.
and shutting down Stats Canada and making up fake lakes and pandas. You want to know we're in the mess with
Harper is
China.
his mentor.
35-year agreement that Harper signed with China.
Yeah.
I remember the Harper years. Trust me. I'm
so do I.
an MJ patient myself, and
Yeah.
trust me, conservatives cannot be trusted. They would take away women's rights. They would take away our our retail for MJ. There's so much they would cut to balance a budget. And I always say to people, is your budget balanced? Mine sure the fuck isn't.
No, either is mine. And
But
I
again,
make
the MJ is bringing in $2.8 billion a year in taxation to the provinces. The premiers, we have to look at jurisdiction again and again and again. But I understand where you're coming from. I really do. But please vote. Anything
yeah.
you
And
want. I
then
don't care,
what I
but please
really
vote.
what I really hated about Harper at the end of his term, he sold the biggest oil company that Canada owned to China.
The
It was
wheat board
nice.
to the Saudis. The wheat board to the Saudi Arabians.
Yes, exactly. Like he did so much, and it was all undisclosed, so no one knew exactly what the deal was or anything else. Like the way that I see it, our government, we need big change in our government. Like for instance, all the seats and everything else, right? Like by the time that the election's done, the East have already, reined in whoever PM is. It
Well,
doesn't
that's
matter.
because your population is 3 times what the West is, right?
Yeah,
And that's
exactly.
nobody's fault. That's not their fault.
No,
It's
no,
not.
but
It's not by
what it
seat,
is,
it's by
though,
population.
demographically, okay, everyone has different needs.
Well, they've also done a readjustment of all the ridings, right? So what Election Canada just did is they cut the ridings all down in half because most of them were too big. They were not being able to be recognized because they were too big.
Everything's too big.
Right. So, well, Canada's a huge country, right? But to put into context to one of the people that in my community, I said, do you realize that our population, that hockey game where we kicked the US's butt? Well, our whole population would fit inside that arena. That's our whole town inside that arena. That's 20,000 population. So when you put that into context to people, when they really realize that how small our communities really are, we have to remember that we are neighbors, right? No matter what. That we have to build up each other instead of fighting each other all the time. So
No, exactly.
there's so many
And
different angles to
the
take
divide
it.
has to stop. Everything has to stop.
But I think
You
this
know what I'm
change
saying?
right now with the smaller government, and again, this is temporary. They're going to call an election next week, and then the mandate will come out. Then Canadians will have a choice. Everybody can vote. Everybody will get a choice on what you want. And like I said before, my opinion is you're either a Canadian or you're a traitor, and that'll be it. I trust Mark Carney. Sorry, I just do, because he's an economic wizard. And right now, when everybody's complaining about our economy and blaming about affordability and blaming about this and that, if you don't have a banker helping you, like seriously, we got the best guy for the job right there.
I know. I don't understand how people don't see that. Like this guy is an economic genius, and we're facing economic crisis. Why would we vote for somebody else right now? I mean, like he won the Liberal leadership by what was it, almost 86%.
Like
there is influence that he has on him.
Pardon me?
He is part of the WEF, right? World Economic
And what's wrong with
Forum.
the WEF, though?
There's a lot wrong with them. Like? Seriously, just look it up.
I've read it. I've looked it up. I'm very familiar.
Okay. So, for instance, they want to shut down, like for everyone to stop growing food for the carbon footprint. Right?
What?
They want to. Yeah.
No.
Where did you get that information from?
Just look it up, and then you'll see.
I've looked it up in detail. I have been actually studying this in detail for a long time, ever since the Great Reset WF conspiracies came out. So I'm asking you, where did you see this information? Is it on? Did you see it on their actual website? Did you see it in some random Facebook post? Like, I'm just genuinely wondering.
I'm not one of those TikTokers or Facebook posts or anything else.
Well, this is the first I've heard of that one.
Okay, have you guys ever heard of Canada as a myth? Or Canada the myth? Sorry.
Is that the same thing where we're in probate and we're bankrupt and Carney's coming in as our trustee because we're
nothing to do with that.
Okay, well, this is another lie that's on the dark web. Apparently, there are so many lies. Canada is not a myth. Canada is a sovereign country that has and if this isn't pretty apparent when you've got the NATO, the EU, and the Commonwealth standing up with us, when Trudeau was invited over to the EU when they had that emergency meeting about the Ukraine because the US decided that they weren't going to allow Ukraine to even sit at the table.
Back in 1777, there was documents anyways, and 10.
We weren't into
It was
Confederation until
6.
1867. It's got
No,
nothing to
I
do with
realize
Canada.
that, but all the provinces at the time were supposed
There wasn't
to
any
work
provinces
together.
back then.
Well, maybe not provinces, but
There were treaties not even
colonies
set
or
up in
whatever.
1767 yet.
1777.
There was nothing here back then. There was a few, First Nation settlements and maybe a few Hudson bases. There was nothing. So where is this coming from? Because I'm a pretty good history buff.
Okay,
So you
look
kind of
up
might be like
Google.
going right into my territory.
Yeah, Google Canada. The
Go
myth.
Frontline.
I hold on. I did, and I can tell you exactly what it says.
Okay.
The Canada is a myth. Can I?
It's a part of
Sorry,
my
I'm being
vocabulary, okay? I can't help it.
We're not even a country; we're a corporation.
That's not true. So, the Canada is a myth conspiracy is a fringe theory that claims that Canada as a country doesn't truly exist in the way that most people understand it. Proponents of this conspiracy argue that Canada is a fabricated entity, often suggesting that it's part of a broader conspiracy involving the United States or other powers. While not a widely accepted or prominent theory, it's gained attention among right-wing conspiracy theorists and those who challenge mainstream historical narratives. That's what the whole Canada is a myth thing is. It is a conspiracy.
Yeah, just like everything else, I guess.
I'm sorry. There's a lot of conspiracies that you have been
Do you know what gaslighting
claiming.
is, Lincoln? Do you know what
Yeah, I do.
gaslighting is? You're being gaslit. Go Google gaslighting. And you're being gaslit.
Anyways,
You're being gaslit.
These are
And you guys
conspiracy.
tackling
These
them
are
as gaslight.
conspiracy.
About you.
These are conspiracy theories that were meant to scapegoat for everything that conservatives don't like. They push baseless fear mongering because they don't want to talk about real issues like affordability and wages or corporate greed or wealth inequality. These are not none of these have any basis in reality.
It'll be in the event page.
I'm gonna look into Carney a little more, anyways, and then we'll make a decision, anyways.
Yeah, and look
Please,
into-
when you do look things up, please check your actual sources. Check the sources that they are not coming from some, fringe like rebel news or something like that. If you're going to look up something, go to the media bias fact checker. Make sure that it's true. Make sure that it's a government website or a .org or something like that. But don't listen to random stuff coming off of Facebook or Instagram or
You
X
looked
or
at Venezuela too, right? Like, you know what happened down there, correct? They were probably
what does Venezuela have to do with Mark Carney?
No, nothing to do with it. I'm just terrified that.
Well, here's the thing: Poilievre's wife is fought.
Hold on. So what you're saying is you're afraid of us becoming communist? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the communists took over.
Okay, so I come from a country that was under communist dictatorship for many, many, many years. I come from Eastern Europe. We were under the Iron Curtain for a long time, and most Eastern European countries were communist. Okay, first of all, communism itself is a theory that's never been able to be real in practice, because in practice it becomes a dictatorship. So even the quote unquote communist countries, Venezuela, a lot of the Eastern European countries, they were never truly communist. They were dictatorships under the disguise of communism. And trust me, we are so far away from that. We're not it is wild how far away we are from ever becoming anything like that. We came to Canada to get away from that.
Yeah, a friend of mine, anyways, is from Romania. Okay, here's another example, and he says he's seeing the exact same thing as what he's seeing down there.
40% of Romanians right now have been completely brainwashed by the likes of JD Vance. Also, Romania is under a ton of Russian propaganda. That is how Russia has controlled Eastern European countries since Stalin, okay? It has been through the use of propaganda. It's been through the use of propaganda pretty much ever since after the Second World War. The Eastern European countries have been controlled through mass manipulation. That is how they gain power. That is how Ukraine. Hold on, I can hear myself echoing for a sec. That is how Ukraine was actually under Putin puppets for the longest time. And that's why Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, is because the people finally said enough is enough, and they overthrew the Russian puppet that was in charge. I can tell you right now, I am from Romania. I have family back there, and the educated people that understand their history are completely against this crazy movement that's been going on right now that all stemmed from Russian propaganda. That's why Călin Georgescu was not allowed to run in the elections, because there was tons of election interference coming from Russia. Over 1 million euros was pouring in from Russia for TikTok bots that made people believe that Călin Georgescu was a good guy, even though he wanted to take our country out of NATO, and he had populism coming out of his butthole, and he had his campaign manager threw up a sing heil. These are not good people. Russia was trying to put him in there so they could use our country to invade Ukraine from the east-west part of it. So it had nothing. It's honestly really sad that a lot of people in my country fell for that. It's really, really sad, but that is so untrue. So I'm sorry that if you have a friend from Romania who's saying that, unfortunately, he's been part of the manipulated Romanians, and he's been manipulated with Russian propaganda, because none of the university professors and intellectuals of my country think that that was a good thing. And they were completely against it, and they 100% stood up for the government doing what it needed to do to take Călin out of the elections.
Oh no, I can just
Sounds like a pretty messed up situation.
Telling me anyways, first.
It is a messed up situation.
And we don't want to end up there.
No one really knows what to believe anymore, because there is a lot of
That's the point, though, isn't it?
history that's changed and everything else, and
How do you
like facts aren't really
Well,
like facts.
no, because history has not changed. History has not changed.
By whoever
No.
is conquered, and then whatever was beforehand, it's dismantled. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, you can look at Trump right now trying to remove Black history, trying to remove the history of slavery, trying to remove the history of Indigenous people.
Yeah.
So, yeah, of course people are going to rewrite it, but you that's why we trust the experts. We trust the historians. We trust the people that have dedicated their lives to that. And Eastern Europeans, unfortunately, some of them did not learn, right? That's why there's been a erosion of trust in intellectuals over the last 15 years, so much so that people don't know what to believe because they don't want to believe the experts. But when you look at all of the historians of the world, they pretty much all say the same thing.
Never mind Harper wanting to silence our scientists and, muzzle everybody when he was in power, right?
No,
so
I
again,
know.
you have to deal with the
I
sources.
didn't
And we
like
hope that
Harper.
you've learned something here tonight, because that's why we do these shows.
And I want to say, and how do you explain that the morning after Călin Georgescu was voted in for the first time, right? Because they had a December election that ended up being canceled due to the Russian interference. But if you look it up, the number one most Googled phrase in my country the morning after the election was, "Who is Georgescu?" Nobody knew who he was, because the only people that fell for it were people that were spending their time on social media. That's why it's important to get your information from actual history books, from actual university courses. I know we're on social media right now, so it feels hypocritical, but I always say, don't take what I say as the truth. Go and fact check me. Go and read a book about it, right? There are so many books. For example, what happened in Germany. If you read William Shire's book, the journalist that was there, that was a first eyewitness to what was going on. He wrote the most important firsthand reports on what was going on in Germany under Mustache Man. It's like, read those books. That's real history. That's how we understand our history, is by looking at the people that were writing about it back then, because we still have those books, we still have those resources, right? When we talk about the Cold War, etc., read about the people that were living under Stalin that wrote about it. Now those books have been translated into exactly, right? Exactly. There's a lot of good resources, but they're not going to come from Facebook and Instagram and X and all of that. They're going to come from real books.
And look at the parallels.
And there's
some scary parallels to 1930s Germany and what's going on in the States, and we are Poland.
Definitely, yeah, definitely.
You know,
I would say we're Austria.
Yeah, you're right.
I would say we're Austria.
Yeah, we're more Austria. We're more
You're
Austria
right.
with Hittites, and we're easier to be annexed.
Greenland is Poland.
Right?
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Greenland is Poland, and we're
And
Austria. And if we
is that Austria's actually got the first Smashy party actually forming government right now in Austria.
See, the liberals, in my eyes, anyways, they've weakened our armed forces as well. Like, they bought secondhand jets. They bought a bunch of subs that didn't even work.
That's false. That's false. Because Harper didn't put any money into our military. Harper shut down 9 veterans
who's
offices.
been in power for the last 10 years, correct?
Yeah, and that's what we're still clawing that stuff back. Like, that's what you don't understand. In fact, I wish Salish was here, because he'll tell you he went to Afghanistan, and I shouldn't speak for him. Yeah, they're peacekeepers, though, right? Our military is not trained for combat, so
But
we're not supposed to have all these big, and we should be putting more in. You're right, but recruitment right now is an issue because our kids aren't being told that we were needed because we are peacekeepers. We're not combat, and our military has always been part of the peacekeeping part.
Exactly.
Right?
Except for
honestly, like,
we were savages,
right? Like, I know this for a fact because I've got family that was in the military. No, they're not trained.
And how are we supposed to know that our biggest ally would turn their backs on us? Like, how are we supposed to know this? Like, yes, we can say that we should have. I wish we had spent more on our military. I wish that we were more prepared for this moment. But realistically, no one thought this was going to happen. Even those of us that were scared of Trump when he was, when the election happened back in November and we found out that he won, most of us were like, oh my God, this is going to be so bad for the Americans. These type of politics, we don't want them out here. But I don't think many of us were like, oh yeah, he's going to want to take over our country. Like this is a new thing that's taken the entire world off guard.
And we actually have comments in our comments from veterans that I'll tell you right down here that Harper cut their stuff, that Libs fixed repaired and brought up funding. So those are
his
false
last term.
accusations.
Yes, he did.
Harper made some very big cuts. My husband was a veteran, and we were in the Army during that period of time, and Harper was terrible.
Well, my uncle and my grandfather are master corporals, so I know all about the military.
Talking about veterans from Afghanistan and the Gulf War. The Gulf War veterans had to take the government to court to fight for the fact that they had to have their military veterans their pensions clawed back. My mom was actually part of that lawsuit because she was a public servant, and the Harper government clawed back 30% of their pensions and rolled their wages back by 3%. They took the government to court. Why people aren't even listening to the fact that the budget being so high right now is 2 one-time payments, one for the First Nations and one for the military and public servants of $800 million each.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on the Conservatives to put into the military what's needed.
Oh, I don't anyway. So like it's done. It's whatever is done is done. It's I'm sorry to say this, but it's going to take a long time to recover from where we are today to get to where we need to be.
But we're not having to recover from anything because there's nothing broken. Our GDP
we're not broken.
We're not broken. We have great wages. We have the high. Do you realize that the minimum wage in Texas is $7.25?
Yeah, but what's their
and in BC here, the minimum wage is $17.85, right? Because I'm in British Columbia. So and I make more than that. Like I said, I work behind it till I make almost $45,000 a year.
Can I make a note on that as someone in BC? So I am here in BC and I am an equipment operator. Okay, I run loader, and I will tell you that in 2023 I was being paid $21.60 to train all of the loader operators in Canada and the US on the Western Coast. Wages are not okay. You're in a different age group than me. You might have a mortgage that's settled. Yes, your property taxes might go up. I'm out here trying to pay $2,500 a month in rent while my wages are under
For a
$30
one
an
bedroom or
hour.
two bedroom?
I'm talking. I'm talking. You guys
Okay.
got to talk. It's my turn. I was working 20 hours a day at 2 jobs. I would work for 9 hours training loader operators, jump in another loader and plow for 12, and I could not get a mortgage approved.
Yeah.
So no, I'm sorry, wages are stagnant. I am a single person with great credit, no student debt. I drive an '01 Cavalier, and I cannot afford to live. I'm living in my parents' basement because when I lost my second job, I could not afford to keep going on the trips and renting cars to train loader operators on the coast anymore. So now I have to go back and get my fucking heavy duty mechanics to survive, to pay rent. That's not buying a house. That's not saving for the future because I'm diabetic and I'm 35. I won't be able to do this forever. So yes, for you in your 50s, you might feel comfortable with $18 or $20 an hour. I'm not.
I don't.
I'm not comfortable. So I have to go back and get my heavy duty mechanic and go and double and triple my income to even hope to be able to pay my rent, to ever hope to buy a house, or to be able to not be homeless.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop you right there because I know down here the mines are starting wages at the mines here in southern British Columbia are $40 an hour.
That's great. As an operator, BC is absolutely flooded, and the operator market is flooded with.
They're screaming for people.
No, I'm talking right now. I'm talking because this is my job. This is what I do. I can tell you that market is flooded with guys with 20 plus years experience that all came to Alberta when the pipeline was getting twinned and the mines were killing it, and everybody came here. That operator market is completely saturated. Any operator will tell you that. There are way too many equipment operators in BC right now. I cannot survive on it. And I have thousands of hours in multiple machines across forestry, construction, mining, and I've worked in mills. And I cannot get work and compete with all of the people that have 10, 15 years experience on me. No, it's not that simple. If you're in your 40s and 50s, you're laughing. If you're in your 20s or 30s and you do not have 20 years experience, you don't stand a chance. I live in Mackenzie. I've been applying to Milligan. I've been applying to Kanuma. And let me tell you, all the 40 and 50-year-olds around me have all gotten those jobs and I didn't. All the guys that came off the pipeline and moved here and have 10, 15 years on me all got those jobs and I did not. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
everyone's
because it
going
comes
back to
to who
Alberta.
you know.
Everyone's going right back to Alberta because that market is so saturated. And the pay is better in Alberta. When I have my second, third year level done for my mechanic, guess where I'm going? To the oil fields. Because there's not going to be anything left. Logging's dying. Whether I'm dual ticketed, I want to wrench on trucks or equipment. The market's not going to be there. And there's guys that are 10 years ahead of me. And as that market shrinks and shrinks, and the amount of operators and mechanics doesn't shrink, then you're going to be pushed out by guys with more experience. It's very different in your 40s and 50s versus your 30s. Let me tell you. 20 hours a day, and I could not even get close to buying a house, even with 12, 15 grand in my pocket, trying to buy a trailer. I couldn't do it. So yeah, no, wages are not good in BC whatsoever because the cost of housing has far, far exceeded. Again, I'm not locked into a mortgage. I'm paying rent and being flipped. My house sells, flips, and then it goes, and I got to pay 600 more for my next rental. Oh, whoops, some boomer wants to flip my rental and make 80 grand off it. Whoops, guess I'm paying 600 more for the next one. I moved 6 times between 2019 and 2023, and not by choice, because somebody from Vancouver decided to come and offer someone cash over fucking market price and buy my rental out from under me, and now I'm getting a new one. And that's not stable like a mortgage. Boo-hoo, your property taxes went up $100 a month. My rent was going up $400, $500, $600, $800 a month. The one rental I moved to, because you're paying over $2-3 grand. It's insane. And when I'm in my 50s, I'm going to be able to maybe continue to rent, maybe operate if I still have my feet. How the hell am I going to pay $25, $35, $55, $6,500 rent? I'm going to be homeless. What I'll do is I'll sleep outside the hospital. So when I get my dialysis done, I'll just sleep there so I can roll my wheelchair and get my dialysis, I guess, right? Get my most out of my tax dollars I paid into the system. Because that's what it's going to be. People my age, I'm sorry, I don't want to hear anyone over the age of 50 cry about housing and property taxes. Cry me a fucking river. You go pull your 20 hours and go back to a 1-bedroom that you're paying $2,200 for that has cockroaches, mold, and you watch your landlord in China, in Mexico, in Cuba on vacation. And you're out there covered in grease and diesel, freezing your ass off. You let me know how hard it is for you guys because you don't know nothing. Wait till people my age are in their 50s.
How do you know
and
we're
60s.
not? How do you know we're not?
Yeah, you were.
How do you know
You
we're
were
not?
complaining about property taxes.
How do you
Yes,
know we're
were.
not? How do you know that my husband isn't over 50 years old and out working his fucking ass off? How do you know?
You own your house.
How do you
don't
know? You don't know
You own your
nothing,
house,
right?
don't you?
And you
You
know,
own
and
your house,
here's another
don't
little
you?
news flash
What's
for
your
you.
mortgage? I
You
bet it's
sounds
not
like to me that you do
3,500.
this every live, and I think it's time for you to go because I think I've heard this story 300 fucking times already. It's the same shit every fucking live.
So my voice doesn't matter.
And every live, yes, it does. But again, we hear this. We're not talking about this. This is not the topic about you not being able to find housing. You're the same story, and it's not just you. But again, stop.
But all that
Because we're
I think
not,
that
you know,
she's
we're
trying
living
to say
paycheck to paycheck in
is
our
that things
50s.
are, yeah, but things are out of hand.
With
Groceries,
rents, rents are out of hand. But yeah.
Rents are out of hand. But again, because of the fact
groceries
that
are.
corporations have bought up those businesses, because people were taught that it's okay to have a house of your own and then buy another house and then flip that house and, you know, have a rental property. I agree with that. I don't agree on this whole flipping things over and everything. My generation, I apologize for that. But again, I'm not one of them. Okay. And I'm having
No,
hard enough
neither am
time
I.
paying my mortgage and doing the things I do. And we do make good, we you know, my husband does make a decent wage. That's not the point. There's been options that are, you know, that you can do and you can make, you know, other, you know, moves and stuff. I get that. But again, you're old enough. When I was when I was in my 30s, I was a mom. I was a single mom with 3 kids. I was making $6 a fucking hour and trying to fucking feed 3 kids. Wages now are way better than they used to be. Right? They're not. Are they the best? No. Are they a living wage? Absolutely not. But if you give anybody a living wage, you got small business owners crying that they can't afford to keep their businesses open to be able to afford to pay somebody $25 an hour. So the consumer then ends up paying $25 for a hamburger. Right? And do I say it's fair? Is it fair? No, it's not.
The
But
balloon
then you're
needs to
blaming
pop.
somebody that's regulating shit and not the corporations that are responsible for it. I'm sorry you can't find a job, Sasquatch. I really am, and that you can't find a place to live. And I really hope that things will turn around. But again, we don't want a housing crisis. What we need is wartime style houses being built with no basements done quickly that are affordable for everybody and not starting at $300,000. I get it.
And that'll never happen.
No, it has to happen. And that's
I
the
know
thing.
it
This is where
has
the
to, but it
turnaround,
won't.
it has to happen. And we have our own lumber, we have our own steel mills. We can make this happen in our own country to sustain our own selves, right? When you don't want to talk about tariffs back and forth, steel and all this stuff, we have the ability to do our housing on our own with, this is like, you know, things we don't want to maybe send across the border because we have to pay or whatever, right? Anyways, just saying enough is enough, yelling and screaming about wages in British Columbia, because in reality, I raise kids on $6 an hour. So I get it, but it's not the same.
At the end of the day, like let's be real. It's capitalism that's the problem. It's end stage capitalism, and it's a double-edged sword because everybody says like we need to put more caps, more regulations on corporations because they're gouging us. But when you do too much, then they end up leaving the country, and then that ends up screwing our economy. So we're constantly playing on this double-edged sword, and we need to find a good balance. And I'm genuinely happy that we might. Okay, well, I'm not getting to actually chat here without being interrupted. So I don't know what you said. Can you repeat that?
I said we need to change the system is what we need to do.
Yes, but unfortunately that doesn't happen overnight because capitalism is a system that's everywhere. And it's hard to change. But at the end of the day, when we want to be really angry with why we can't afford things and why the prices keep going up, it's corporations, it's monopolies. And I'm going to say this because I'm not a big fan of it either, but it's also government subsidies. And I understand why the government subsidies get given out because they want to try to keep the business in Canada and keep the economy going. But when does it become too much? So I'm really hoping that a top economist is going to be able to help us navigate this.
Well, you look at the lobbyists. Who are the lobbyists?
What point are you trying to make? Lobbyists are shit.
Yeah, I know, but they're lobbying the government, correct? And those are corporations. So those are those are the ones that feed money to them, correct? Or
There's a lot of different there's a lot of different ways that politicians get funding, but yeah, for sure, they definitely get funding by corporations. That's why they feel the need to pander to the corporations many times. I'm not denying that.
Backroom deals are made and everything else as well.
For sure, but guess what? The conservatives are backed by way more corporations and way more money than the Liberals, the NDP, the Greens, or the Bloc. They are the ones that are backed by the most corporate money. That's why they have so much money to dump into their constant campaigning 24/7 and dump into their propaganda and dump into their freaking YouTube commercials 24/7. They got way more money.
No question about it. But at the end of the day, right? Okay, we have 4 choices or 5 choices, or maybe even 6.
There's actually 100. There's over 100 political parties in Canada. You can vote for any one of them if they have a candidate.
Okay. So, anyways, you got 100 different pieces of dung, anyways, to choose from. So, you know, like at the end of the day, it's still dung. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I didn't follow that.
Okay, so the main 4, anyways, we'll say, okay, like the Greens, Conservatives, the Liberals, and PPC.
The NDP.
Okay, so, anyways, you look at all of their platforms. Okay, all of them are crap. I don't care what anyone says; it's all crap. So,
why do you say that it's all crap?
Because it's different kinds of crap, right? Like it's all the same thing at the end of the day.
Works, right? This is democracy. So what's crap about that? How would you like to see it work?
Okay, but their policies, everything else. Like, tell me what's good about the Liberal Party. Tell me what's good about
their policies on First Nations to begin with. The fact that they actually brought murdered or missing Indigenous women, that's really great. They've given people child tax, COVID. But let's go back to the very beginning. Charter of Rights and Freedoms, healthcare, 7-day work week. There's all kinds of things that was given to us before we were probably even born. And then, you know, in the last 10 years, we've gotten dental, pharma, daycare, upping in GS, you know, in our child tax benefits. Seniors got a bit of a boost. They took care of us during the pandemic. I often say to people, how old was JT when the pandemic hit? 43? How would you have handled this whole world pandemic at 43? And again, remember, the premiers were in charge of your health care, which was in charge of your mandates, which was in charge of your mask mandates and your vaccination mandates.
No, I realize all that. I lost 2 jobs because of you know, things that.
But again, don't blame the feds. Blame the provincial government, because that's where healthcare comes from. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It's them that gave them the power to do so.
No, it's always been that way because back in 1867 we became Canada, which was Confederation. I think it was 1943. I have to go back and look. The provinces actually wanted jurisdiction over everything. They didn't want to have, so they wanted their own sovereignty. Not just Quebec wanting to separate, every province. So that's why we have 13 economies in our country, because every province wanted their own piece of the pie. Why they've got jurisdiction. So again, the federal government collects federal income tax and then regulates and sends money back to the provinces. All the rest of it is provincial or municipal jurisdiction. So you're blaming the feds for stuff that really wasn't their thing, right? And they wouldn't have even called the Emergency Act unless, you know, Ontario's premier would have actually done his job and actually did what he was supposed to do, because it was actually his jurisdiction. Actually, the Ottawa mayor too, to begin with. So there's all kinds of things that didn't work, right? As far as jurisdictions went on all levels. But we'll go back to Harper, shutting down Stats Canada, leaving the 5-year gap in federal transfers to the provinces. And in those 5 years, all those cities grew and all those provinces grew, and people had babies, and we had population and immigration. And then we had a war that brought 350,000 Ukrainians to Canada for safety, which again, we did because we're Canada. And that's what we do as Canadians, right? We open our doors and we help people. That's actually the, you know, whole thing about being woke, is helping people. Anyway, you know what? There's so many things.
We should give Sigma a chance to talk. Has Sigma had a chance to introduce themselves? We just need your age, Sigma. Are you with us still? They're
I
not
don't think
muted.
so.
Okay. I'm going to mute them and just give them a chance to come back. We'll see if there's anybody else that wants to come up. I think I do have somebody. Got Happy. And I'll let Happy up. We can see if he wants to add anything to this.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Happy.
How are you?
Good. Just waiting for Sigma to have a chance. He's been waiting a long time, or they have been waiting a long time, but they're not here right now. So did you have anything you wanted to add? What are your thoughts on Carney?
Oh man.
Because we kind of got all
Oh,
over the place.
Carney? He's got a good handshake.
Oh, you met him?
Yeah. I was
Cool.
at the Liberal convention, the leadership convention, and the after party. I went to Mark Carney's party. It was pretty
Nice.
fun. Yeah, he served food, cheeseburgers and poutine and beaver tails and free drinks, non-alcoholic drinks as well. Had dancing, music, lots of people. But yeah, he circulated and I shook his hand. Great handshake. I don't know if that means a lot to people, but like for me,
I think you can tell a lot from a person.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of feel like you do. But he was quite eloquent, had a lot of support from the Liberal Party. Even the other candidates for leadership seemed very welcoming. Blaylis was kind of like a little removed, but Karina Gould, very supportive, very loud, very vocal in her support. Chrystia Freeland, standing O's quite often. So I don't know. I'm hopeful. Although his book is about putting a value in humanity and humans and separating that from, what the conventional thinking is putting value into business.
Yeah, and I love that about him because I've read some of his book too, and same thing. Like I love how he values people as much as money, right? From an economist point of view.
My issue is the early capitulation to the populism, and I don't know how that will hold up long term. I'm still hopeful because of his willingness to extend the olive branch to the Conservatives right away by offering them,
Oh, another one that doesn't wear pants, Snuggie.
Sorry, I just muted there. Oh, there you go, Happy. You were frozen for a second, I think.
No, I was wondering what was going on in the background.
Me too. It was, yeah, I muted Al just because I think it was that coming from their mic.
Owl or L? Lincoln?
Al. Lincoln, exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, I just muted Lincoln out there. They dropped. Yeah, something must have been going on at home. So
another one. I don't know. It sounded like they won some money or something. I don't know.
Something was going on.
So I definitely, for me, one of the big kind of issues for me, not as one policy guy typically, but if I don't see some kind of plan for the environment, then I'm probably shift to the Green Party. I think he is an environmentalist.
I get that impression.
He's spoken about it, but I was a big supporter of the carbon tax, and I think it was beneficial for Canadians, and I think it was well thought out. And
I know I got a lot of hate.
It's gonna be hard to beat that,
Yeah, the carbon tax got a really bad rap.
Yeah.
I think Bobo will actually stand up for, because what they've done, like I said earlier before you got here, is because this is going to be a short-term cabinet, right? We're going to go to an election, things will change. They've kind of put everything into small compartments right now. So Gilboa's got the nature part of it, which still keeps the environment. And we know that he's, was the pro-carbon tax. He was the one that forefronted the carbon tax to begin with. So I think, like I said, this is an interim small cabinet right now, very small, very short-lived, and we can look forward to getting the mandate that we need for the next 4 years and take it from there.
For sure. And I'm a big supporter of the smart voting. I really wish they would get a coalition together so we wouldn't have to worry about this capitulation to populism. But I know that he's trying to appeal to center-right people and pull them back over from the lunacy that has become the Conservative Party of Canada. So I'm hopeful about
Can I
that.
just Can I add in though that like in a lot of very successful countries, that they do when they do their carbon pricing, it is a carbon pricing that doesn't necessarily affect the consumer. It's a carbon pricing that's slapped onto the big corporations that are actually the ones that. So I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. I was okay with the carbon tax the way that it was, but
Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with us moving to the same model that is actually used in most other countries that we trade with, specifically in Europe, right?
Yeah.
Let's go after the big guys that produce the most emissions. Let's leave us out of it. Makes everybody happy. I think it's a great plan.
I think, but the issue is that Europe has more regulations regarding their businesses, and I think that in Canada we have kind of a blend of that with the American capitalist kind of
Yeah,
driving
and that's
force.
and
So
that's
I feel like if we don't have a carbon price rebate for consumers, a consumer rebate, it's going to be difficult to regulate the trickle down impact of attacking those corporations. Now, please don't misconstrue
We
me
need to
as like
educate this guy
losing
on the
faith.
$2,000 billion subsidies that they think that Canada gets from the U.S. Happy because we don't get $200 billion in subsidies, AJ. But I'll let you explain that because I know you know just as much as I do about it.
And I was just going to say, Miss
Subsidies.
Lotus Lady actually pointed it out in the comments. I think that most likely what he's going to do is create an incentive plan so that you are incentivized to cut down on your carbon emissions. And if you do that, then you get a little bonus. And if you don't, then you don't. And that way, it's not necessarily affecting you directly. But if you do end up making some better, greener choices, then you get a nice little award for that.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just worried that the trickle down impact, like I said, and again, like I haven't lost faith, but I'm just really holding out hope for a coalition.
Well, the big companies, again, I was saying earlier too, are becoming carbon zero. Like the oil companies and stuff are that's their goal, to become zero emission carbon
Is that
emissions.
because of the carbon tax, though? The
No,
carbon
no,
system that
no,
we had here?
No, it's because of the Paris Accord and because the world is asking for carbon emissions to be, taken out so they can produce more. If they can effectively come out with zero carbon emissions, they can produce more oil. So it's not about the carbon tax. It's not about meeting carbon bases or carbon taxes. It's about meeting the net point zero that the Paris Accord by such and such date has to do it. They've been doing this for 20 years. The oil companies have been working towards solar power and green economic changes for over 20 years. And it's because they get better tax cuts and it cuts down on like their carbon footprint where they can like trade off with the carbon footprints. There's so many reasons. So it's not been the government pushing forward for all these green initiatives and actually doing the research. It's the oil companies and the energy companies because they get kickbacks and tax breaks and carbon footprint like trading, and they can there's all kinds of ways of getting around it. But if they come back down to a zero carbon emission, they can produce more oil.
But there is a movement, and this is exactly what Jordan Peterson's ARC conference is all about. It's the giant oil fossil fuel billionaires that are trying to get the conservative governments to slash these regulations and these incentives so they can create more emissions and make more money. And there was a lot of them there.
Chinese companies and Japanese companies and other companies from the other.
It was, I'm talking about like specifically the ARC conference that was held in the United States, where it was oil and tech bros from Canada and the United States that were there. It wasn't guys from China, India, Japan, whatever. Like this was a North American conference. And so I'm just saying that that's why there's a push for guys like Trump. That's why there's a push for guys like Pierre, is so that they don't have those incentives and they don't have those regulations anymore, so they can make more money. So they're still greedy fucks.
I wonder if they've missed
some of them are good, but
oil company CEOs on the TVs or on the news saying we don't need to produce anymore. We're producing at the maximum rates that we can produce right now. What you're listening to is a bunch of horse crap.
Yep.
And OPEC is the ones that decide on that. And it's
Well,
not
not with
the
Canada.
Saudis. It's not Canadians, and it's not the Canadian oil companies. Like I said, my husband works in oil, and he works in service, which is something that will, for the next 100 years, if oil stopped tomorrow, would still have to be out there producing and taking care of those oil wells and taking care of the orphan wells.
Yeah, but we're not part of OPEC.
We're not.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, like, what are the investigative journalists that are going to these conferences and saying who's actually there? Are they lying to us? Like, this is something that you can.
Well, I'm not saying they're lying. I'm just saying Sanjel is owned by a Japanese company or a Japanese CEO. Sanjel isn't a Japanese. They bought it. Husky Oil was bought out by CNRL, which is owned by a Chinese company. Just saying.
Okay, and all I'm saying is that greedy oil billionaires still exist that do not want to move to greener energies and greener ways of doing things. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that they still exist, and they still want to put politicians in power that will make it easier for them to do that.
Yeah,
kind of like Trump and his "drill baby drill" slogan.
But they're double dipping. That's the thing, right? So they're funding that whole drill baby drill thing, but they're turning around and taking money for diversifying the or whatever, like transitioning into green energies and stuff like that. But I think what they want to do ideally is control both markets, and that's why they're so, like, not necessarily adherent, but like so ambitious with their grants and getting the grants, right? It's funneling more money. Mr. Global what?
Susie Simpson, do you want to come up? Saying a lot of things in the comments.
So I think, like, again, a trade deficit and a national debt need to be separated, and subsidizing Canada with $200 billion of trade is not an accurate statement. We're not subsidized. We sell the United States resources, materials, agriculture, and many other things, textiles, at a great rebate, a sweetheart deal, because of the convenience factor and because of the trade relationship we have with the U.S. And they cannot produce enough stuff for their own manufacturing sector or to supply themselves. So they buy it from other countries. We're one of those countries. We supply the United States with things that they need. They owe us a debt, AJ. We don't owe them shit.
Yep. And the 200 billion is a number he pulled out of his butt. Like, there's nothing to back up that number. He just decided that was a good number.
And our population difference, they're 400 million and we're 40 million. We would never import as much as they would ever from anywhere.
That's right.
I agree. I actually think that we should actually isolate the United States, and I think that everybody should turn their backs on them and start, working with other countries and just ignore them and just don't pay no mind. Don't send anything across the border. Don't shop, don't travel, don't do anything, and just walk away and let them twist in their own shit by themselves.
Yeah, when energy exports are excluded, the trade deficit in 2024 goes from $125 billion to $19 billion. So the things that the U.S. is most reliant on from Canada is energy, and that's where the deficit comes from. No, you're muted.
Anna.
Still muted. Yes, you.
Thank you. I was guessing. I was just asking if anyone wants to take over the big box for a while here. Anyone? Frontline, do you want to? Happy, Pixie?
I would lose the background.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then no problem. I'll stay up. If I turn my camera off once in a while, it's because I have to run and let my dog out and stuff like that.
Life does call us. I would like to propose that we do a Sustainable Development Goals live at some point and talk about the WEF and try to incorporate that into our shows.
Yeah, because there's a lot of misinformation about the a lot of fear mongering.
and I too have been looking into the WEF. If you haven't already gone to the WEF, it's weforum.org. And you can register, and they have a fully interactive website that takes you through the sustainable development goals, but also shows you different innovations and progress and worldwide achievements and breakthroughs and all kinds of really, really touching and heartwarming stories of accomplishment. So I encourage everybody to go and check out the weforum.org. It's great.
Yeah, I found it very interesting. I've been there quite a few times.
Mm-hmm.
What's also interesting
Did
is
you
the IBU
guys
forum in another way.
Speaking about climate, did you guys see that the Orange Tito Mussolini's administration is now trying to reconsider the official finding that greenhouse gases are harmful to public health? And he wants to rip apart the foundation of the US's climate laws.
Of course he does.
So the Trump's Environmental Protection Agency issued an extraordinary cavalcade of pollution rollbacks on Wednesday, led by the announcement that it would potentially scrap a landmark 2009 finding by the U.S. government that planet heating gases such as carbon dioxide pose a threat to human health. The so-called endangerment finding, which followed a Supreme Court ruling that the EPA could regulate greenhouse gases, provides the underpinning for all rules aimed at cutting the pollution that scientists have unequivocally found is worsening the climate crisis. So yeah, basically he is scrapping any sort of science that shows that climate change is real and that greenhouse gases play a huge part of that, and it is going to be very bad for the entire world. Like it's going to affect us whether we like it or not. So the EPA is going to have to revisit pollution standards for cars and trucks. Auto companies, weakening rules, limiting sooty air pollution, potentially annexing requirements that power plants not befoul waterways or dump their toxic waste.
You know what else is going to suck? Is that the cars coming into Canada, we won't be able to drive them because they won't meet emission standards. That's gonna drive up car pricing pretty high.
I was just in an American Live where I eventually got booted out because we obviously see things differently, but they absolutely do not believe in climate change.
I know, it's the wildest thing. Like, I don't
And when
understand.
when I brought up that Florida recently saw snow, they were very much in denial about it, and they're like, "What? No." And I'm thinking, where are they not seeing the same things we are seeing?
That's not even the first time that they've seen snow in Florida.
I've heard that they're really not seeing the same things we're seeing. Like
They had
the average American has no clue.
They had entire harvests of
Guys,
oranges
don't
wiped out.
Don't you know that the government controls the weather through their crazy government technology?
Cloud seeding.
Well,
And the cloud seeding and space lasers? Come on now.
Jewish space lasers.
And the
Well, I
windmills
thought
are
I
making the
heard-
dolphins and whales crazy.
And your frogs are turning
They're eating the
gay.
cats and dogs, and they're eating the cats and dogs.
Well, did you like? First of all, the whole environmental thing doesn't surprise me because we knew Trump was going to do that. That was part of Project 2025, wasn't it? Tearing down the environment. Like, and scientists before he even got in, were backing up all their data from government agencies because they expected it might disappear. And here we are. He's trying to rewrite the narrative.
It's gross.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what's so weird about them in their lives? They can't say certain words like unalive for die.
Well, you can't say that here.
Oh,
you can't say that in any lives. That's just a TikTok standard.
Oh,
Yeah.
see, I've been in Canadian lives and they don't.
Can get
say
taken
anything.
down.
We don't care. Like
Yeah, they
as
get
far as
taken down if you
Canadians.
say it too many times.
Like on my lives on my account, that's I said it a lot, but I get what's that word? Shadow banned. Like I get down to like 200-300 views on some of my videos sometimes.
So here's my next point. Okay, we can insult each other, we can cuss, we can threaten, but we can't say those words.
No, because they trigger surveillance. Those words trigger surveillance. That's why you can't say them.
Stupid. It's stupid.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is what it is. It's kind of what we have to do to be on this platform.
I've never had to say those words.
But this is the point I was trying to make earlier with the conferences that are going on around the world with these conservative politicians and these big oil companies and execs. They want people to not believe that climate change is a real thing because it affects their bottom line. It does, and they don't like that.
No,
and that is why they're pushing. That's why they're trying to push so hard right now to get all these IDU governments in power all over the world.
Mm-hmm. They want to start taking control of your media too, and like you see people perpetuating like misinformation that is based on like half truth, and they say something like China owns TikTok, but they own the controlling interest. They don't own all of TikTok. TikTok operations in the United States is like mainly U.S. owned or something like that. I can't remember what, but it's surprising the percentage. I just think that that's the stuff that people need to do is correct these people in public. Say, hey, that's not true. Oh, where they can. Like that's not necessarily anybody's job. I like doing it because it's.
Unfortunately, though, with these changes coming in from the US, this is so freaking dangerous for all of us. Like, this is so dangerous for all of us. This is fully letting the corrupt fossil fuel industry, like, run unbridled. They are taking away any sort of regulation in terms of pollution. That is going to impact Canada. That is going to impact climate change. There's going to be more forest fires. There's going to be more floods. There's going to be so many more climate crises.
Less clean water.
Due to this. Way less clean water.
More droughts. Like the droughts are really bad, but
you better load up on your coffee and your chocolate because it's supposed to go up 300% the next 2 years because of climate change. You can't produce coffee in Colombia, and you can't.
Coffee is going to get like
chocolate, right? So yeah, 300% because of climate change, but it doesn't exist. It exists.
Yeah, like huge amounts of crops, like Floridian oranges. Like I think like almost 15 years ago, they started seeing climate change in Florida. Like massive amounts of crops are being devastated by weather events. And
we've seen it here in British Columbia with
Alberta.
Last year with Creston having all their trees frosted. Every bud on the trees of the cherries and the peaches were frosted.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
We had no fruit in the Creston Valley, right? So
and
that's and the Okanagan, because we had a freeze. It got really warm and then it froze all the buds. So last year for the British, in fact, the BC fruit growers that usually would normally package and distribute the BC Okanagan fruit folded because of this dynamic, and it was because of climate change, because that doesn't normally happen in the Creston Valley. It never gets that cold.
And they're talking about Alberta has this like reserve of water that they measure droughts by. I can't remember what it's called. And they're like, oh, there's still water in it. There's still water in it. And like, if I remember, I'll check what the name is, but it's like, no, there's no water. And there's like, 3 droughts a year in Alberta. Like you can't grow anything anymore. Then they've over fertilized and killed the soil. And they're like, the government's taking away our fertilizer. And like, nah, bro. We're going into idiocracy right now. You're going to start watering your plants with Gatorade. It's got electrolytes.
Sorry, I just want to bring it back to the people on the, that's what I was going to say. We have somebody new on the panel. I want to introduce and see what they have to say.
So Sigma, if you want to just tell us your age.
Yeah, I'm 20.
Okay, you've been waiting a while. What did you want to add?
Oh, I just wanted to ask why you guys think that Pierre Poilievre would sell out Canada when like that's just a bad idea and he would lose power because again if you sell out to the US, any politician for that matter selling out to the US would intrinsically lose them power, so there's no incentive for them to do that. So I was just wondering why you think he would do that. That's really it.
I will step in right here, right now, because Harper bought the MAGA branding right after Trump won the election the first time, and they've been pushing that agenda for the last 4.5 years with the same 3-word salads, the same Canada first, bring it home, axe the tax, all wacko, all out of the MAGA handbook. So any of those things just scream Timu Trump. So
lunatic liberals. They repeat all the same catchphrases.
The vitriol politics. It's just, and what would he do that you think that he wouldn't? Because he's already been endorsed by Elon Musk and by JD Vance, and I believe one of his best friends is one of JD Vance's,
and Alex Jones and Jordan Peterson.
And I think from his own words, he has said, and you can find the quote yourself, but he will use the notwithstanding clause. And I didn't know that the federal government could do that, but he would use the notwithstanding clause to change the charter to be more constitutional.
He would tear it in half, is what he said. He would use a notwithstanding clause because of his jail versus no bail, just jail or jail. I can't even tell you what the stupid whatever he says because I don't listen that closely. But he was going to tear it in half because he wants to make mandatory jail sentencing, which Harper had done, which we turned over that legislation when the Liberals got in because they wanted like minimum 14 years for like petty theft, which would clog our jails. But what they wanted to do was also build private jails, which is another corporate business that the United States have and a general money-making, right? So they want private jails, they want private health care. That's what the Conservatives want.
And they've said that as well multiple times.
And then like stop the crime or something, one of his 3-word slogans. Stop the crime, lower the tax. I can't even remember them all. But his little mantras there that he must have his followers repeat into mirrors or something. I don't know.
God, it's so
crime rates
bad.
in Canada are down, right? So crime rates in Canada are actually down. What there's gone up in Canada is domestic violence and SA.
And hate crime.
Yes. But other than that, our crime rates are actually down.
72% of the increase in crime is because we started prosecuting hate crime.
Wow.
Also, just want to point out that it wouldn't necessarily be him giving up power. He'd probably make more money, and then he would have a higher place of power as, quote unquote, the governor of Canada.
Exactly.
He would have more power over Canada like that than he would having to constantly fight with 4 other parties.
Right.
Exactly.
So
just FYI.
What I got from that then is the only reason that you guys think that is because of who endorses him. So if we're going off endorsements,
he's accepting the endorsements. That's not the only reason.
I already said
Vladimir Putin endorsed Kamala Harris.
I mean, from his own mouth, he has said
No,
that
he freaking didn't. Where the hell are you getting that Vladimir Putin endorsed Kamala Harris? That's the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard.
He literally did that so that Trump would win. Like, so it's not like it's like endorsements don't mean anything.
I was following that very closely. I don't remember him ever endorsing Kamala Harris. Do you have a source for that?
Yeah, on state media. You have to look in Russian state media, but they said that they support Kamala Harris.
Russian state media, that is hilarious. That's a propaganda machine.
Russian President
Literally
Vladimir
him saying
Putin
it,
made comments.
and then they sent threats
listen,
polling stations in the U.S. I mean, it's very obvious.
Russian President Vladimir Putin made comments in 2024 that were interpreted as an endorsement of Kamala Harris, the Democratic candidate for U.S. presidency. However, these remarks were widely regarded as sarcastic or tongue-in-cheek. Putin mentioned Harris's infectious laugh and suggested she might not impose sanctions on Russia, but the Kremlin later clarified that he was joking.
There you go.
Hold on. By that same logic, what you're trying to say is that by Elon Musk endorsing the AfD in Germany, he didn't actually want them to win. He wanted the Christian Democratic Union to win, which actually ended up winning, right?
No,
because
I'm
by
saying
that
it doesn't
logic,
matter.
anybody who endorses it, well, okay.
I'm saying endorsements don't mean a thing. That's my whole point here.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
It
Elon
doesn't
Musk
show a
is
Yeah, they
person's
endorsing
do.
TP,
character.
and that means
They
a lot.
show connections. They show who you're working with. They show, yeah, they show connections. Plus, at the end of the day, these are all parties that are part of the IDU, one giant, huge conglomerate of right-wing governments around the world. They're all part of it. So again, even more connections if we're going to go there too. Why wouldn't I take that into account when I'm voting for somebody? Why wouldn't I take into account that Pierre Poilievre is the head of a party, which is a member for a global organization that has all of the right-wing parties of the world together under one umbrella?
Because in Canada you have the freedom to association without, discrimination. So I mean, I really don't care who people associate with. It's who they are as a person. I mean, again, if you associate
Okay, well, I'm
with
going to
people
tell
that
you
are
this
bad,
right
are you
now.
bad?
Okay, cool. So if you hung out with Andrew Tate, I would never touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Are you actually inciting the Charter of Rights that your PP wants to use a notwithstanding clause and rip in half so that it doesn't exist anymore? Are you actually citing that charter?
He can't
Don't you have
just
the
tear
balls
up
to incite the Charter of Rights when Poilievre wants to rip it in half? That's rich, dude. That's rich.
Where is he explicitly said that he wants to change anything besides
my
the criminal
God.
code?
That in itself gets the ball rolling. So against women's rights, LGBTQ2S, and First Nations. You know where they sit on the list of their declarations? 112 on the list. And where they are in the Liberals, number 1. So I think there's a huge gap there when you are an immigrant on Turtle Island and have absolutely no respect for the treaties that you sit on.
When you hang out with Yahtzees, I'm not going to trust you. People are who they hang out with generally in real life. Okay? That is how it goes. Who you're connected with makes a giant freaking stance at who you are as a person. If you hang out with criminals all the time, I'm not going to feel safe around you. That's just the way it goes. So connections do matter. Endorsements do matter. And policies matter. When you repeat the same freaking talking points as Donald Trump over and over and over again, that matters, right? It does. If he repeats the exact same things as Trump, then he probably has similar plans in mind. That is not a stretch by any means.
Pierre, and like if you're looking at it on a general political spectrum of because you want to bring the U.S. into it, like Joe Biden and Pierre are about on the same mark in the political spectrum. If you're generalizing the two countries,
not in any way, shape, or form, dude. No,
like
not
the
even
Democrats,
close.
like because Canada is very left shifted. Our conservatives are about where the Democrats
It's
are.
not. The Liberal Party is not even on the left. The Liberal Party is actually center right. If you look at
if you're comparing it to the U.S., then yes, the Democrats and the conservatives are about the same. Like that's just a widespread notion.
That's farcical.
Maybe 25 years ago, but not anymore.
Yeah. Right now, you can see.
Tell me a policy that is in line that is in line with the conservatives in Canada.
Well, the Democratic Party of the States was clearly putting forward social programs. We saw a whole bunch of them. That was a big contention.
Yeah, well, but they're not a welfare state like we are. Like our conservatives still uphold universal health care. Like the Harper government still upheld.
They're trying to privatize.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Look at what Danielle Smith is doing in Alberta right now. Big time conservative, and she is literally gutting public health care and replacing it with privatized.
That's provincial.
Because healthcare is provincial politics. So don't use universal healthcare when healthcare is provincial politics. Look at what Doug Ford is doing in Ontario. He's cut so much funding for healthcare.
The federal conservatives uphold it. Anybody trying to make two-tier is in the provincial system.
There is jurisdiction. Do you not understand what jurisdiction is? Healthcare is under provincial jurisdiction. What the federal government does is regulate it and send them health transfers, dude. They do not have anything to do with what goes on in the province over the healthcare. They don't. Everybody in this country has a right to universal healthcare. But if your province starts privatizing it and cutting it at the knees, then you don't have that right.
Yeah, but again, like the federal NDP were the ones who brought in universal health care. So it was
actually it was the Liberals, was it not?
No, it was NDP
It was
during
a
Tommy
coalition.
Douglas.
It was
Yeah.
Pierre Elliott Trudeau, wasn't it?
It
Yeah.
And
was
Tommy
no.
Douglas. And Tommy
It was
Douglas during
coalition between like the
Oh,
NDP
your
guy.
story's already changing.
I
hmm
said it was like the NDP guy.
It's not a
was one of the
coalition,
biggest
it's a
proponents of
collaboration.
healthcare.
What was his
Can't
name?
remember
Who
who-
was the
I-
NDP leader?
I can't remember who it was.
She
I
just
think it
said
was
his
Tommy
name.
Douglas.
Tommy
Maybe Tommy
Douglas.
Douglas.
Tommy Douglas.
No, I know. I'm just making the point that he's making a claim and he doesn't even know the
I said
name of the
maybe
person.
Tommy Douglas. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I know Pierre Elliott Trudeau was the one who brought in abortions, though. I do know that. But
That's not a
again,
fact. You're actually, what it was actually Dr. Henry Morgentaler, and it was actually a court case that went to the Supreme Court of Canada, which actually gave women's right to choose. It was not a government. It was a court case, kind of like with MJ and everything else. We've had to fight our rights in some of the dirtiest, nastiest ways in the court of laws, because it's rule of law that runs our country, to be fair. So no, it wasn't the Liberal government or Pierre Elliott Trudeau that gave us abortion rights. It was actually Dr. Henry Morgentaler, who went to jail for giving women
Multiple
their
times.
health rights that they deserve.
I remember that. That was in the 70s, no? Like
It was
late
1988, 89.
89? Okay. Yeah, he did a lot of good work for women's reproductive rights.
I wish people would realize that New Brunswick hasn't been able to have any women's rights since Higgs, which was a conservative government under healthcare. There wasn't a surgical procedure done, which is actually, if you're actually pregnant and having a baby, a simple DNC scrape is actually what, before, prior to 20 weeks is done to remove a fetus. Wasn't even allowed to be done. You'd have to be transported if you were fucking hemorrhaging to the next province to have that women's health care done if you were a pregnant woman having a goddamn baby in New Brunswick.
And that's what's happening in red states in the States right now, too. It's the same kind of stuff.
That's what's happening in Alberta right now, too.
Mm-hmm.
My real question is how is Carney any different than Pierre? I mean, Carney
I haven't
is
heard you saying
again
3-word slogans yet
asset
to start.
management company. Well, he did run an asset management company, and again, those are the worst type of companies because they have hedge fund like tendencies. And
The
again,
worst kind of company.
Pierre's been a career politician and
an asset management, Brookfield.
Has he ever
Asset
seen a
Management.
spreadsheet? You can't even get a security clearance.
Do you know what Brookfield Asset Management's main investment portfolio was?
I know they invest in pipelines and they invest in coal mines, but I wouldn't know.
Anything else?
No, that's about it. But I know that they're an asset management.
That's what you know. Do you know even how much money they operate at?
No, I'm not aware, but I dislike all asset management companies, just point blank, like Goldman Sachs.
To admit your bias, I
No,
get it.
well, I think as a liberal, he is against his own cause by being
Why?
a former
Liberals are
asset
capitalists.
management. What, sorry?
Liberals are capitalists.
Yeah, but asset management is that's a crony capitalist thing. You would most likely associate that to Republicans.
That is not true. That is not true at all. Oh my God. There are asset management companies that manage really good companies that are doing good things for people. And then there's asset management companies that manage really nasty companies that hurt the population, just like any other business, right?
Like saying all doctors are bad.
I don't understand.
They're the ones who cause inflation, though, by
But he's also
market
put everything into a
strangulation.
blind trust. So none of that matters.
Capitalism causes inflation. Not a specific company, not a specific market. Capitalism causes inflation.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, if you look at trust busting, you can.
You're right now yelling about asset management being the cause of inflation, as in to point out that business is the problem, but you're not going to be even able to acknowledge that capitalism is the cause, because the entire driver of capitalism is nonstop growth.
Well, that's infinite growth capitalism, but that's not all capitalism. That's not inherently what it's always meant to be. No.
Show me a capitalism that's not right now trying to grow.
Well,
show me a capitalism system right now somewhere in the world that's not trying to do.
You just changed the terms, though. You said trying to grow, not infinite growth.
Fine. Show me one that's not infinite growth.
I mean, there's a couple. I would look at China. China would be one that's not in an infinite group parallel, because they're getting state-run corporations that have to withhold quotas, which is not infinite growth. Quotas inherently are not infinite growth capitalism.
Is
If you
China
have
So maybe it's
capitalistic?
not capitalism.
it's not infinite
Because I don't
growth.
think China's capitalist, is it?
China's
It can
probably
be.
one
Like,
of
I
the
mean, you
most
can make the
capitalist
argument
countries
that
in the
it's more
world.
capitalist than it is autocratic, but
Because China's not a capitalistic system; it's a social market economy.
It's definite. Like it's more
got
of a fascist
got
capitalist
socialism on
system
it.
than anything.
It's got authoritarian. Doesn't necessarily mean it's got fascism in it.
yeah, we
Well,
have
but
But it's
they,
definitely
they do
authoritarian.
check every box of fascism, though. Like they do
like
check
which
every
ones?
The race ideology, their G-side against Uyghurs checks that box. Their state-run controlled economics while still using a centralized bank system. That's inherently what fascism is because it's right-wing. And then the lack of elections and lack of democracy. It's literally a fascist state. Everything about it.
So actually, just FYI, you can have authoritarianism that is more onto the communist side of the scale, or you can have authoritarianism on the fascist side of the scale. So both of them are authoritarian. Both of them,
Communism doesn't have race
affect people.
ideology. Fascism does, and China has a race ideology, meaning they are fascist.
So okay, so was Stalin fascist or was he communist?
He wasn't communist. He was just authoritarian.
Okay, but okay then. That this just shows that you don't really know too much about history. But
Well, if you're talking about true communism, it's never happened. So you can't say that is true communism because they still were having different wages for different positions, and they still were using a centralized bank system. It was just a planned economy with
Like
authoritarian.
communism would have different wages for different positions, depending on the value.
Because that creates class.
What is the term called? Value added, value.
Well, that's the LVT theory, like the labor
called
value
again?
theory from Marx, and it's incorrect. So you can't use that.
No,
as-
to each person's capabilities or something.
Oh, it's fuck, Frontline. You and I should know this because we said it so many times. To each to their ability, to each to their needs.
Is that not LVT though? Labor value theory? Is that not what it is?
Yes.
Because the USSR didn't follow that at all. So that's not
Each
really
his ability to each of their needs is more of a communist thing.
Yeah, and the USSR wasn't that.
No, I would agree there. I mean, I would say that the USSR has primarily been run, as it always has been, from top down, kind of like monolithic, I guess, rule.
Like a mafia gang. It's a thug system where the top always win and he always got his little sidearms to come rolling back in. So it's ran like more like a mafia.
You know,
than
when you have
anything
you have your Olympians like falling out of windows, you know, when they have a bad article.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like the USSR tried to sell it off as communism. Communism, of course, has never been real in practice. And I've had this debate many, many times. But that's what they were trying to sell it off to their supporters as.
Yeah, I 100% agree. That's the point I was trying to make. Like, it just wasn't communism at all. Because, like, inherently, if you have higher wages for doctors, you're creating classes, which is against communism. So the second you make a class system, it's no longer communism.
Wait, today the private sector plays a critical role in China's economy, accounting for over 60% of its GDP.
It's a social marketing. It's a social market in China. It's not infinite capitalism. So it comes back to my original question, which is which place has infinite capitalism that succeeds?
Nowhere.
State-led capitalism. So, I mean, I agree with the initial like premise, like based around their I don't know, their race ideology and their and the
China's fascist, like to the definition.
Uyghurs.
No, it's actually
It's
not.
imperialistic.
It is considered a communist Marxist
No, it's just called the
political.
CCP. They just call themselves a communist party. Actions speak louder than words. Their actions have all aligned with fascism. Every single one.
Except they don't actually they don't have all of the characteristics of fascism because they still uphold socialist and communist ideologies.
Yeah,
They do advocate for state ownership that like they're not they're they don't meet all of the 14 requirements of fascism. They are missing some of them, and they have more that lead the complete opposite way. I'm not saying it's good either way. There's still authoritarianism, but it's not inherently fascist. Like, they do have a one-party system, but they're not fully fascist.
No, China's not
Anybody
considered
actually
a
been to China?
fascist state.
Has anybody here on the panel ever been to China? Has anybody been there? So do we actually really know what they live like? Because none of us have actually been there. I know people that actually have been there. They've worked in China. They live pretty freely over there. They can wear what they want. They can shop when they want. They can do what they want. It's not like they're being watched. Like, I mean, sure, they got the facial recognition and all that kind of stuff and all the technology, right? But again, if you've never been there, actually physically been there, how the hell do you know?
Yeah, so according to internet sources, China would not be considered a fascist state. It would be characterized. Oh, sorry. It is an authoritarian state led by the Communist Party, but the political system is rooted in Marxist-Leninist ideology rather than principles of fascism. And then it goes on to talk about a dual economy system between socialism and capitalism, driven by the private sector market.
So the only true country that's fascist would be North Korea.
And maybe the United States, but not quite yet.
North Koreans couldn't really be fascist, though. It's not really possible. Being fascist is the most hard ideology to achieve because it takes the most, specific instances. But I still refute the fact that China would even have Marxist-Leninist theories because Marx and those theories were against discrimination of people. China actively is committing one of the recognized genocides against Uyghurs, which just isn't based in any of those principles. But I don't think this is a relevant conversation at all.
It's interesting to hear.
You're muted again, host.
Thank you. I'm trying to mute. My dog's being a bit of a bad dog today. She keeps barking in the background, so I keep putting myself on mute. Sigma, did you have anything else you wanted to debate? Like you were waiting quite a long time.
But mostly just, I just personally, mostly just about the asset management company thing. I think that's terrible. I really don't see how you guys can support Mark Carney when he runs doesn't anymore, and it's all in a blind trust, but has history and also Goldman Sachs.
Why does that make him bad? Like, explain to me what it is about asset management that
profiteers, right? Like he's saying that he's a profiteer from capitalism without regard for the people that it exploits to achieve that profit.
So is Pierre.
That's fine. He's not playing the whataboutism. He's just asking us how we can support him. And I think the one thing that I would urge people to think about is that when you look for perfection in people, you'll often be most disappointed when they cannot fulfill that. And the second thing is that if you're a single issue voter and this is your issue, I think there might be more pressing ones than that, considering the position that he's undertaking now and the direction he said he was going to be going in. So, excuse me for being optimistic, but I don't think that what you're saying is really of dire consequence at this time.
No, fair enough. I mean, I just think he's against the liberal ideology, but I mean, fair enough.
Which one?
It's an issue. It's not an issue.
Well,
which liberal ideology?
Be specific, please.
They're the progressive nature is inherently against the accumulation of wealth at the top. Usually, if you're progressive, you're more tax.
That's more socialist. That's way more socialist,
again,
and the
that's more
Liberal Party has never been socialist.
and then
No.
They've been
again,
centrists.
it's
We get
Well,
called
they're still the
socialist.
tax of. They're still the party of higher taxes. I mean, they do believe in
No,
more taxes.
No,
I mean the conservatives don't really lower taxes.
never.
No, they don't, but they don't necessarily. Well, Harper did lower the GST by 2%. So I mean,
And then what did he do after that?
they raised it back. But I mean, they
But who
were.
introduced the GST to begin with? It was a conservative government.
It was a conservative government to pay for. I can't remember what they were paying for, but they had to pay for
Lake and pandas, and a 35-year agreement with China that we're still stuck with.
Well, that was after. The pandas were a good deal, though. I like the pandas.
What specifically are you talking about? The wheat board? Like, do you think selling the wheat board was bad to Saudi Arabia? Like,
Well, also selling out all our profits, like the FIPA arrangement, where your profit assurances are to a foreign entity, and you're locked in for 36 years, 15 years of advance notice before you can break out of that contract. And there's like heavy penalties to break out of it. Those were signed without consultation with Canadians. I think that is primarily the major problem. And then Pierre Poilievre was right there with him the whole time. And they're talking about policing Canadians by increasing, police budgets, and the primary one of the major reasons in crime is desperation, and like instead of addressing
Poverty.
the problems, they're putting more money into policing poverty,
I kind of
punishing Canadians.
I kind of disagree with that because a lot of like the budgetary things that they're talking about with the police are more related to the car theft problem, which Canada is the capital. We're the number one car theft.
Sorry, but the police budget was already
Still a problem.
allocated prior to the like big car theft ring. That's again, and somebody in the audience might like this, but it's supplemental to the actual original budget. So the budget was at like $780 million, and then it was inflated to go over $1 billion because of that.
Ottawa's getting new horses for the police force. How's that going to help you with the car theft problem?
Horses?
Yeah.
I love horses.
No, well, this is stuff. It's not for.
It's not really relevant. Do you like them or not? Yeah.
Well,
No,
that
but
won't do anything.
They
Of
do
course.
great things. They can go places other things can't. Horses are amazing.
But doesn't the
It's not
RCMP
gonna help
need
the police
horses
force.
though for their
It's not for the police. It's not
Those
for
are
the
different
RCMP. Ottawa
horses.
Police is now adding an entire horse division to their police force.
It did work well during the convoy.
Yeah,
That's exactly it. It's crowd control.
because they
Aside
use
from the
horses
one
a lot.
exception, why does Ottawa need a brigade of horses?
They could be parade horses, dude. Like, I'm not really worried.
So we're increasing our $500 million budget for horses. We have a
I really
$500 million budget.
They're not just
For
doing
police.
the horses, Joe. They're also
No. We already have. My point is, we
They're
already have
also
a $500
increasing.
million budget.
They're also increasing how many officers are in the police force. They're also buying new vehicles. They're also what was the other big expenditure? What was it? Firearms?
Because they haven't in 30 years, to be honest. They haven't done any upgrading for the RCMP for a really long time.
I'm not talking about the RCMP. I'm talking Ottawa. Ottawa Police.
Yeah, I don't
yes.
think
Look
it's
at the
really a
board,
big deal.
I think
But-
that they need to.
And they could be parade horses too.
Does Ottawa have their own municipal police force, or
Absolutely.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
we have.
do you
we
not
have,
pay for that on your
OPS.
property
We
taxes?
have we have OPS as well as we have RCMP running around the city as well as PPS.
And,
three
the
police
fucking
forces.
bylaw here thinks they're police officers too.
Yeah, that too.
They're fucking driving around in Ford Explorers, man. Like, why does a bylaw officer need a Ford Explorer? Get that guy like a little smart car and keep him localized. You don't need to militarize bylaw. Get him a bicycle.
Well, what's coming out of the U.S., I don't mind putting money into policing and military, to be honest. Like, I don't.
Yeah, I just think it's overdone. Like, I don't think we need to keep putting more and more money into that. We could be building more infrastructure. We could be gentrifying like torn down buildings and stuff like that. With that money, we could be, I don't know, facilitating so much more social development.
Is our infrastructure development really that
asking
bad though?
municipalities, where's the MJ taxes? $57 million over 6 years has gone to the municipality. Ask your city councilors where the fucking money is.
I agree with you there too.
Just to go back to the whole asset management thing that I wanted to say earlier, is that Carney has actually tried to push the financial world to prioritize climate risk and sustainable environments. He's very much recognized the urgent need for addressing climate change, and he actually became the chair of the Task Force on Climate-Related Finance Disclosures. He encouraged all the businesses that he does business with, especially in his asset management, to disclose their environmental impact. And there was companies that actually left his company because they did not want to disclose. They did not want to get on board with being transparent about how much they pollute, and they were forced out. So there's people that can do good things and there's people that can do bad things.
That's kind of like owning a diamond mine in Africa and then saying you're going to give your workers that don't get paid anything.
No, that's incorrect. That is
completely incorrect. That is completely.
It's more like owning a strip mine in Canada.
That has nothing to do with that.
No, well, but
it's more like owning a strip mine in
Canada.
Canada.
It's still in the asset management business, which is collusion. It's literally the principle of collusion and how monopolies start, and like that whole idea of asset management companies even being a thing is against.
That's not what his portfolio says, though. That's not what it's not. Sorry, again, you're being hyperbolic.
Asset management companies are a core component of a functioning financial system. They exist everywhere. It's part of our world, and you can either do it well or you can do it shittily. Yeah, and he does it well.
But Carney's portfolio isn't representative of what this guy is talking about. He's talking about some really dirty stuff and just blanket statement painting all.
Because that's what they do. They buy coal. They sell coal to China, and then they buy pipelines.
But we have to sell coal to China. We don't
and
have.
Here's another thing.
We're not allowed to not sell coal to China.
The grassy mines that they shut down is now in a pickle with Alberta because it's an Australian-owned company trying to strip mine and put selenium in all the Alberta's drinking water. Danielle Smith is allowing it after Kenny actually squashed it. So, and it's an Australian company. And they're going to take all that coal back to Australia. It's going to do absolutely nothing but leave a goddamn mess left for us to clean up.
The reason why is because the UCP is getting lobbied by big coal. Like, it's the same
reason
thing.
Why they're allowed to lobby is because we have a trade agreement with these foreign investors that we have to sell them.
We have to honor.
Coal.
Thanks to Harvard.
And not to mention
your agreement.
But we have no agreement that makes Brookfield invest in pipelines.
35-year agreement with Harper signed.
Why would we have an agreement with a private corporation? We're talking about international trade.
Their asset management, as you said, they're not going to build. They're just going to own whatever exists.
And they prioritize renewable energy investments over everything else.
Yeah, Brookfield Asset Management has definitely invested in coal, oil, and more importantly, Canadian oil. So you can scrutinize it. That's understandable. Like, I'm not going to judge somebody for that, but my point is like what you're talking about isn't exactly represented in this particular person's portfolio.
Well, it is because he did work at Goldman Sachs, though. Which,
so now you're going back to Goldman Sachs, so even further back.
But I'm just saying,
asset management with Goldman Sachs, was he under directive of somebody else who was saying we need to have this kind of a production, or was he adherent, or did he need to be adherent to the laws in the United States where you have to produce certain amounts of profit? Like, I mean, what you're saying is like you're blaming him for the state of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I'm not blaming him for the state of the world, but I think when given a choice to vote for a politician who has not actively ever participated in that system versus one who made all of his money off of that system.
Like who?
But pure Paul, but
wait.
But pure.
Who? Sigma.
Well, technically, Pierre Poilievre is the only member of, the only leader who has not held a job outside.
How much money is he worth?
He's the only one who hasn't
How
held a
much
job.
money is Pierre Poilievre?
How much worth he's worth?
I want to say he's worth like $25 million.
So as a politician who makes how much money over the last 20 years, right? So how much money every year would you have to make and live completely free of any kind of tax burden or gas or anything like that to amount to $25 million?
On that salary, like probably about 100 years of work, most likely. 'Cause what does an MP
So
make?
do you think there's a question of maybe ethics violations when somebody is a property management person who is renting to other members of parliament who are paying Pierre with taxpayer money for the rental of his house? Do you think there's a conflict there?
I don't think that, and you can attribute most of his wealth gain to inflation. And I don't really think, like, assets, of course, if you're an asset holder, inflation is
So
going
the
to
guy
make
makes $120,000, was $190,000 as an MP over the last 30 years, because he's or whatever 25 years, and that all of a sudden equals $25 million. Because what, he put it in a tax-free savings account?
No, because he put it into
How do you
houses.
explain being a career politician with a bank account at $25 million?
I can explain it.
How much have houses gone up just in the past 10 years?
And he's real estate investments, right? So is it okay for him to own, real estate investments and take Canadian tax dollars to pay for it, and his wife to be a public servant so they can double dip on the taxation and pension system? That's okay with him.
So he bought houses and he's renting them out, right?
Yeah, there's also this other thing of
Hang on. Sigma, he bought the houses and he's renting them out, right?
Yeah, I know the confliction you're going to bring up here.
That it's asset management?
Yeah, but most people who have that kind of money do that. My grandparents
but
houses.
You want to know what else?
But the exact same.
But I don't like them for it.
Do you know what Pierre Poilievre has also done?
What?
So during a period of time of real stress on Canadians, he suggested that they remove their money from Canadian savings accounts and puts it into Bitcoin. Do you remember that?
No, I'm unaware.
Okay, well he did. And guess where a lot of his money comes from?
Bitcoin?
Where does
holdings in Bitcoin? So he has a direct gain if people buy into it, right? And he told 40 million people publicly that buying Bitcoin was a good way of avoiding a recession in Canada. Do you see a conflict with that?
And then Bitcoin crashed.
Well,
do you see a conflict with that?
Not really, because I don't think he owns Bitcoin. So
he doesn't own Bitcoin, but he owns investments in Bitcoin, and he has a platform to address 40 million Canadians.
Well, I just don't think this is. I really don't think bringing up Bitcoin is a good example, because technically being decentralized currency, like the odds of volatility and like statements affecting it are very rare. It's kind of a mystery, really, because it's decentralized.
That's a complete obfuscation of the actual reality, which is the value of Bitcoin is directly reflective on people's influence on it. It is a cryptocurrency, and its value is based on the value of people have.
No, I think it's
not anything backing of it. What value does a Bitcoin actually have?
Nothing.
On its own.
The value that it has is the fact that there's only a limited amount that will ever be made. That's what gives its value.
Nope. I can have a limited collection of Pogs. I have a limited collection of Pogs. Does that make it valuable?
Yes.
Yeah, like that's. I'm sorry, but that is genuinely why Bitcoin has any value, is because there's
that's
only
the
a certain amount
perception.
that can ever be.
That's the perception. Nobody even knows how many you can actually end up mining.
21 million.
There is a cap. There is a hard cap.
21 million is the cap.
And that's what gives it value.
It's still artificial. It's still people
Because it was
give
the
it value.
It's the first, and it's the only one that's worth anything.
You guys are still trying to construct and associate a value that's supposed to be expected to it. It's still artificial. People are ascribing the value. It's go right down to Adam Smith's statement. The value of an item is whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. If nobody wanted to buy Bitcoin, that thing would have no value because it's got no it's got no actual use outside of
No
being
purpose.
currency. It's got
Gold
no purpose
has
whatsoever.
uses. Bitcoin doesn't.
Yeah, I can use gold in electronics. I can use gold for all sorts of stuff. I cannot use Bitcoin for anything else but trade.
Well, and a couple places you can buy stuff with it, but
Let's trade.
it's yeah, I guess
Again,
so.
it's
But
trade.
but it doesn't mean that people's direct statements, like him telling people to buy it, wouldn't be like that's not a pump and dump scheme. Like that's
It's
not.
absolutely a pump and dump scheme.
It is
Well,
pump and
but
dump
he's
scheme.
not. But
It's
he's
the
not
literal
the trader,
definition
he
of a
doesn't
pump
have
and dump
insider
scheme.
information on
It's
Bitcoin.
the literal definition of a pump and dump.
It's not because from what I know, at least, and this is all observation, he doesn't know the owners, and he is not the owner. That's
Yeah, but you
just
don't
my
have to be the
observation.
owner to orchestrate a pump and dump.
Mhm.
Look at what happened with GameStop.
Yeah, but that wasn't a
Elon
pump
owned
and dump, that was
GameStop.
fraud.
Look at
That
what
was
happened with
market fraud.
Haktua Girl. She has no idea how the hell cryptocurrency worked, but she was used as center point of a meme coin pump and dump because her name and her face was associated with it. The investors came in, they grabbed this coin, pumped it out, made a couple of $1 million, and left her out high and dry. And yeah, she had no idea what the hell was going on. Again, was she involved in it? Yeah. Was she the head of it? I don't believe so. She didn't have any knowledge to it. But yeah, again, she was the head of it, and she had no knowledge what the hell was going on. You don't need to know everything about what's going on in crypto to be still used, because as long as you have an audience and you can influence people, you can be used to do a pump and dump.
I mean, sure, but I still don't think this is like. I don't think this is the end of the world. I really don't think him saying that is the end of the world. Like, I think it's bad. Like, I definitely don't support that. I'm not going to contend that I support
Being
that.
charged with election
Why don't-
fraud to be just the end of it. He was charged with election fraud. Fraud is fraud is fraud is fraud. He has no integrity.
Literally cheated.
No integrity. He cheated. He's a
Yeah.
cheater, a liar, and he stands there with 3-word salads, and you guys have drank at the goddamn Kool-Aid.
When was he charged with election?
Go and Google it. I don't
I'm
have time
very
right now, and it's free.
surprised that I've
Go
never
look.
heard
Go
of
look on
You know,
elections. Canada.
institutional banks are approaching 10% of total Bitcoin ownership and are growing.
Give me a minute. I'll look up the election fraud.
So you are going to be looking at a centralized banking system because they have more buying power than anybody else, and they're going to keep buying up your Bitcoins and crashing that market.
I mean, yeah, luckily I don't own any Bitcoin, so it won't affect me. But I mean, like, I definitely don't think Bitcoin is good. I was just saying, like, it doesn't matter to me.
I used to think Bitcoin was favorable to the masses because of the idea that it's decentralized. But the more I thought about it, I was like, the more buying power you have, the more Bitcoin you can buy. And I feel like the banking institutions and investment companies have the most buying power.
Yeah, and that's what makes them bad. And Carney was part of that world.
No, I get what you said there, and I understand what you said there. But somebody operating within that system and somebody being that system are completely different. And it depends on the impact that you're trying to make while you're there, and what you're trying to do now. And you know, far be it from me to expect perfection from someone, but you know, I feel like Mark Carney has a good sense of humanity and what the value is in
Great.
humanity, and I think that's what we'll be looking forward to in the next 4 years when he's elected.
Great.
I mean, I guess we'll see come election time.
Should
Yeah,
we
for
let
sure.
Meg
And
life up?
just-
We have
Yeah,
a Meg
I
that
can
wants.
drop down.
There's also Bob in the comments too, making comments about how Carney destroyed the UK and got the keys. No, you know who destroyed the UK? Boris.
The UK.
And the Brexit went out, and he advised against that. So you know who destroyed it? 9 years of Conservatives in UK is what destroyed it.
You know, the only person that talks shit about Carney from the UK so far has been Liz Truss and a couple other Conservatives.
Yeah, I've invited Bob. See if he takes it.
There's no space.
There's no space. Oh, no, I think we have. Yeah, I there we go.
No, you're good. Just before we can go with, well, you can bring up Bob, but so in July 2015, Pierre Polyev announced, sorry, I'm just trying to find
Yeah, the thing is
is
it dropped, but it also went back up after that. So if you didn't buy Bitcoin, but you bought the stock for Bitcoin, you would still be ahead if you could afford to wait it out.
so here we go. The election fraud from, the election violation for Pierre. In July 2015, Polyev announced an expansion of a child care benefit program. During the announcement, he wore a Conservative Party of Canada shirt. Stated that the payments were from our Conservative government. And said that if the Liberals and NDP were to take office, they would take the benefits away and raise taxes. Later in 2017, the election commissioner determined. Sorry, let me finish. Later, the elections commissioner determined that the occasion was akin to a Conservative Party campaign event, rather than a Government of Canada announcement. As the government spent approximately $4,800 related to the event, it was essentially a de facto non-monetary contribution to the Conservative Party. A commissioner ruled that this was a campaign finance violation, as Polyev had knowingly circumvented the prohibition of contributions to a registered party by ineligible contributors. Polyev was ordered to post a link to the ruling on his social media.
And well, I guess it's not been proven, but robocalls was him.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
No, robocalls was Roman, I believe. Roman Barber. I can check with it.
We got a new panelist I'm just going to introduce real quick.
I'll take a look at that, but yes, go ahead.
Mega for Life. Did you want to tell us your age? And are you Canadian or American? 35?
I am Canadian, and I'm trolling with the name. But not trolling your life, other lives, democratic lives on here. You guys know me. I'm the angry liberal.
Oh, dear.
Here with this account. They won't let me make my point.
So what did you want to add?
I wanted to add that I want to congratulate all you progressives for helping support a center-right individual. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all your support.
And just wait till the coalition comes up.
But I'm not a center left. I'm a true centralist right liberal, and I have been since I was 18. Just saying.
No, I'm talking to the progressives.
Polyev's name has been
the
mentioned
NDP supporters who are supporting.
Call me progressive. Well, no, I guess you can call me progressive.
Yes, you are progressive. 100% you're progressive. You're just as much progressive as JB is.
I'm more left than JB.
I would say so too. Pierre Poilievre's name has been mentioned in discussions about the 2011 Canadian federal election voter suppression scandal, often referred to as the robocall scandal. However, it's important to clarify that Poilievre himself was not directly implicated in the scandal. There you go. However, his name, at the time, Poilievre was a prominent conservative and later served as a Minister of State for Democratic Reform. In this role, he defended Conservative Party's campaign practices and emphasized that the party ran an honest and ethical campaign.
You actually think
these calls were traced to individuals with the Conservative Party's campaign in that riding? Investigations by Elections Canada led to the convictions of a junior Conservative staffer, Michael Sona, for his role in the incident.
Reading that right now.
Do you think Pierre Poilievre's base gives a hoot about corruption?
No.
Yeah, we don't want Pierre Poilievre's base. I don't know why you're stuck on that. That's
but
dumb.
Who are you talking to?
I don't give a shit.
Are you just informing the panelists about what's going on, or are you trying to inform?
There was a previous person here that we were discussing this with.
Exactly.
That's exactly my point.
Finish this off.
That's exactly my point. If you're telling his base this or his supporters this, they don't care.
Yeah, I think there was 50. There's 50 people now. And most of those people weren't his base. And a lot of those people are tired of conservatives popping out this rhetoric without somebody stepping in and saying, you're wrong, you're lying. And it's called galvanizing support and kind of empowering people around you to vocalize as well and to stand up and to team up. So it's not for the, somebody who wants to continually yell and throw punches and stuff like that. There is a time and a place for that, but in these forums and these conversations, discussions, we're looking for common ground and illustrating the humanity of who we are as individuals on the left.
You do realize you've been educating them for like over a year now, and
And
I'm
we'll
not
continue to do
educating
so.
anybody, man. I'm out
anything
here
you
having
can.
a good time and trying to show people that, you know, liberals and leftists have a good time too. Liberals and leftists wash their fucking dishes. We walk our dogs. We have our kids. You know, like I cook steak, like those kinds of things that are kind of common ground. And like, oh, he's a fucking human too. That's what I do, man. And then when people
Happy.
start talking their shit, I knock that down and I
Right.
dismantle it.
Happy.
And I'm telling you, they don't care.
I don't care if they care. I care.
There, so you're talking about a group that's, you're right, doesn't care, but there's also a group around them that is still looking and asking questions, and those
Exactly.
are the people that we're actually going to have any change to.
We talked to a couple tonight already.
But
Exactly.
why would
Second
they
point,
change now?
because they're independent people who want to review and think about and do their research.
You've been
But hang on a second.
informing them.
I'm trying to say
You've all
something
been informing them.
I'm trying to say
Let Joe
something to
talk,
Happy
please.
first. On Polo Day, May 2nd, 2011, hundreds of calls purported coming from Elections Canada and giving erroneous poll information were made from the riding in Guelph. Investigators linked the calls to a pay-as-you-go cell phone belonging to a non-existent subscriber, identified only as Pierre Poutine. Holy shit!
That's funny.
So, if you thought it was Pierre Polyev that was connected to it, that might be why. And not to say it is him, I'm not saying it's not him, but that's still hilarious. That's all I'm saying.
Tad sus. It's just a tad sus.
There's been a fair amount of sort of people connected in different sort of right-wing scandals and whatnot, and yes, people are going to come out and go, well, liberals did it too. You're right, liberals did it too. Not the election frauds like this. They've been connected to other scandals, and again, you guys will bring them all up, even some that aren't even an issue. But some of these are ridiculous. When there's a code name being used of Pierre Poutine, I'm like, you know something's wrong when you're making shit up.
Pierre Polyev defended the robocalls. Like,
of course he did.
Yeah,
he'll
and the person
defend
implicated. He defended the person implicated.
if India
Not
gets
in
confirmed
court.
that they interfered with the election in the favor towards the Conservatives. He'll defend the shit out of that too.
Yeah. I need a beer.
So do you guys want Mark Carney to win, or do you want Jagmeet Singh to win?
You people stress me out. Jagmeet Singh, motherfucker, it's Jagmeet Singh.
It's Jagmeet Singh. Really happy? You've moved to Jagmeet Singh now?
No, he's asking you to pronounce his name correctly.
All night
Jagmeet,
long,
not Jagmeet.
all night long we've been hearing people say Jagmeet, and I can't
Singh.
for the
Mr. Singh.
life of me
What if I just
understand
say Mr.
how
Singh?
hard it is to say Jagmeet. Like,
You know
say
what?
the word
I didn't
jug.
know, so I did do
Say
it. But I will say
jug,
Jagmeet
say
from now on,
meat.
just for you, because you corrected me. So thank you. Because I was pronouncing it as it reads, and I didn't realize I was doing it wrong. So
Some people are just doing it on purpose. And
yeah, I'm not doing it
sorry.
on purpose.
Neither am I, but at the same time, I
Or
really
you
don't
lie to
care
me
what
because
his
I've
name is.
corrected you before.
I am so anti-progressive. You know that.
I don't care.
Okay.
So you're anti
What does that have to do with
I
mispronouncing
don't
someone's
understand
name?
why people think I'm like, I'm not super progressive either, but at least I have an understanding of what humanity is,
Yeah.
or a basic understanding.
You're wasting your time on.
I don't
me.
think so, man. It's my time and I get to do what I want
Exactly.
with it.
I always get frustrated when I have people
I'm
tell
not
me that I'm
telling you
wasting my time.
can't.
It's my time. If I want to spend it doing this, then I'm going to spend it
I'm
doing
not
this.
telling you you don't. I'm just informing you that it's going on deaf ears. That's all.
No.
I disagree.
No. You can only say it's going on to you. We can absolutely disagree because you can only claim that it's going on deaf ears, that being
For
your
you.
ears. But there's
Yeah,
another
my ears. That's what I'm
60.
talking about.
Hang
My
on.
ears.
There's 64 other people in this live that might be on the fence, and those ears.
I can literally
hear.
apologies.
I
Was
can
Happy
literally
talking to the
name
64
six
people, or was he talking
people.
to me?
No, I can literally name 6 people, 6 individuals who have literally said they've been changed by the things that we've said here. Not by me, but by the things that we have said. You know,
Stay
so that's good, and hopefully that growth is exponential, because then that person was going to be inside that circle of people who were repeating these things, and they get to say, oh, you know what, I was actually corrected when I brought that up. And you know, like, hopefully that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of fire we're trying to build.
Okay, so when you objected to the way I pronounced his name, was that for the audience sake or for my sake?
No, it's because you keep doing it, and I've told you before, so it's my sake.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
I've told you before, dude. Yeah,
No, you-
I told you. Like, I
Lay
know
down
I've
the
told
weed.
you. You've
You
come up
don't
into
remember
my
crap.
live and said the same thing before.
No, I didn't.
And I
No,
make a point. And I make a
did
point.
not. You and I
Excuse
have
me?
had different conversations.
And you don't think you brought up
I don't really
Judge's
mention
name?
his name.
Mm.
I've honestly, I don't really mention his name.
I don't really mention his name.
Usually, I mention
So that's a
progressive.
completely different thing. And you're unwilling to accept the fact that I remember you saying it that way. And that's why I injected this time in the manner that I did.
Well, I'm telling you, remember incorrectly.
You know, I'm like not wrong.
It says the guy who smokes weed every night. Okay.
What does that have to do with being right or wrong?
Are you
I think
serious?
that guy
No,
could
we're
do
talking
anything.
about memory. No,
Yeah,
we're
memory's
not,
good.
Not about right or wrong. We're talking about memory.
And what's
and
wrong
Who
with
says
weed
there's anything wrong with his memory?
Weed alters your memory.
Who says who?
There's all the studies. Would
What
you like
studies?
me to DM you a study?
You know what? You're
demonstrating
dealing with the
effects of
wrong person when
marijuana
it comes
on
to
your
that. I'll tell you
brain?
what, bud.
Yeah,
I've been
it could
involved
impact
with this
short-term
since
memory.
2006. I'm the last person you want to argue about that with.
I can guarantee you, if we did a test on you, you would do more. You would do poorer than someone who doesn't smoke weed.
No. That's not how the stat is.
Can we, hey,
I was gonna say,
can we,
yeah.
sorry, we are going to get our live taken down if we keep talking
Using that
about
word.
this.
Mhm.
Because this
Yep.
gets flagged when you say things like smoking stuff. We can get flagged for that. Okay, so just please be mindful when you're having this conversation. Call it something else.
Call it
Use
W
code
if
words.
you
Do
want.
whatever.
When they're okay,
But
I'm
we
not gonna
will
talk
get in
about
trouble.
MJ. I'm not going to talk about MJ. What I'm going to talk about is the
That was for
assertion.
everybody.
Thank you. When we're talking about cognitive ability and the impact of cognitive ability, you're not
We're not talking
comparing
about cognitive ability.
You're
We're
not
talking about
comparing
cognitive
it to
response.
somebody else. What is
Oh,
cognitive
you're
ability?
saying that our
Memory.
memory has. You're saying that thing has something to do with our usage of our memory. I work in a store, and everybody walks in my store that's puffing on a tobacco stick. They walk in, and I know exactly what they smoke, and I've been doing that for less than 2 years. So don't talk to me about my memory. It's like photographic. I can tell you what you said last week.
That's
Don't
complete
talk to me
nonsense.
about
Again,
it. Like I'm telling you,
again,
don't.
I would argue Pixie Lee has a really good memory of history. Like, she demonstrates some pretty amazing facts.
And when they're talking about cognitive ability and measuring cognitive ability, you're not measuring it against somebody else. You're measuring it against yourself. So somebody's cognitive ability might still be higher
That's not how
than
studies
yours.
work. Happy.
It
When
is
you
how
do a study
studies
on
work.
something like
Okay, so I'm going to
How
tell
do
you
you-
one of those studies
How
that
do you
happened.
think they measure the change if they're doing it on different people?
No,
Exactly.
you take two groups. You take a group who doesn't smoke weed, and you compare it to the
Watch
group
the
that
word,
does smoke
please.
weed.
You're saying the word again. If you keep saying the word,
not-
I'm going to have to boot you because we're going to get taken down, okay?
Yeah,
Megan, so stop saying the
how
word.
they formulate.
I said
That's not how they formulate it.
You don't need to pull a power
So
trip.
that would be.
It's not pulling a power trip. It's
It's
not.
just
It's not about an
protection.
apology. It's
I've
about
said
you
I'm
needing
sorry
to
like
stop
100
it.
times.
You're talking about a
I said I'm
control
sorry.
group,
Again,
and it's not the
it's
same
not
thing.
about an
Don't need to shove it
apology.
down
It's
my
just asking
throat.
you to
Yeah,
stop.
I don't need an
because
apology. Just
it's
please stop.
And
technical.
I said
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sorry.
But you're talking about two different ways of testing. You're talking about a control group, and that's not the same thing. Control group would talk about effects on the physical body, right? Like primarily, that's what you're talking about. Or if you're talking about side effects from like, I think I can say pharmaceuticals. I think from prescriptions, right? Like, so long-term impacts from prescriptions, you'll have a real versus placebo. But when you're talking about cognitive ability, you're measuring the individual's change in aptitude, right, to complete tasks. That is the primary source of how they can measure. So what they'll do is they'll take one individual at one state and they'll measure it. Then they'll introduce a control thing, and then they'll measure it a second time. And they will do that over and over again to establish the average of change within that person. Then they take multiple people, and what they do is they add them up and then divide them by the number of people, and they come up with an average.
You're totally making that nonsense up, bro.
No, actually, I have a degree in psychology, so I've read a lot of research papers. What Happy's saying is very accurate.
You, man, know about statistical analysis. And
Yes.
I'm not talking about statistical analysis.
I don't know just I know about doing research studies. I've learned about research studies, not just the statistical analysis part, but how to know validity. It's been a long night. Reliability, etc.
You have to establish a base. You cannot have a study without a base.
Exactly. You need a baseline.
And to have that baseline, you need to keep the same individual.
You have a bunch of people. You do their baseline without the intoxicant. Then you test them over a long period of time with that intoxicant.
They're already affected by that toxic substance.
No, they're not.
Yes, it does, bro. Studies have demonstrated that
substance
lingers in your body.
Which study are you?
Quote the study. Quote the study.
Yeah, quote a study. That would be
helpful.
helpful.
Quote the study.
Because
how do I link it to you?
Canada
DM
has barely even started research because we've just barely came to the point that we are legal. So prior to legalization, there was no studies done. There's stuff coming out of Israel and Germany and other places for sure, but we've only done a few studies. Number one being the 2002 Senate report, which was done by the Canadian Senate for looking for harms, which they actually have. I've got it here actually, if you'd like me to read it, but it's about 3,000 pages. Jen Kachin would have had this done decades ago, but it caused harm. But here's the thing, they couldn't find any harm, which was the 2002 Senate report.
Find any harm. Bro, you guys are delusional if you think marijuana has no effects.
No, I'm telling you the truth. These are the facts.
Oh, my apologies again.
So again, where are the studies that you'd like to cite? Because that's the thing, we like facts.
Give me a minute.
Okay, well, that would be great because, like I said, I've looked into all these things. I actually have a podcast that I do twice a week. So when it comes
there's something called neuroplasticity, right? And then
we have an endocannabinoid system.
Yeah, and then there's also like short-term impacts versus long-term impacts, and like short-term impacts being mitigated by neuroplasticity primarily, right? And then the impacts, negative impacts are
What are the short-term impacts?
They're dependent on how you're consuming it. The short-term impacts are while you're consuming it.
Right. Have you consumed it?
It's only while you're consuming it, right? Like, so
have you consumed
my memory isn't affected because
have you consumed it tonight?
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Have you consumed it tonight? Have you consumed it tonight?
That's not really relevant.
We're not talking about
give him the ability
memory.
to answer anything you're asking him.
Yeah, we're not talking about short-term memory, though.
Yes.
No.
Have you consumed
That's not short-term memory.
Have you consumed it tonight?
I'm just going to cut in. What does if Happy has consumed it tonight or not have to do with the conversation at hand?
Yeah. What point does it prove?
He's made a claim that I've said something. This is going back to our original discussion about Jagmeet Singh's name.
You just said it again.
You said it wrong again.
You just said it again.
You just did it again. So, like, I'm clearly right. And you can drop it and just get off.
You've got problems with our brains because we consume. I think you've got the problem.
Gummies.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you just proved my point, dude.
What do you mean? Have you done it? Yes or no?
You just proved my point.
You just proved that you cannot remember the name.
No, I also do gummies, so yes. My memory is also terrible.
Have you consumed tonight? Have you consumed tonight? Have you consumed tonight?
No, I consumed it tonight.
The answer is obviously.
I'm afraid of questions. I'm not afraid to answer questions. I know why you
but
are.
Like,
Can I have a request?
Yeah.
Can I have a request that we move back to talking about politics, please?
That's a good idea. I like that.
Because it's getting completely off topic. And as much as we could talk about this all night, it's not going to make a difference whether
Well, we're
we
just going back and
are
forth.
like, it's not
And
going
it's
to
not,
make a difference in the federal election, okay?
I mean, we just proved I'm
that's
right,
true.
so it's cool.
Oh no, you didn't. No,
Doesn't
you didn't.
matter. We're going to move on. So let's talk about what do we want to talk about? Actually, since we're talking politics, did anybody happen to hear Trump talk about how the media, CNN and MSNBC, was
I
it,
got the memory.
are illegal?
Nice, Mike. So it's short-term memory, though. But yeah, okay, go ahead, Mike. We'll talk about it on my live another time. Sorry,
No, that's okay. I was just bringing anything political back into it. One of the latest things Trump said earlier this evening was that CNN and MSNBC are illegal.
Oh, I heard him say that. His actual quote was, he said the way that they were reporting on him should be considered harmful and therefore illegal.
Mm-hmm. That's a scary statement when you're talking about the press that way.
100%. That is
I mean,
absurd. Yeah.
I loathe Fox News, for example, but they're not illegal. I mean,
I mean, in Canada, they would be.
yeah. Well,
They
because
don't.
Right,
I
like
don't
they
think
wouldn't
they
be able to be considered a news agency in Canada.
no,
You guys are
well, tell that to
panicking.
Danielle Smith because she loves talking to them.
You guys are panicking before the
Who's
actual has
panicking?
happened.
You're the only one
You
up
do
here
realize that,
stressed,
right?
dude. The only one up here
Wait
that
till the
brought stress to
Supreme.
the panel.
Wait till the Supreme Court supports his overstepping of his executive abilities, his constitutional authorities, and then we should all panic, not before. Right now, we seem to have an ally in Amy Coney Barrett. Hopefully, she will stand up for the Constitution and not sell herself to the biggest bidder. But
She was
hopefully.
selected after what was the choking guy's name?
Not Carney.
No, the guy that did the
Yeah, I can
choking.
see his face. But yeah, that would be one thing that he's already been targeted by the nuts because they're already I can't even say, I don't even know what the code word is for this, but they're already after her.
After who?
Amy Barrett.
And what did she do?
That's it. Thanks, PG Kavanaugh, because she's standing up against if there's any because what they did, the Supreme Court basically gave the orange potato carte blanche, right? They basically said he can overrule anything, do anything as a president as long as it's within the presidential. Well, I can't remember the exact wording, but basically said he can do whatever he wants, right?
Right.
And
No, that's
she's
not
saying,
it.
she's saying that that's not really the way that works.
No, that's not it. This relates to her. There was a Supreme Court ruling on the foreign aid thing that came up to the Supreme Court, and she sided with the other group and allowed the ruling to stay. Well, she kind of just pushed it down to the lower courts. Is what she did. They didn't really make a ruling on it officially, but she just allowed it to go back to the
right,
thing.
because she followed the law and the Constitution, and he doesn't want her to do that. He wants her to just he wants them
That's
to make
when
a
the
ruling,
harassment started.
and then make a final ruling because it's in the Supreme Court, and it doesn't have to be. Then it's done. Then it's the final.
Who was the guy? Isn't it Marco Rubio?
Yes, that's the one that was in Alberta. Is that who you're looking for?
He was in
Isn't he
Alberta.
the guy that was overseas?
Gummy.
He was the guy withholding the funding, wasn't he?
Gummy.
No, I think it was Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio is the one that did the G7 summit in Kananaskis.
I haven't taken gummies tonight.
Are you having a difficult time remembering things, Happy?
Well, because I always get him confused with Ted Cruz.
No, yeah, Marco Rubio was actually he ran to be president. He was trying to be the president, right?
Yeah, well, I know who he is, but I'm trying to picture his face. Because the guy that withheld the funding, I can picture his face.
But he was in Alberta at the G7 with the foreign ministry talks they were in Quebec.
He's the secretary. Yeah.
Secretary of State or whatever.
Yeah, he's the guy that I was right.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, he was in Quebec at the G7 with Jolie.
She's back in the cabinet for now.
Who?
I almost said Angelina Jolie. Melanie Jolie's back in
Melanie
the
Jolie.
Oh, yes. Too bad Freeland's back.
I think that was all back.
He was part of the whole plan to oust Justin Trudeau.
That's how you sound. Yeah.
And I think that
I think we're moving forward
into his cabinet is just him thanking her for
affairs.
support.
I have a hard time reading what people are saying with your screen. Veterans Affairs, Birthright Citizenship, USAID, and the
unfortunately, the white text over top of
rules aid to Ukraine. Oh yeah,
it's gonna make it hard to read on the phones.
Yeah,
so I was gonna say the bottom was purple. Could you maybe make it purple again? Like if you take your background with the swing out of it and then just leave it as the purple background that it was, because then people could see.
Yeah,
I know people might be able to see
if there's
better.
a way to do that. Just give me a second. I'm going to play in settings. Hopefully this doesn't end badly for me. Just give a second.
Marco Rubio, as U.S. Secretary of State, has been involved in the discussions about releasing funds to Ukraine. Recent reports suggest that the U.S. has restarted military and intelligence assistance to Ukraine, which had been paused earlier. Rubio has emphasized the importance of peace negotiations and hinted that aid could flow again, depending on Ukraine's commitment to the peace process.
I can do that.
You can rearrange the boxes if you want.
Does that help or make it worse?
You made it worse.
Oh shit, that's worse.
Worse? Okay, just give me a minute. I'm going to go back and see if I can get an image that is blank. Just give me a second. No.
He is not winning.
Try to find just like a nice black background.
I'm looking for the simplest thing. Let's try this guy. Nope, didn't take. Give me a second. Backgrounds, custom.
Do you think that Mark Carney will support the progressive communities, the LGBTQ and
not
women's
the same way that Trudeau did?
Yeah. Well, good.
Good.
Welcome your support for Mark Carney. I really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Were you at the were you at the convention?
No, I was not at the convention.
Oh,
And they didn't
did
even
you
let
donate
me
any money
vote.
to the Liberal Party?
I'm so annoyed.
There
I
you
didn't
go.
even get to vote. I didn't get that email with the code.
Are you really a Liberal then?
It's not optimum, but while I play around, is that a little better? I'm going to see if I can get it playing.
That one's a lot better.
Okay.
Yes, I am a Liberal. More than ever. Now that Mark Carney's in there, more than ever. Except I just can't support my MP.
You don't vote for Carney anyway.
I just can't support my MP guy.
So you're not voting for Carney.
I guess in a way, I'm not. Yeah, no.
You're not. Because you don't vote for Prime Minister. You have to vote for.
I would love it if Mark Carney took over this person's seat.
That would
Why
be,
we need more seats?
We have 124 empty ridings already. We need to keep,
Yeah,
we need to
exactly.
throw them into somewhere that actually would be beneficial for everybody, actually.
Yeah, but it needs to be a riding that he'll win. We don't want a repeat of
Yeah, no,
what's her face?
I agree 100% on that. But, basically, we have to fill 124 seats in a week, which is impossible to do.
Mhm.
So,
But
Yeah, I
they
don't think
really
we're gonna
don't
do
need
it.
to.
What we
They
need
just
to do
need
is
to win Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver.
I don't know, man. I think Canadians are sick and tired of the back and forth. I think what we need to see is more work towards a coalition before the election.
Really?
At least a platform to work together with common goals and priorities for sure.
That would be nice.
You think the progressive community can work with the center-right community? Are you?
That's up to them, man. We saw what happened in the U.S. when the progressive left turned their back on democracy.
Yeah, and they'll turn their back here because they're going around
And the will of the people will be the will of the
attacking
people.
anybody who doesn't adopt their morality.
I wanted to add, I really don't think the NDP is going to form a coalition. Like,
I don't
I
think so
think the
either.
Greens will,
No,
I think the
maybe
Bloc
not as a
Québécois
party.
will, but I don't see the NDP is doing it.
So I don't. Yeah, so like I think individuals maybe from that party would be prone to like joining, just for the sake of preserving our democracy. But I don't know if Jugmeat will be like, yeah, let's do it, guy.
I hope so, and I think Charlie Angus may have some pull or sway with that, but it doesn't sound good with Jagmeet right now.
Was Charlie
Charlie's
Angus
out, and I think
supportive?
he's staying out.
Yeah, I
Did
know.
Charlie Angus support the coalition
Well,
idea? Has he?
I don't know if he's said anything about it, but I feel like it's something he would, based on what he's been doing in the past few weeks. But we'll see. But
Yeah.
he's out soon
Can you
anyway,
make?
isn't he?
Can you
You know,
guys
like
make my screen? Can you guys make my screen bigger for a second? I want to show you something.
Maybe
Can you guys
Charlie
give up on
can
this
talk before.
strategic voting thing? It's a waste of time.
Oh, it worked in France.
Well, it didn't
It's
work
working
in the
quite a few
Ontario
places.
election.
Guys,
Yeah,
this is
because
the
nobody
new.
showed up.
Oh, hold on, I gotta.
Oh, look at that.
This is the new Ecos
Exactly.
poll that just came out. Look at that red line,
Last
and look
year,
at how
I
much
was telling
support. Look at how
JB
much
this.
support the NDP has lost.
Yeah.
They went from
Yeah.
14 down to 8, and the
Exactly.
Liberals are
That's
sitting
'cause
at 49.5 right now.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
because the
what I've been
NDP went
saying.
after liberal votes.
What poll is this?
when was this
This is
poll
the
done?
Ecos.
Eco,
Yeah,
seriously?
when was this?
March 13th.
Oh, they
Was it
must be
March 13th?
shitting
Okay.
their. They
No,
must
it
be
was
trumping their
released March
cans.
13th.
Yeah, so it was released March 13th,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
when was the poll actually
I
performed?
don't know. I don't see it. But
It
that's
was
fine.
performed, I think, 11th to or 10th to 11th. It was very, very recent because I just
Okay,
talked to
10 to
JB about this.
Yeah, so 10 to 11th is significant because 10 to 11th is after the election in regards to the Liberal Party. Therefore, it's massively significant because this is after Carney is confirmed. And if that line shot up, that's a huge, that's very, very significant because that means people are accepting Carney as the Liberal leader and they're putting confidence into Carney and the Liberals.
Yeah.
Going for a quick election now is probably the only good move. If this could probably be doubled with another poll or two coming up, I'm assuming in the next couple of days.
Yeah, so check it out. It was March 10th to 13th.
Who do they poll?
People, not the
People.
bots.
Come on, what an ignorant thing to say.
Yeah, you've been
Who they
great
polled
tonight.
matters.
Pool of people that actually do this, like Angus Reid and stuff, which I do. I belong to the Angus Reid poll, so I might have actually voted in this poll. I'm not sure. I did a couple polls in the last few weeks, but they're there. They don't call you. It's in your inbox, and you have to actually sign up to do polls. So it's people that sign up to do polls that they actually poll.
Well, who are these people?
Yeah.
Who are
Even
signing
in
up to do
Alberta.
polls?
Yeah,
So-
Rocky Mountainous is saying even in Alberta. That's really good. I'm surprised.
So I'm looking
It's
at
only a
this
little
here.
difference. Like they still the most conservative support is here, but that's pretty wild.
Still, they're ahead in Alberta. That's wild.
So it's a poll of between March 10th and March 13th. It's a random sample of 1,025 people aged 18 and over, and they're giving it an error rate of 3.1%.
Look at young men though, still in the red or in the blue. I should say.
Yeah. Young men or the younger, just younger, because this is gender, this is age, right?
Yeah.
And age didn't take gender into account, so
But men
we still
and
see
younger.
that the young voters are the ones that are swinging the hardest to
impressionable.
yeah, and I'm pretty sure that that's mostly young men, and then that's mostly young women. But then as soon as we get into the 49 plus,
Way up there.
That is so weird. I mean, I remember it.
and then
Not too long ago
education,
where it
this
was
is
reversed.
obviously like this is we already knew this was going to happen. The university always goes more progressive.
Do they mention how many people they
Social-
polled?
Don't know.
How do you feel about Doug Ford's endorsement?
I don't trust him. I don't know what
You
is.
don't
He
trust
says
him?
the
What does that
right
have to do with
things
it?
sometimes, but I don't feel that it's necessarily sincere.
So phone
You don't
online.
think
Knowing
what he
Doug
said
Ford's
was
history,
sincere?
he's a shady
He's
ass.
criticized Pierre and he supported Hardy.
Yeah, but we know the Ford family, okay, in Ontario. That family is shady AF. Period.
No, true.
All right.
That's it.
You can put me back.
That's all. There's nothing more to say. Shady
You don't think
AF.
his endorsement will have an impact on some of his
His
names?
endorsement will
Endorsement?
most definitely have an impact, though. Let's be real. His endorsement will have an
Exactly.
impact. And I think he is propping himself up to be the next conservative
I
prime
think so.
minister in the next elections. So I think that he's trying to
No, he's not.
be.
No, he's not. He's demonstrated
I think we.
that clearly with his little fumbling of the we're going to tax or increase your cost of electricity, or I'm going to shut it down. And then, did you see the look on his face in that press conference after Carney spoke to him? He came out so apologetic, so defeated, so put it to his place.
I don't know. I just don't trust him.
I don't trust him either.
I don't
But
trust that he's sincere in anything that he does. I feel like it's all very strategic.
Yeah, but I don't think
More than
You gotta
more than
understand how he works. He's the type of person who just goes. He just wants to be just like Donald Trump does, but not as much. But he just goes in whatever direction the polls tell him to go. He wants to look good.
Provincial level.
And when he looks back, see what I like about him? I don't support the conservatives here, the progressive conservatives, but what I do like about him is that he changes course when he's proven to be wrong. He did that through the pandemic. He did that with this, with the electricity thing.
No, he tells you he's changing course, but literally, like he said, he's not developing Greenbelt, develops Greenbelt. Not, holy.
Yeah, but he changed. He stopped doing it. He's not pulling a Daniel Smith on us, being like, okay, come and sue me. Like, I'm going to develop on the thing. Who are you to stop me? I'd rather have him than Daniel Smith.
I would probably rather have more than Daniel Smith.
I'm gonna say I'll give you that. I like him more than Daniel Smith. That's for sure.
I like a lot of people more than Daniel Smith, so it's not a hard one to beat for me. So if I had to take Ford over Smith, yeah, but I would still never vote for him for prime minister.
So Doug looks like when he did the electrical surtax, he kind of did that on his own. That's probably why Carney had a bit of a conversation with him to bring him back into the larger national strategy of what's going on. That's probably why they rolled back that.
No. He was going to go. He was going to go and negotiate a trade agreement with what's his face, Howard Lutnick. No, not with
Under
Trump.
what
Howard
authority?
Lutnick. He was going to meet Howard Lutnick that following day or that morning, and then the liberals had to call him up and be like, "Whoa! What are you doing? Stay in your lane, bro. You can't negotiate trade contracts."
Ontario has the largest population in Canada and the biggest manufacturing, so he's basically, got more population behind him than any other province, right? With their GDP and everything else. Again, that's why I think he feels he's more empowered to say something and to protect the, province of Ontario. I don't blame him to a point, but again, he has to stay in his lane.
Yes, he needs to work with the liberals. He can't just go on his own and have a meeting with the Trump administration. And that's why.
So while there's nothing wrong with that, again, he's like, especially since if it was back, let's say, a couple just a year or two ago when it was during Biden time, he wants to go to the States and make more deals to go between Ontario and the United States. Have at her. There's no issue there.
I'm out.
But
Joe.
we've changed our relationship. Sorry, go ahead.
You cannot. The premier cannot directly make trade deals with the United States on an international level.
Exactly.
Premier could do those deals if this with the U.S. like a year ago when it was just we're going to sell. You got a little bit more power, whatnot.
No, he can't. What he can do though is make it more enticing for U.S. companies to buy from Ontario. That's the only thing he can do is like I'll incentivize on this side, but he doesn't have the authority to sign anything official.
That's a good point. No, he could go in there and and sell sort of incentives from Ontario to, hey, come here and build here in Ontario. You're absolutely right. And during that time, like I said, a year or so ago, nobody would have batted an eyelash. Now, there's a trade war going on. Everything has to go through the feds.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, it needs to be a Team Canada approach that includes the feds.
It has to go through the feds. More than just includes the feds. It has to go through the feds now. This is now a trade war, and that's federal
Yeah.
territory. It has
Yes,
to
I
come
agree.
from a single voice.
Agreed.
Yep.
And
Well,
that's
no.
not pure. Like, I
That's
mean,
understanding
to be
Canada, right?
fair, I think Jagmeet Singh would do a better job than Pierre Poilievre at representing Canadians. Elizabeth May too. Like,
Yeah. Jagmeet's got a bit
What?
of experience. He's a former attorney, criminal
Mhm.
law. So he's got experience in regards to debating and arguing and negotiating. That's part of being a lawyer.
But his politics is in the wrong direction.
yeah,
He's
for
not in
you,
support. See, what
For
part?
you,
What do you mean for me, for the
for you.
country as a whole? Progressivism doesn't work on a federal
That's
level.
your opinion.
it does.
According to
No,
you.
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Just because you say
Okay,
something
tell,
doesn't make it
go
true.
tell. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, Dan.
Go
this
tell
is-
that to Norway.
Go tell that
We'll
to
wait.
Norway.
No,
What?
Yeah.
it's not that. It's just like
Norway is a much
these
smaller
grassroots
country. What the
movements
hell?
take time, right? Like, notoriously
Also a massively
slow.
progressive country
No.
with happier people. Okay,
Norway-
fine. Go tell that France.
Wait a minute. Norway doesn't have the diversity that we do,
That's true.
and in the
Denmark.
proximity to the United States.
I don't know what your point is. with
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Point
sure where you're going with
is
this.
when you
I
have
mean, they
such
have
diversity,
proximity to the
it's
European
harder
Union.
for one political ideology to propagate within that country.
What?
What does that have to do with it? What, your statement was progressiveness doesn't work. Well, what does that have to do with diversity?
In it, wait, in order for progressivism to propagate in the country, there needs to be less diversity.
I think
We're
it's
talking
the
about progressiveness,
opposite.
not fascism.
No.
It needs you to be more
I'm
clear.
not talking. Well,
He's not talking about
bringing up
progressiveness.
fascism.
He's talking about progress. He's talking about not progressiveness. He's talking about, like, I don't know, like
Having one ideology dominate
economic
the.
progress and like
No, that's not what I'm doing.
progress
I'm
in
telling you,
society. Like,
a smaller country's able to push their one ideology ahead of all the other ones a lot more than a country as big and diverse as ours is, who has a whole bunch of different people who have different viewpoints.
yeah, but
It's hard to bring
singularity is never
everybody
really
under one banner.
beneficial. Yeah, but
It's a
sorry.
lot easier in a smaller country with a smaller population.
No. So they tried that in some places in the United States. I can't remember what they call it, but there was a study, and it's about being self-segregating. Like, you put yourself. You're not being segregated. You remove yourself from society and make yourself exclusive, and the communities are built around that. And it's not a singularity. It's there's a word for it, monoculture, and it becomes a monoculture, and this affects a lot of things. And one of those things that it affects is health of the community. You don't have access to immunities and stuff like that. Your body is not evolving. And it's a big detriment. Then you have like psychological issues with monoculture too. Like, it's a degradation. Malcolm Gladwell talks about this in Beyond the Tipping Point, and he uses different case studies to back his point up. But it's definitely not a benefit to society to have a singular movement, a singular voice.
I'm not
Can I-
talking about the beneficial of a
can I-
singular voice.
Can
just
I
talking
bring up
about-
something as well? Hold on. Sorry. I haven't. So I actually want to say, as controversial as this might sound, I actually kind of half agree with what I don't want to. I hate calling you MAGA. But okay, so there's a part of it that I do agree, and this has actually been studied. So I actually pulled out the article that I read a while ago, and it talks about how places like Norway and Switzerland have these structural advantages. One being the smaller, wealthier population, right? That actually does play into it, and we can't pretend that it doesn't. Also, they have less corruption. And the less corruption, we can argue that it's because we've been so close to the States, where there's been a lot more corruption since the Reagan era. It's kind of pulled us along with it, whether we like it or not. There's also direct democracy in Switzerland. So, like the Swiss people have referendums that actually let citizens vote directly on policy, which ensures that social programs align with public demand rather than political party interests. Then they have, like, Norway has its oil wealth. We unfortunately, had Brian Mulroney get rid of our national energy program, which that could have led into us becoming a little bit more, progressive in that sense, because we would have had a lot more money to be able to support us and to support more public programs. Then there's also the fact that we just have different economic models. And again, we lean more towards corporate friendly capitalism because we've been driven there by the United States since the trickle down economics with Reagan. They have stronger unions and worker power. And again, this still comes back to the fact that we're too closely tied into the United States. Where was it? Oh, yeah. And the fact that we do have, the provinces do have too much power. So because our provinces have too much power, we basically are like individual little countries inside a big one. So that does make it a lot harder for us to achieve these more progressive social systems. And we are more diverse too. So like even look at, Alberta versus Ontario. They're like two different countries altogether almost in terms of their way of life and their culture. So it is going to take us a long time to be able to move more towards that socialist, progressive kind of democracy.
I think
And
we're
our
on the
immigration
precipice.
policy. You got to understand that when immigrants come into Canada, they don't want to become an Uber driver for the rest of their lives. They want to make money. When they want to set up a business and have that business become as successful as quickly as possible. They don't want to wait decades for that business to become successful. So what they want is they'll support a government like Doug Ford's government who looks the other way. This is why Ontarians support Doug Ford as a whole. Is because he does implement policy, but he looks the other way. He doesn't enforce any of his policies.
Sorry, Doug
especially when it
Ford
comes
won
to
the
business.
election because 45% of the people voted.
No, that's not why he won.
That's exactly why.
That's not why he won.
Because a lot of people didn't show up. But also,
55% of the people who could vote didn't vote. That's why Doug
not
Ford
why
won.
he won. Again,
That's
you don't
exactly
understand
why.
Ontario, especially Toronto and the GTA.
Oh yeah, I've been living in Ontario for 20 years.
You live in Ottawa. It's a different beast.
It's literally Ontario.
are you going to tell us Toronto is the center of the whole Ontario? Because that works so well with the rest of us in Ontario.
110%. Toronto and the GTA is what drives Ontario. And people in the GTA love a government that doesn't enforce its own policies or doesn't even put in.
They just kicked out the conservative fucking government in Toronto.
What?
Yeah, like the mayor was conservative. He's done, and now it's
Olivia Chow.
Who's conservative? Where?
John Tory.
Toronto.
John Tory was
John Tory was gone.
She was center right.
Whatever, dude. He was a fucking conservative. Don't split hairs.
Progressive conservative.
I don't give a shit. He's still a conservative. Like, what are you splitting hairs about?
Because the progressive conservatives is not conservative. They're two completely different beasts.
All right.
They're never going to put.
Like it's called spending, like spending habits and what you're spending it on and stuff like that. But whatever, man. You keep making excuses.
It was under him that the LRT got introduced. What are you talking about spending?
But didn't Olivia Chow just sign a great agreement with the federal government for housing for Toronto? Because she's willing to work with the federal government, where a lot of mayors and stuff, and if you're in Alberta, Daniel Smith won't even let you work with the federal government for any grants or any money that would come from the feds. It all has to go through the Alberta government. At least Olivia Chow has worked with the federal government, I believe, to bring housing money into Toronto to be able to build income or low income housing for Toronto with working with the federal government. Just saying.
But that's a tough challenge for Olivia Chow because a lot of people in Toronto do not want more development. because that brings down the property value. There's a
you know
lot
what?
of
Then
Toronto's
Well,
real
cities
estate.
like Toronto, Ottawa,
So it sounds like
Hamilton.
Toronto's got a bit of a problem. They want less development because they want to maintain their property value, but they also want more affordable housing.
No, they
What's
don't.
up?
Not really. Not
Dude,
Why
like
would
Toronto,
corporations
Ottawa,
allowed to buy
Hamilton,
up
Genuinely
all
Peel,
the
Durham, Niagara,
affordable housing.
Waterloo, York, and Sudbury have signed agreements with the federal government for housing. So Saskatchewan is Regina, Saskatoon. Like there's municipalities all across Canada that are buying into this program. And there's also municipalities that are being handcuffed by conservative premiers and conservative parliamentarians, you know.
Fund Toronto all you want. Developers will take their sweet ass time developing these properties. They're in no rush to develop any property unless it's privately owned.
Well, they
And
only
can
get
make
the
a
money
profit
if
off
they
of
meet
it.
the benchmarks.
Even then, right now, they're having a
They
tough
don't
time.
get the money without
building
meeting
anything.
benchmarks.
What?
They don't get money without meeting benchmarks.
Yeah, you can start a project. You just don't have to really finish it.
Yeah, but you don't get all the money.
Well, they don't want it. They don't want it right now.
You're just making excuses and being obtuse.
have equal to what the
Yeah,
federal
you're just being
government-
argumentative and
So-
obtuse.
I'm not being argumentative.
Yes,
Yeah,
you are.
you are.
Yes, you
There
are.
is a
Yes, you are.
heavy,
Yes, you are. But
heavy
you're saying the
100%
municipality
lobbyist
or the
group.
province has to have the benchmark baseline to meet what the federal government will then match.
Province,
right?
not the city of Toronto.
But then there's also criteria that you have to meet before you can even apply.
That's the province of Ontario, right? Not the city of Toronto.
It's
The city
federal.
of Toronto doesn't
It's
have
federal.
an agreement.
It's federal.
It's
This is
federal.
federal funding.
No, I know it's federal
the cities
funding.
and the
federal
municipalities.
agreement is with
Sorry,
the
dude, you're
province of
wrong
Ontario,
again.
not with the city of Toronto.
No, you're wrong again. It's municipalities and cities that apply for the funding because of the ineptitude of the conservative premiers. That's
Yes.
why this funding was set up. They don't get a say in it.
No, I agree. I agree. But I'm telling you, the funding isn't really being used.
I see it being used all the time. I see it, and Joe can back me up in this.
Toronto.
There are massive but there are massive apartment buildings going up all across Ottawa and Gatineau right now that are all part of this accelerated funding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's that 80 or 50 or 80 story building there in Little Italy is, I think, part of that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're not going to find affordable housing with that money. There's no way the citizens of Toronto is ever going to allow a large number of affordable housing being
We
built.
already have affordable housing in Toronto. Like
where?
You have to apply
Let
for
me know.
Government grants that are given to low cost housing, it's under like a provincial ministry. Like we have BC ministries of like housing. So BC Housing. It comes from the province. You would have like Ontario Housing, which then has low income units that are available. And if
You
they
have
don't,
to
and sometimes they
qualify.
you have to qualify under a certain income level. But even if you're living in British Columbia anyway, if you're living in a property that you cannot afford, your income is under a certain level, you can apply to the BC government. They will subsidize your rent. They won't send it to you, they send it to your landlord, right? So there are ways that they are trying to become affordable. Again, a lot of our First Nations are actually doing more work for low income housing in all provinces. And that's because there's a barrier that the municipalities have to reach. So again, if you want to apply for federal funding, if the base level is like $100,000 or $1 million, the city has to be able to match that $1 million to get the $1 million.
Yeah, and they need, like, honest to God, like they've had city living in Ottawa for a long time, and like it's been like a decades wait. Like it's like it's not enough. They need to build more strategically, in my opinion.
I think they should do wartime housing. Like
Yeah, and that's what I was saying too. I said
no basements, all on one floor. They go up quick. It would
some
then
of them are
actually feed our own sawmills. We could use our own lumber, our own steel mills to make the wood or make the nails and all. It would employ people, which would then kind of make us not having to rely so much on other countries, and then it would also
They should have
feed into
acquired.
our economy and employ people, which would bring up jobs.
You know which community is the most loudest when it comes to development in Toronto? The white community.
What?
In Etobicoke. In Etobicoke Central.
You just said
That
that, right?
community.
You just said that out loud. You just said
Or
that
do you want
out
me to say
loud.
YT? Fine, YT.
No, they're just
Be
shocked that you still
respectful.
believe that.
Be respectful.
It's
Just be
a
respectful,
fact.
man.
It's a fact.
Be
Come
respectful.
to Etobicoke Central, you will see a large community of white people. Toronto is a very
Be
segregated
fucking
city.
respectful, man. Not gonna say it again.
Respectful? What? How am I being disrespectful? Crickets, crickets, crickets. Right,
Because
exactly.
you're making
by
it sound like
disrespecting.
you're making it sound like people that are of that persuasion are being oppressed or something, which
what I'm
that would
saying.
never
Echoes.
happen. You have privilege just with coming out the color of your body, dude. Never mind being a cis
there's
white
moral
male.
supremacy.
So
shit.
just
Man,
shut
I can't
it
do it. I
down
can't do
and
it.
quit
Go
being
suck yourself,
fucking
man. Go
disrespectful.
fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I'm done. I'm done.
Who did this
That
down?
is
That was
not what he
awesome.
is saying.
Oops.
I had to play that.
that
You're
was
welcome.
very appropriate.
Don't come in here and start like acting like you're oppressed or something, and that you're not
No,
getting
it's not
housing.
just that. It's like the go after yourself and all that stuff is a little bit too much.
He was actually calm for longer than I've ever had him in a live.
I know, me too.
So just to give kudos where they're deserved. That like the last time I had a live with him, he was up for about 3 seconds before I had to boot him because he just came up yelling. So might not even remember that. I don't know, but yeah. I didn't even know. To this day, I still don't even know what he was yelling about because he just kept screaming, and I'm just like, no, I'm not going to do this today.
Well, he has to have some respect for people that are here, right? And that's just wrong. I won't tolerate that. That was wrong. Sorry, not sorry.
Well, I guess it's hard not to be a little bit sensitive when they're just tearing down Black Lives Matters memorials in the United States just like yesterday. So that was some disturbing stuff there.
And to those who are asking, yeah, I do save that particular button for really hard crash outs like that, just because, yeah.
It's a good button.
It feels right.
So again, like somebody keeps asking, what did he say? It's about the manner in which he was speaking to people and the continued, condescension, and then there's a lot of hyperbole, blame, gaslighting. And so the final straw for me was when he started telling people to fuck off and go fuck themselves.
Yeah. I muted him there actually just before he dropped. So I'm like, no, not okay.
I kicked him.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. But if you can't maintain decorum, even with this leniency, then I don't think you should have a space.
But don't come in here and start spewing about using the terminology that you shouldn't be using, which I find disrespectful right off the top. And sounding like
look at this claim about Black Lives Matter.
And you're not getting what you need because you're a cis.
Citation needed.
Oh, you mean John Lavender? Yeah. Let's have a source for that. But
I got a button for that one too.
Yeah.
I have a button for everything.
Let's see here. Black Lives Matter grant funding has provided direct grants to Black-led organizations and community projects aimed at addressing systemic inequities and supporting Black communities. You can see this at advocacy and awareness. Actually, Black Lives Matter has a website. Obviously with the awareness and advocacy, they've contributed back to the community, and BLM has supported local initiatives such as funding for educational programs, mental health resources, and community building activities.
So, do we want to let Francis up? I don't know if Francis is off or not, but he's in our waiting, and we've got yeah.
Oh, there's a transparency center for Black Lives Matter.
Oh, cool.
So if you go to blacklivesmatter.com, transparency center. Let's see what this does. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm not going to read the whole thing to people, so. Why does Black Lives Matter need a foundation? Oh, shit. Breaking it down for people. By stopping development of what?
I have no idea. So, do we have any?
I think he's mentioning something about stopping development of development so that they cannot expand and they cannot grow their communities to have a more diverse community. I think is what he's trying to say.
Yeah. Do we have any ops in the chat that want to come up and talk?
They have a direct link to their assets on the website. Oh my God, everything. Signatures not a T4, but what are they called in the Form 990? Public disclosure. They literally have every expenditure and every red cent. Public access information. What were you saying about Black Lives Matter not being good for the community?
That was John Lavender, I think, in chat.
Yeah. I don't know about BLM, but I know Black Panthers did a huge amount of work just directly to the community for quite a while.
Yeah.
It was impressive.
I love watching that.
So, I was going to ask Frontline or Happy or Pixie, do any of you want to be in the big box for a while?
I think there might be an issue with the image.
Pardon me?
There might be an issue with the image.
Yes, that's right. Okay, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, I can put you up, but you won't have the image.
If you want to take a bit,
I was gonna say,
walk
if
away
you're-
and we can, do whatever.
Yeah,
right?
I do need to take a bit of a break because I'm not used to being on for so long. Would you guys be okay if I did that?
Yeah, go
Yeah, of
ahead,
course.
because we're not really needing anybody modding. We're just kind of all doing our own thing. We can add people, I think, ourselves anyway. So
Yeah, we can take people down and
Yeah,
whatever.
exactly.
Also, we don't have to go for a full 6 hours if everybody's tired or if we're running out of opposition or whatever. We can shut it down earlier too. So it's up to you guys, but just don't feel pressured to do anything.
What do you think? Should we keep it going a little longer?
I forgot what day it was.
It's Friday. So usually this runs till midnight, but that's a long time for me. But I don't mind doing it this one time.
Oh, yeah, or your mountain time. Never mind. Yeah, so for you it would be midnight. For me, it's 11.
Or 11.
Norbert wants to
12:15
come up.
here.
I know that they're not opposition, but they
can
really
have
want to come up.
It's 12:15. Oh.
I will bring Norbert up, and then I'm going to take like a half an hour, and I'll be back. Okay? Does that sound okay? Oh, Norbert was already accepted. There we go. We have
We'll be here.
Red Mage, and I don't know if they're ops or not, but
They're not ops. They're not ops.
they're not. Okay. Okay, I'll be back, guys.
Yeah,
I was
and
gonna
we
mute my
can
mic.
also shut it down in 45 minutes, so that it's 5 hours instead of 6. That's okay too.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, actually. But I'll be back in about a half.
So
Sounds
how
good.
does everybody feel about the Liberals being the best party available?
He asks the far left extremist.
that's kind of a loaded question. I think we're all kind of leaning that way, but again, it's still about strategic voting, right? Again, in my writing, we're not going to have a party, or we're not going to probably have a Liberal candidate. So it's going to be ABC here, unfortunately, because we're one at 124 without one.
It'd be nice. Yeah.
I would like to have a nice proportional representation system so that people could vote what they want, and then we are going to have at least a government representative of the population.
You mean ranked ballot system, not proportionate representation.
No, proportional. Ranked ballot is not bad. It's a good second choice, but proportional would be more accurate to the population's representation. We have that ability now. This is no
We do have
longer.
the ability, right? Like, there are several other parties. I think I said this on the last, my last even showing. There's like 100 different parties in Canada, right? You can, if there's a
Yep.
party running independently, you can run in Canada, right? So again, it's pretty much if that person has enough momentum in their area to take that riding, let them. And it can be independent. It can be from any party. There's several different ones, right?
Yeah.
So this is where it kind of comes the difference between ranked ballot and whatchamacallit, doing ranked ballot and proportional. Ranked ballot is kind of like a drop-in replacement to first past the post. You're going to just take the ridings; they're not going to change. You're just going to have a ranked ballot system. I think it's a much better idea than first past the post. It's not my best idea, like in regards to what I view, but I do think it's a much better idea than first past the post, and it's very easy and simple to drop in. I would take
Voters
that.
cast their ballots for a party rather than an individual candidate. Seats in the legislature are then distributed based on the percentage of votes each party receives. Mixed member.
Now you're talking about proportional representation.
This is proportional representation.
Right.
Then you have a mixed member proportional. This combines proportional representation with individual district representatives. Voters typically get 2 votes, one for party and one for a candidate in their local district. Single transferable vote. Voters cast.
Yeah. So proportional representation allows.
In order of preference, seats are allocated based on preferences of the proportion of votes in the candidates. Yeah, that's a ranked ballot system. That's what I like.
Right? No, it's not a ranked ballot system. So the difference between proportional
No, that
versus
last one,
ranked.
single transferable vote.
Yeah, but ranked is more based on you've got the existing writing system, and then you're going to base you're doing the same thing, except you're going to have a ranked ballot so that over 50%, like Lisa McLeod out in Nepean would never have had her seat because she never got 50% for hers.
No, it's not exactly that. It's they whittle it down till the candidate gets 50% of what's left.
No, ranked is that limited to the ridings. It's not limited to if you want national, that's when you're looking at a proportional representation. And this is where it's no longer you have the ridings because now you have the popular vote and then you're basing it on popular vote.
No, in my writing, I would have a choice between the 8 candidates that are here. There's a couple of independents, the 4, and
in ranked ballot you would, but proportional representation, a lot of the systems there get rid of the writing system altogether.
Yeah, but if I vote for whatever, I don't know. I'm open to it. I'm not like.
Can we introduce our new person on the panel?
Absolutely.
Hi, I'm Norbert. I'm 21, from the NWT, living in Halifax. I just was debating on Brianna's panel. She is something.
I make her very upset every time.
Yeah, I bet. She's interesting. Yeah. I definitely feel like they twist representations of Pierre to make him look like he's like trying harder than I think he is. Like he's voted down affordable housing 8 times and like they'll be like, "Oh, but he proposed a bill." And I'm like, and then I look into the bill and I'm like, "Oh, do you mean the bill that tied housing increases at 15% to
Thank you very
federal
much.
infrastructure spending?"
Exactly.
I don't think that's fair.
They don't mention that ever.
They never mention that, hey?
No.
But like, and then I'll bring up something crazy like UBI just to like mess with them. And they'll be like, "Oh, UBI is the worst idea. Going to cause so much inflation." Meanwhile, I've watched YouTube videos from economists explain how UBI takes money from other sections and puts it into like people's pockets as like a baselining of it. And then they're spending less on healthcare and stuff. And like, so then I actually think that the inflationary measures wouldn't be that extreme.
Well, I mean, and Sam Altman and Bill Gates have both talked about how automation is going to take a portion of the workforce out and then substitute it for AI.
Yeah.
So, we're going to lose man hours and those man hours need to be covered. Otherwise, the economy will crash.
Yeah, no, it's very true. It's very, very true. But I don't know. Like we spent a lot of the time debating my pronouns, and I was like, I don't know why this is so important when, like, you can Google it, you can read any scientific article, and it will tell you there are more than 2 genders. But then they just want to go back and forth.
You
What's your
voted
pronouns?
for it. You have just sped up the inevitable. What are you talking about, too?
They them pronouns. Thank you.
No, not you.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
cool.
I'm with you on that. Oh wait, what?
Somebody asked.
I did, and sorry, I didn't catch it. Now I got it.
Dare
Okay, cool.
you. Brianna and Kobe.
Yeah, they're something else.
What? Your debt-based system is not sustainable. How many years before full collapse? Rocky, man, you're not full of anything happy, eh? We thought about moving out east actually for a while.
Oh, really? What's stopping you?
Children
Mm,
exes.
true.
Ew.
They need access to their child in the same province.
Yeah.
So,
That's
Ew, kids.
unfortunate.
I'm just kidding.
yeah, I know, right? But I'd
So
love
annoying.
I'd love to move to New Brunswick at some point for a little bit. My family's out there, or British Columbia would be nice too.
True. Yeah, I'm predicting like resurgences or like not even wouldn't be a renaissance because I guess they've never really been popular, but I'm predicting a surge in interest in New Brunswick, Manitoba, and the North.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe prediction considering the housing market.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now with the advent, or I guess the integration of at home working. You
Yeah.
know,
Plus, there's Wob Canoe. There's the leader of the I don't know who's leading in New Brunswick, but she's liberal and she's doing an
she
okay
won in New
job.
Brunswick.
Hmm?
She won in New Brunswick.
Yeah. And then the North, I think, is just going to get more popular for like mining and exploration, especially like as climate change and like things get hotter down south. I think people will start moving north.
That's why we put the 3 bases up there.
Yeah. Exactly.
Liberals are the best. Everybody in the comments, let's go.
Yeah.
The best, Joe. The best.
Yeah.
Someone just mute
Even
Red.
ChatGPT thinks. The liberals
Now,
are-
again, I'm not against regards to Carney making sure we don't fall into the conservatives. While he is not my number one choice, I have a list of things I'm not crazy about. I also have a list of things I do like about him. I am one of those people who will deal with the things that are good and bad, that are honest about the person based on what they've done. But if I have my perfect choice, current parties are not left enough for me. So, you know.
That's fine, but if you expect perfection out of a politician,
I don't. I don't. And then so my perfection is not attainable. I will try to go for what's I'm tempered enough to say this is what will give me the best closest thing to it. This will
That's
also
if
give me
they
the
win.
realistic thing because I also need to because right now in this day and age, I can't pick my best without fear of consequence. And it's not just
Sure.
consequence to me. And to be honest, it's not going to be much consequence to me because I'm a straight cis white guy. The consequence is going to be minimal to me. But you know what? I have a wife, I have friends, I got family, I have communities I work with. I know they're going to be effective if I don't think about them.
Uh-huh. Except that, you know, like it's easier to change when you're from within. So pulling the liberals further left only works if people participate and have contributions, and people voting for the NDP or
Listen,
further
if I
left- or further left than the
single-handedly,
NDP
like I
is
say, if
quite
I
unlikely.
single-handedly pull the liberals further left, Michael will never recover.
Who?
Michael.
Michael.
Yes. If you know Michael, he's
Oh,
very.
Michael. Yes,
Yes, there you
Oh,
go.
Michael.
There you guys go. Yeah.
Oh, I know Michael.
I like Michael.
Yeah, I've never seen that much commitment to a political party since like a PP like Uber stand. Like I've never seen it for a
And he's got
centrist
that
party.
doctrine like he is good with
Yeah, I'm like you like happy you're a liberal fan, but like no, not compared to Michael. Like you're just a lightweight compared to Michael. Like that is.
You know, the UBI is something that Carney's actually like spoken about more. So, you know, that's a left leaning. And again, we all know that that would be something that would be fiscal but responsible and bring a lot of people out of poverty, which is something that even, you know, that would be more beneficial economically for the whole country
Oh,
than
yeah.
anything else. Right?
The thing about people who get access to that kind of money is that they need it, and it gets spent locally because that's how it works, and it gives them an opportunity to make money that they can save, which again allows people after them to be put in positions or of empowerment or education potential. So the return on investment, if you're thinking about it like from a callous perspective of non-humanitarian action, you can look at it as engineering future profit.
I'm actively in an argument with our like former MLA because he's like telling us to support our American friends and let them, you know, with tourism and blah blah blah. And I said if we weren't so close to the border and our people weren't going cross-border shopping and spending their money from the mines across the line for gas and, you know, all of these fees and, you know, veterinary services and spending it locally, you know, it would be feeding into our economy instead of our money from these wages going into the American economy.
Yep.
And you're wanting to, because this is over a dispute because our city council decided to take the American flags down off our city hall. And he's saying that was wrong and we shouldn't do that, blah, blah, blah. We should welcome our American friends. And I said, they're actively coming into the store, buying up our eggs and laughing in my face because they can get that many dozen eggs for because our dollar is so low. They don't have any respect for us. So this is something he's, you know, saying. I said, if we didn't have all this tourism and us allowing Americans to come up and take Kukunusa Lake and buy property up here, locals could actually camp and fish and feed into our own economy instead of the American economy and us relying on them coming up here for tourism.
Oh man, I'll take their money every day, but and I'll smile at them while they give it to
They're
me.
taking ours. That's the thing. Like we are so close to the U.S. border. Like Creston is 20 minutes, and we're like 35 minutes. And people go across to buy gas, take their pets across for veterinary services because it's cheaper.
Is it cheaper for a vet in the States?
Yeah, quite a bit. Actually, even with the exchange.
I just spent $500 on my dog to get a fucking lump examined.
Yeah, no, especially for dental and stuff, especially here because the vets here are rampantly expensive, which I don't dispute because I have dogs, but I can't go to the States. I can't take but I wouldn't because I want to support our local economy because if we don't support our local businesses and our local economy, so we've got these mines in Sparwood and Elkford and these guys make big bucks and then they take their big fancy paychecks and go and shop in Coeur d'Alene, take their kids, you know, there to go shopping for clothes and shoes and, you know, right before school they head across the border to, you know, Sandpoint, Idaho and all these places. So they're, you know, feeding the American economy, not our own.
Yeah, we used to do that in the 90s, late 80s, 90s. No, mid 90s. We used to go down to the States and shop twice a year.
Yeah, because our dollar was par back then. Now our dollars were 65 cents, like not even 61 cents, I think. Like it's ridiculous. But even for us to go down there and spend extra money of our own because they think they're saving money when they're actually not after the exchange, paying duty and everything else. I don't know, but they want to be American. That's what we're fighting here in my area. There's more, you know, of that than anything.
Yeah,
That's scary.
I get that because we see it a little bit up here. It's like, well, what would be so bad? And you're like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything would be bad.
My
people
husband's
in
hernia surgery would have cost us $15,000 in the States, where it cost us nothing. I'm curious to know, like, what do they expect us to do if they,
Exactly.
take what they can change our Canadian values? And can we support another 400 million people with our universal health care, with them cutting taxes and not wanting to pay taxes? Like, how would that really work, especially when we have 13 economies, not one? Like, I just don't understand how he even, never mind treaties and, like, I just don't understand how they just don't understand that that's not how it's going to work.
Oh, I think they think we'll just acquiesce.
Can't. We're part of the Commonwealth. We don't even sit on land that we own, for God's sakes. You know what I mean?
I think
Like, how do they and never mind, it's First Nations, it's Turtle Island. Like, I really hope that First Nations stand firmly and say, like, this is our land. Fuck
There's a
you.
couple of nations that have been vocal
yeah.
that I've heard of. I don't know many, like, but to a lot of nations, it's all the same. It's one colonizer after the other.
Do you blame them? Do you really?
No. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that's the reality. It's just as disenfranchised as my point.
That's true. In Brianna's live, they were talking a lot about immigration and like
I know she.
they're so.
It's
and
right
I
into
like.
housing.
Yeah.
It's directly with housing.
Exactly. And then there's like all these bills that they've passed that like are giving all the immigrants our jobs. And then I'm like, okay, well, like these are jobs that Canadians don't want to do. And then
She
she's like,
says
okay,
it
but
just like that too. It's hilarious.
my little brother can't find a job. And I'm like, well, that sucks for your little brother, but like I got a job at 14 at the pool, so I don't know what you want from me. Also, like a lot of people need to live in rural places also. So like can we encourage immigration to go to
I
some
said
more
she
rural
wasn't very
locations?
likable, and that's probably why.
Do you realize that even like when in the 1980s, like early 90s, like we moved from like small, like not really small, but from I'll just put it Lethbridge, Alberta to Calgary, Alberta, and back then even housing was at 0%. Like there was 0% vacancies. Even when I moved
Wow.
here in the 90s, back to like small BC, sent 0 vacancy rates.
They
And
wonder
I live
why
in
the
a
vote
small
doesn't
town
matter out
BC,
there.
and one bedroom apartment now is $1,800 minimum, $1,900.
They're always like, "Oh, our vote doesn't matter. Our vote doesn't matter." It's like, build some fucking houses, bro. Build some fucking houses. Build
Yeah.
a
And
school.
also we have to cut down on like the commodification of rental units. Like nobody's
I
talking.
agree.
I'm like, just
There should
tax
be.
the rich.
Well, with housing, like, so it's kind of complicated. Like for me, myself, we're pretty, whatever, for what it's worth. Like we
Yeah.
have what we have, but there's a couple of assets. But I think we should have that availability, and that's why people on the left call me center right. But I think there should be an increasing scale of taxes that de-incentivizes people to really use it as a massive commodity, like, so you're capped out at a certain amount and then you're taxed at 100 or 110% if you exceed
It
it.
shouldn't be a retirement plan. It shouldn't. And we were told that, oh, buy a house, rent a house, get another house, use it as a rental, so you have retirement plans. I think that's horseshit. They fed us lies, and now people
Well,
use it as a
it's going to
retirement
work
plan.
for us.
I will say that I am not personally angry about the people who own like under 4 houses,
exactly.
under
Yeah.
5 houses. That's not so much my concern. My concern are these like large kind of like real estate corporations that buy up a bunch of houses or are like managing a bunch of properties and are
they
able to
control
kick
the
up the
rent.
rent all the
Yep.
time. And like these people, like for example, I lived in a student house. This wasn't like the precise example that, correlates to what I was talking about, but the man who owned the house had no involvement in it. He didn't even live in Canada. And then he paid a rental organization to manage the property. And I
Yep.
was like, I don't know, like that is creating housing as a product.
Well,
and I
that's
don't
what
think
BC
housing should be a product like that.
Yeah,
I don't
BC
mind Airbnb so much sometimes, but other times I kind of have a problem with it.
BC put legislation in against Airbnbs too, right?
It should be registered at least, and be like, legitimized in business if they're going to do that with those properties. But you know, like if you're talking about big cities, like there are a lot of short-term, long-term people who stay for 3 to 6 months, and that's a revenue stream for the city. Like in Ottawa, there's a hotel that's dedicated just to that, and I feel like, you know, scaling the tax rate on those kinds of properties would be more effective than just outright banning them, because then we kind of
They're effective, but hang on a sec. We got some people to write those right now in the chat, and we'll see if we can bring one
aren't
of
you a
those people up.
mod, Joe?
I'm a mod for a conversation. I am not a mod for the guests. So I can mute and block, and that's pretty much it in regards to what I can do.
Oh, sorry. I can do
Yeah.
that.
But yeah. Well, Red Mage is here.
Oh,
Welcome
thank
up
you
here.
very
But no,
much.
I was trying to see if we can bring up. It was also not to say Red Mage is bad. He's not. But also there was a couple of people in the chat that were sort of right wing. I'm like, hey, you guys have some interesting points that you're trying to claim. I don't believe them, but if you guys want to come up here and discuss it with us, we're more than open to discuss it with you.
So for a ranked ballot system, if a candidate receives more than 50% of the first choice votes, they win outright. But if no candidate gets that majority, the candidate with the fewest first votes is out, and then the ballots for that person is redistributed to the voter's second choice. This process continues until the candidate secures a majority. That's
exactly like the Liberal leadership.
Yeah, that's what I like.
I had a proposition because one of the issues that mixed member proportional has for me is I don't like the idea of voting for a party, because I don't think you should need a party system to be engaged in politics. So one of the issues that comes up from that is you have these pool of candidates that don't really attach to any specific riding. So like, who exactly are they accountable to? So what I was thinking was maybe you have the riding system and you have maybe more than one person be able to be selected from that area. You know, if you have to do it by party or whatever, so you have like 10 members that you can choose from in that riding, and then proportionally you split up, you know, who gets what.
That's not a bad idea actually, but I had suggested that they split the provinces in half and then just double the amount of provinces we have, and also the different amount of representatives, so each province doesn't have so much power. But I don't mind your idea either.
That would be like a ward system, right? They have those in some.
Yeah, like a ward system.
Like a ward system where you have like smaller areas that can be represented in certain areas. You just kind of cut down the ridings into different districts. So it's like a ward system. It's a good idea. Actually, we tried running on that for Lethbridge City Council at one point in time.
It's good that I'm talking Canadian politics because I'm about to crash out on American politics right now.
Yeah, I mean, Americans are fucked.
Yeah, Schumer just legitimized all of Doge's cuts in the States. So that whole argument about them being unconstitutional, yeah, that's out the window.
Who did?
Schumer, Chuck Schumer, he decided he was going to pass the continuing resolution, basically legitimizing the Republicans' budget. So all of Doge's cuts are now legal under that framework. So any legitimacy they had in claiming they were unconstitutional is out the window.
I heard the argument that, you know, the reason that he passed it is because he didn't want to give Trump too much power, but that's a BS excuse. Maybe just give him more power so that you actually stand up in front of the world and say this is unconstitutional. Like, I don't know. It was a tough decision, but it pissed a lot of people off. And right now, Democrats should be really standing together and standing against what's happening, not passing a bill out of fear that he's going to get more power. He's going to do whatever he wants to do anyway.
Yeah, this was their only pinch point, the only required 60 vote, and he capitulated. He gave it up. And you have the party united from AOC to Pelosi and Bernie Sanders, and then the resistance libs, and then the establishment Democrats, all after Schumer, and he didn't budge. He went and capitulated to Trump, and
So
Trump
Chuck Schumer did
congratulated him
not
on Truth Social.
Yeah, Chuck Schumer did not endorse the Department of Government Efficiency. In fact, he has been critical, blah, 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 hates Elon Musk and Donald Trump. However, he supported the Republican-led funding bill, and that was about keeping the government operational.
Yeah, that's what it
What a
boiled down to.
weakling.
They want to shut down the government, right? They didn't
Shut
want
it
to
down.
That's what I said.
I
Shut it down.
don't know what's better, what's worse, but that's
Shut it down. Blow it up.
Every single Republican
Shutting
voted
it
for
down,
this
though,
bill.
he does get a lot more power. Like, he basically, a ton
Yeah,
of
but
people
who
are going to be
suffers
fired.
if
He
he
can
shuts
do
it
whatever
down?
he wants.
Oh, for
I'm not
real?
saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying people, need to be prepared for that. I was hoping that it would get shut down, give him more power, he would do something crazy, and then they would start their civil war. That's what I was hoping
Jesus
for.
Christ, that escalated quickly.
In the U.S., when you have the shutdown is equivalent to non-confidence, but in the U.S., when a shutdown occurs, it's the government that gets shut down and the employees suffer.
Yeah,
In Canada,
that's what I mean.
it's the politicians that get kicked out and lose their jobs.
So the impact felt of a government shutdown in the United States is how many thousands of jobs?
Exactly.
Yes,
it's a punishment to the employees who have no power. That's
The Democrats are
the
trying to
stakes
save
right
those employees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's
Noble.
true or
It's a
not.
noble
I'm just
effort.
asking out loud.
Yeah, is it better to string them along?
Yeah, exactly. That's
over
my
hot
exact
coals?
point. That's my exact point.
That's what I'm saying. It was a hard decision.
That is hard.
Like, I've had a FEMA employee was talking about it, and he said that basically they're not getting any funding now. So
Yeah.
what exactly is there to shut down?
Yeah, I guess
So, like,
that's a
the
valid
shutdown
point.
would have changed nothing.
Yep.
What would
Habitat for Humanity just had like their budget cut. They're Habitat for Humanity.
We have a couple of Habitat Humanity communities in my city, in my
Yeah.
15-minute city. They're
On a
gorgeous.
on a positive note,
by the way, they're not run down. They're not bad, poorly managed.
No.
They are really nice condos.
They couldn't be
On
bad.
a positive
Like,
Canadian note, apparently, I think it's Waterloo area is giving out their housing accelerator funds to Habitat for Humanity, so that the buildings that are constructed are put through the application process of Habitat for Humanity, so they don't go to corporations.
good. Wow.
Hundreds of thousands of federal workers would be furloughed.
Yeah. Would they still be paid?
No.
No.
Essential employees like air traffic controllers and active duty military would continue working without immediate pay.
Those that he hasn't fired.
Non-essential services like national parks, museums, administrative offices are closed.
It would have been bad. Make no mistake, it would have been really bad, but the Republicans would have had to own it.
The Food Assistance SNAP program and the Nutrition for Women and Children program would be affected.
Yeah.
Food safety
But now,
inspections.
because of this, they've
small
legitimized
business loans.
everything that Doge has done. It's all constitutional now, essentially.
Does that make those? Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
So it means that because the budget as it's written now is excluding all the things that Doge has taken out, U.S. aid, the payment, the Department of Education, that sort of thing.
I really think they
can legally
the
justify it.
Party over when they passed over Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I think they really kind of took a
An oversight.
Backwards. Yeah.
Sorry, when did they pass her over?
I think they should have called for Pelosi to retire when that happened.
So the oversight committee, there was a contest between Cortez and what's his name, Connolly or something like that. He's a 70-year-old Democrat with esophageal cancer. But
Perfect.
it was his time, so the party decided because he had seniority, it's his time. So, instead of
Wow.
putting the person
He's a
that
company
gets social
man
media attention and can bring a spotlight to
and
the
progressive
issues
ideals.
Republicans are doing.
Yeah, they really
Yeah.
shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah.
Yeah, that was probably the moment where I felt they kind of betrayed their messaging.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Not
don't
because
know.
it was her particularly, but because it was him more than it was her. Like they could have chosen anybody. It didn't have to be Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Like I don't mean they could have chosen anybody, but like it didn't have to be her. But like
No, but it should have been her.
But to choose that person, I think is tone deaf.
No, it should have been her. It should have been her. She's really popular with like the younger folks. And like we're not even with the not choosing Karina Gold for his cabinet. I'm not saying that Carney should have, but
I don't know if she wanted a position. You can't just assume.
You don't think she wanted
That's
to be
true.
House?
He literally has
leader?
like a 5-month-old baby.
That's true, but she ran for the leader, so
Yeah, I think that was performative, a lot of it, because like it was an 86% victory for Carney, and I think like the other people were kind of okay with Carney being leader. Why else
Yeah.
would Freeland accept a position in his administration? You know,
I agree with you on that. So Trump's-
Karina Gold was probably my favorite,
Yeah.
but
I just think that it sends a little bit of a message. Not a little bit of a
I don't
message, but
disagree.
like
Yeah,
it just it stings a little. That's what I'll say. It
I would like
stings a
her to
little.
I would like her to make a statement. To be fair, that would be good.
I want at least one
actually
more progressive person in the cabinet. Sorry about that.
Yeah, me too.
I
don't
actually
like Karina
appreciated
Gold.
that during the debate, she brought up that in the 2015 Trudeau campaign was transformative, was something that offered positive change to people, and she wanted to recapture that energy. I really appreciate that she wasn't hard pivoting away from the things that they had accomplished, because there are some successes under the Liberal government, and
Exactly.
they shouldn't try to be conservative light in order to
I completely
seek
disagree with
votes.
being conservative light.
Yeah.
I say just to understand, right, Mage, you're talking about where they're moving now is more of a conservative light than what they were before.
I think that's what she was arguing. I think under Freeland it would be more so.
Yeah, me too.
And that's kind of where the
I think it was
jab was
Freeland.
pointed.
Yeah, I think it was Freeland. You could say it was conservative light.
Really?
Compared to Carney?
Yeah.
What gave you that
Well,
impression?
The
Well, I
thing
think
was,
she
when
literally
they had
said
that,
that she was done with wokeism-ish.
Did she say that?
She was one of the people that came out against the $250 check that was going to get sent out because it was going to go to people with disabilities and the elderly.
Oh wow.
No, come on.
No, I didn't know
was
that.
the reason that
That's
the
not the exact
NDP.
quote.
That was the reason why
I
the
think-
NDP held up the vote, and
That's not
she
the exact-
canceled it instead of going with them.
There
I
you
don't
go.
know if she
That's
was
better.
against who it was going for as much as how much the cost was going to be. And
That's
I'm
what
not
she
saying
said.
that that's as justified, but there is a difference, at least in that perspective, and I can recognize that.
Yeah, she did call it a costly political gimmick.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
But I see that kind of as like just trying to distance herself from Trudeau to give herself the
Yeah.
best chance in the Liberal leadership race.
Yeah. I agree
But
with you.
but I could
We're in her favor, that's for sure.
I think she's pretty close to being done with Canadian politics for a bit.
yeah.
I think she'll go to like NATO or the UN or the WEF.
She'd do really
she's
good
already
there.
in she's already in the WF. She's already
But
part
she's
of the
not
board.
in the WEF. She
Yeah,
represents.
no,
Canada.
she is. She's part of the board. She's
As a Canadian rep, though, right?
No. She's actually further into WF.
Giddy up, man. Get her in there. Let's go.
Yeah. No, it's and again, I have nothing against the WF. I know what they are. I know what they are capable or not. I know there's no pharaohs involved. There's a whole thing. I lost the video for it. Pisses me off.
Pharaohs?
But no, she's part of the WF in regards to where is it here? Leadership and governance. So, guess who the leader of WF is? If you don't know it, it is Klaus Schwab. He founded it. But the board of trustees includes Her Majesty Queen Bella Makouche. Where is leadership? Al Gore. And, but I believe,
Literally, anytime a conservative brings up the WEF, I just say I work for them and I'm here to do all your nightmares.
yeah,
Guys,
So,
I'm gonna drop down. I'm getting super hungry and my head's starting to hurt and I have to cook. So, I'm gonna drop down so I can do that. It's up to you guys if you want to keep it going or not. But I am done for the night because I need to eat some food.
Hey, remember
this
Dennis
live's only
Miller?
going to be running for another 9 minutes.
Out of here. Remember Dennis Miller on Saturday Night Live?
Night, frontline.
That's true. Good night, Frontline.
Bye, Frontline.
Good night.
Yeah, we'll shut down at like in another 8 minutes. Does that sound okay with everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds perfect.
Sounds good.
And I'll do the
I thank you
the
guys
end
for
spiel.
bringing. I thank you guys for bringing me through my crash out there.
Oh, my eyes are open tonight. I am awake. Christopher Freeland has been a member of the World Economic Forum's Board of Trustees since 2019. This board is the highest level governance body of the WEF, which focuses on global public-private cooperation.
I did read
Private.
in regards to the Chuck Schumer shutdown situation. Trump has already cut $1 billion to food banks.
SNAP program is fucking done.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Oh, did he get rid of SNAP? That's their food stamp program,
No,
isn't it?
they said it. They said it could be delayed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's basically got, carte blanche to do whatever the hell he wants to do now.
He does. He's all powerful. It's kind of scary stuff.
I don't know
Yeah.
how people in Brianna's live, when I say Pierre was endorsed by Elon, and that's good enough for me to say no thank you.
Yeah.
She's like, why is that such a bad thing if somebody just endorses you? Does that mean that you accept their endorsement? I was like,
Well,
he
you
did
need
accept
choice.
the endorsement.
He
Yeah, the
didn't
Republican
turn it
budget.
down. That's
the
enough for me.
Republican budget was looking to cut $230 billion over the next decade. And SNAP funding is on.
They're going after Social Security.
On the bright side,
Veterans Affairs, Social Security.
I think the Canadian dollar will be doing better in a few years after Trump tanks the American one, if that helps.
We'll probably have a unified dollar by then.
Unless
Yeah.
we're on the euro.
Yeah, you never know.
That'd be cool.
I'd be
Imagine
interested in that.
a global dollar.
Remember, we border 2 European countries, like directly border 2 European countries.
What's the second?
Well, you need a land
Yeah,
border,
what's the
so it's
second
only
one?
one.
I was like, what's the first one you guys know of?
Greenland /
Well, it'd be
Denmark.
the French islands.
There you go. You guys named them both.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We have
And
two
the one
French
that we
islands off the coast.
Yeah. Newfoundland.
Oh yeah, off
And,
the coast of Newfoundland.
That's the one we've been bordering for how long? 1600s, I'd say. Like before even the inception of Canada, we've been bordering France and that colony for forever. So we've always been neighboring Europe.
Is that where the
directly.
French nuclear sub is?
Yeah, you heard about that, eh?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Happy you can't say that out loud on the live.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, what?
You can't say what's been published in photos online. No, my God. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of things, and people have been sending me like, "Oh, look, the military's moving in." I'm like, listen, it could be one of two things. It could be just French sub was on the way here, and it's just happenstance, and in regards to the climate. No, it might be sort of a political move in regards to, ally assets getting sort of in place. Which one is correct? I don't know.
Did you guys see that interview with Starmer and those two UK journalists?
I
They were
did.
talking about Canada.
Yeah, that was upsetting for me. Didn't love that.
Be nice just to go down and knock a few people out, but
Literally. I just want somebody who has a
You need
little
just-
bit like people liked Trump because he quote unquote told it like it was, but I want somebody from our side who tells it like it is. Like
Fine,
Joe
I'm gonna go run
Lee.
for politics.
Joe
I'll go run
Lee.
for politics.
Canoe.
Literally, Wob Canoe. Joe Lee telling what's his face, Rob Santos, that you will not call Canada that. You will respect us when you are on our land, etc. Like that's the kind of energy I want from our leader. Is somebody
You
who's
got a
like, you
position in
will
the
respect
cabinet.
us, or you will get out.
Jolie's got a position in our cabinet.
Yep. And then Ron DeSantis immediately disrespected her by saying
Ron DeSantis.
on Canadian soil, saying, or sorry, whoever it was, some S name, saying, Trump wants us to be Trump wants you to be the 51st state, so I really think you should consider it. Unbelievable. On Canadian soil.
That exactly there totally deserves a 300 response.
That's what I was just thinking.
This
I was
is
like,
Sparta.
I'm thinking
This
like,
is
Canada.
you know.
Maybe
Like,
I'll just
I
grab
would
a
love
few boys and
to
we'll go
pull up.
drinking at the local bar.
I'd love to pull up to Ron DeSantis, whoever it was, in my chainmail LARPing outfit and be like, and fight me now.
I'd love it.
Joe, I just
Honestly,
had the
like-
mental image of, us standing over the pit and we, you got the stick between the hands and you do a cross check into the pit.
I'm trying to. So I've got the whole mental image of like Ron DeSantis being thrown into the pit. I'm just trying to figure out who would be the best one to do the kick.
Oh my God, we know exactly who it would be.
Who would you pick?
Oh, come on.
Mike Carney?
No, obviously the guy that's been the butt of their angst for the last 10 years.
Trudeau.
Fuck, man. Give him a
Trudeau?
shot.
All right, maybe,
Give him-
maybe.
I think he deserves first kick. I'd give him
I'd
first
say
kick.
so.
Yeah.
All right. I'll give him first kick.
But I want to gouge.
We'll even use a shirtless Trudeau.
Ooh.
Okay.
A boxing shirtless Trudeau?
Don't even jack him up. It's just him in the Boxing Days from Brazo. There you go.
Imagine it was and somebody did an AI rendering of that thing.
I can't do the video, but give me a day. I can get the image for you.
And put Carney in the stands watching, eating popcorn.
That'd be great. Like, I'd love to see the fucking reaction.
We should have
That'd be a nice splash page for debate.
My next one. for
Monday, I'm
debate
going to be doing
is gonna be-
debates. That'll be my. You know what? I think I'll be using that as my debate image as to Trudeau kicking DeSantis into the pit.
My next one is going to be liberals or leftists.
So I will do the closing if that's okay, guys. It's almost 11 o'clock, and I just want to go over the next few shows on Saturday. So tomorrow we have Breaking the Dam with me from 12 noon to 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That's 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that's discussions in a safe space focusing on ongoing mental health in tough times, learning new coping skills, increasing mental health awareness, and fighting stigma. Then we have Radicalized, hosted by Radical, 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Pacific, 8 to 9:30 Eastern Time. And he explores the gray matter of politics and how religion is impacting the political atmosphere. On Sunday, we have Happy with a Damn Happy Life, 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific, 7 to 8 Eastern, looking for deeper perspectives on how people define happiness and exploring the moments of growth throughout their lives. Then on Monday, we have, of course, Indigenous Matters with Treaty 6 Birder from 5 to 7 p.m. Pacific, 8 to 10 Eastern. And she discusses the effects of politics on Indigenous communities and how Indigenous people can affect their political structure. On Tuesdays, of course, we have the News Hour hosted by Frontline Feminists from 5 to 7 Pacific, 8 to 10 Eastern, highlighting the biggest news from the weekend, or news that you might be missing out and bringing it to the forefront. On Wednesdays, we have the Mossy Side, hosted by the Progressive Moose, 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard, 8 to 9:30 Eastern Standard. And the Mossy Side Progressive Moose talks about the messy side of politics, deep dives into weekly topics. And then on Thursday, we have the Navigation Station with the Misses, 1 to 2:30 p.m. Pacific, 4 to 5:30 Eastern. And that's education, resources, and solutions to help navigate the Canadian political landscape. Then in the evening from 5 to 6:30, 8 to 9:30 Eastern, we have Truth Through Discord, and that is or Discourse. That's hosted by Mrs. Radical. And this is weekly discussions on relevant news topics or social issues. And then we are back to Fridays where we have Canadian History with a purple crayon, and that's hosted by Pixie Lee, 2 to 3:30 p.m. Pacific, 5 to 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. And that's Canadian history prior to Canada with a focus on BIPOC perspectives. So thank you guys so much for coming tonight. Really appreciate it. We'll close this out. Does anyone have final thoughts they want to share?
I thought you
Go
said
check out the
Truth Through
WeForum,
Discord, so I'm going to join your Discord.
weforum.com.org.
Discourse. Pardon me?
I'm just going to recommend perhaps one at a time.
Yeah, let's start. If we want Red Mage, do you have anything you want to close with?
Oh, I just said, I thought you said Discord instead of Discourse, but
I did.
So I'm actually going to join. I'm going to actually join your Discord.
Awesome.
Giddy up.
And we got Norbert. Do you have anything you want to add?
No, that was great. Thanks, everybody.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. And Joe?
Appreciate it.
I'm good also. Yeah, thanks for having me up.
Awesome. And Happy?
Oh, God rest the Queen, long live the King. Go check out the weforum.org. Weforum.org.
Weforum.org. Sounds like a good plan. And Pixie Lee? No, Pixie Lee must be.
No, I'm here. Have a
Okay.
good week. We're going to be changing my show.
Mhm.
So we're not sure exactly what we're doing, reformats and stuff.
Okay.
But other than that, hope everybody has a good weekend and stay tuned for more. And thanks for coming and thanks for having me all night.
Thanks. And while I've got everyone here, final pitch, smartvoting.ca. Vote strategically. Okay, everybody. Have a great evening.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.